Since you are here for a blind date, I will get straight to the point. If you can meet my requirements, I will marry you. Yi Yang heard the voice of the girl on the blind date opposite him before. He sat down. He glanced at the girl opposite him and was directly shocked by Lei's heart. The girl was very dark, probably only about 1.5 meters tall, with heavy makeup, wearing a revealing black gauze skirt that she thought was sexy, and a strong smell of cheap perfume. Fuck, who is this person who was introduced to me? Yi Yang exclaimed, meeting such a top-notch person on his first blind date. Speak. He asked repeatedly, wanting to end this blind date quickly. As for me, I require my partner to have a monthly salary of more than 50,000 yuan. This way, my living standard will not be lowered. The woman stretched out her fingers and counted them. Secondly, you must have a suite in the downtown area of Shanghai, otherwise our future life will not be guaranteed. As for the car, don't buy a very good one. I will be satisfied with any car worth more than 1 million yuan. Oh, by the way, are you at least 1.8 meters tall? If not, you are not suitable for me. The woman made demands in rapid succession. In addition to these, the garage is registered in my name, and every month at least you have to treat me to a Western meal worth more than 10,000 yuan, buy me a new bag, and travel around the world once a year. Oh, by the way, if you don't have enough money, ask your parents to prepare a dowry of about 500,000 yuan for you. I don't want more. I won't have children. After all, women have to learn to love themselves. When you travel and eat in the future, you must also bring my male best friend with you. That's my best friend. After the woman finished her request, with her hands and feet dancing, she glanced at Yi Yang. What do you think? My requirements are not high. Can you satisfy me? Yi Yang nodded with a smile on his face. When the girl's hope reached the highest point, his face suddenly turned cold and he said lightly, "You are dreaming. You are a man, how dare you do this to this princess? Damn poor loser. What kind of thing did Uncle Wang introduce to me? Scumbag." Puff. Yi Yang couldn't sit down anymore. This kind of brain-dead idiot girl who has no self-awareness, staying with her for one more second is a waste of precious youth. You scumbag. How dare you walk away with a cold face first? The woman was waving her claws and teeth, obviously extremely angry, but when she saw Yi Yang walking towards the checkout counter, her expression was slightly relieved. Hee, you still know how to pay the bill, you still have a conscience. She just ordered a blind date meal worth several thousand yuan. Front desk. Sir, what service do you need? The girl at the front desk had a good figure, looked comfortable, and spoke softly, but she obviously heard the remarks of the gold digger just now, and looked at Yi Yang with sympathy. Buy a bottle of Coke. Yi Yang threw out 3 coins freely. Ah. The girl at the front desk thought that Yi Yang was going to pay the gold digger, and was complaining for him in her heart, but she didn't expect that he deliberately walked to the front desk just to buy a bottle of Coke. Puff. This operation is also very sexy. If the gold digger knew that Yi Yang didn't pay the bill, she would be so angry that her nose would be crooked and her eyes would be squinting. Okay, sir, this is your Coke, please keep it. Looking at the tall, sunny and handsome Yi Yang in front of her, the girl at the front desk also had a lot of good feelings. Thank you. Yi Yang shook the Coke in his hand, took a sip, and deliberately burped melodiously. Ding, spend money. To get rich system has been bound. You successfully spent 3 yuan to buy a bottle of Coca-Cola, and you will be rewarded with a Lamborghini Venom *1 worth 7,000 W Chinese currency. Puff. Yi Yang almost sprayed a mouthful of Coke on the girl at the front desk. After all, the excitement of suddenly obtaining the system is enough to make any ordinary person feel excited. System? 7,000 W Venom. Really touching the key-shaped hard object that suddenly appeared in his pants, Yi Yang didn't even have time to finish the fat house, happy water in his hand, and hurried out of the store. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw a group of people gathered in a circle, constantly exclaiming. I could vaguely hear that they were exclaiming at the luxury car. Yi Yang was excited and felt dry in his mouth. As for the previous unhappiness, he had long forgotten it. Compared with the system and luxury cars, a failed blind date is nothing. He pressed the Lamborghini car key with a trembling hand. Boom! The roar of the super sports car started instantly. The crowd around was frightened and retreated. Then, their envious eyes focused on Yi Yang. This Lamborghini Venom is his. In the Magic City where every inch of land is worth gold, luxury cars worth millions are running all over the ground, but super sports car kings worth tens of millions are extremely rare. It's true. Yi Yang silently put away the sports car key and took a deep breath. Is his life really going to usher in earth-shaking changes at this moment? Just as he was trying to calm himself, a sweet cry of surprise came. Yi Yang. It's you. Regrets to tears. Yi Yang turned his head and saw the innocent beauty looking at him with surprise. Lin Shuer. The beauty of her high school class, has always admired him for his good academic performance and sunny and handsome appearance. She didn't expect that after graduating from college, the first time they met after 4 years would be here. It's actually you? Yi Yang was also surprised and waved generously to the innocent and cute girl in jeans in front of him. Seeing an acquaintance suddenly brought him back from the unrealistic feeling of being hit by the system. We haven't seen each other for a few years. I didn't expect that they all drive luxury cars. Lin Shuer looked at Yi Yang with some envy. She majored in finance and couldn't find any job after graduating from college. So she had no choice but to start a live broadcast. Today, she was filming on the street. When she heard the sound of supercars blasting down the street, she came over to take a look out of curiosity, and unexpectedly bumped into her former boyfriend. Haha, just so. Yi Yang scratched his head and smiled handsomely. Holy crap. The female anchor actually knows such a cool old classmate. Shuer, if you can hang out with this old classmate, you will be better than becoming an internet celebrity with millions of fans. Is this my future brother-in-law? Brother How and the other top brothers will probably be very embarrassed when they come back at night. The live broadcast room exploded. Instantly. Lamborghini Venom is naturally known to most people in a gold-selling cave like the Magic City. Production is limited to 20 units in total. There is none in China. Being able to get this top-notch supercar emperor not only represents endless money, but also represents a lot of power behind it. Stop talking nonsense. You're just an ordinary old schoolmate. Lin Shuer blushed immediately after being told this. It turns out that the super young man and this beauty are old classmates. They are really talented and beautiful. The people who were watching Melon Eaters were amazed and envious when they saw this. I admit, I'm feeling sad. My parents just gave me this life just to make ends meet. Oh. A supercar worth 70 million. I will be satisfied whenever I can have enough money for tires. Boom. Just as everyone was envious, a rough sound of opening the door came. Everyone looked at it. A black potato with heavy makeup ran out of the door angrily. Hey! You poor loser. You're a scumbag. In the middle of a blind date, you actually ran away without paying for the meal. You're still not a man. Halfway through her curse, she fell silent. She looked straight at the supercar in front of her. With her money-worshipping temperament, she had naturally studied luxury cars. This was obviously a super luxury car worth tens of millions, Lamborghini Venom. I'm really lucky today. Ha ha ha. Even though I met a poor guy, as long as I can ride in this super car, my beautiful mother will be able to travel around the world in a luxury car in the future. No way. I must put aside all relations with this poor loser. We can't let the super powerful know that I had a blind date with this poor loser, otherwise the price will be too low. No matter what, I want to get in this luxury car today. The money-worshipping girl Jiangjing feels her mouth is dry. After all, the opportunity to change her life is right in front of her. Who are you? Why are you scolding me? Brother Yi. Lin Shuer was very angry when she saw that Jiangjing was so shameless and cursed her male idol when they met. Yo? Where did you come from, the little bitch, and you dare to accuse me? Seeing that Lin Shuer was so beautiful, Jiangjing rolled her eyes jealously and waved her hand, but I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. By the way, I kindly tell you not to have any feelings for this poor loser in front of you. If a woman doesn't marry a rich man, she will regret it. Ouch. Anyone who drives a Lamborghini Poison will be called a stinky dick now. Damn it. Yeah, I don't think I look like a black potato. The onlookers were all shocked by this sentence. They just saw Yi Yang start this 70 million supercar with their own eyes. This is a poor loser. This woman's brain is broken. What are you talking about? The person driving the supercar must be a Prince Charming who is obsessed with me at first glance. How could it be the stinky loser? Jiangjing sneered, feeling that the audience around them were the most stupid. You. Lin Shuer gritted her teeth, but her knowledge and cultivation prevented her from doing things like scolding her in the street. She's just a mentally retarded girl who got drunk with poisonous chicken soup. Don't pay attention to her. I haven't eaten yet. Let's go. I haven't seen you for several years. I'll treat you to dinner this time. Yi Yang waved his hand indifferently and opened Venom's car door directly. Is really okay? Lin Shuer looked at the luxury car in front of her and felt a little embarrassed. Cars are not just for riding, come on. Yi Yang waved his hands repeatedly. Yeah, brother Yi, you're welcome then. Lin Shuer nodded and sat on Yi Yang's passenger seat. I'm just going to ride in your car, I'll treat you to a meal later, that's not okay. Yi Yang stepped on the accelerator. The rumble of the supercar blasting down the street resounded throughout the street. Now he still has to spend money to get rich. How could you not seize the opportunity to spend money? Whoosh. There is no doubt about Venom's acceleration performance from 100 kilometers to 100 kilometers. It disappeared in an instant. Jiangjing was left stunned to the point of being stunned, regretful to the point of crooked nose and eyes, and in agony, kneeling on the ground and crying messily. People, this little black potato really brought it upon herself. Such an awesome super young man didn't even cherish the Opportunity given to her in front of her. Hee hee. The crowd nearby obviously saw what happened. It's none of your business. This Shenhao must be mine. It's mine. Jiang Yan shouted hysterically towards the surroundings. Oh, what a madman, let's go, let this little black potato cry on his own. The surrounding crowd dispersed. No. The opportunity to change my life is right in front of me. I have to ask Uncle Wang for his information, and I have to get it for him. After crying for a while, Jiang Yan came to her senses. After secretly making up her mind, she picked up the damaged black gauze skirt and was about to leave, but was limped back to pay by the clerk who came to collect the bill. Buzz. The sound of bombing the streets gradually subsided. Next to a roadside stall of a grilled cold noodle shop. Yi Yang took Lin Shuer out of the car. Yi Yang smiled at Lin Shuer. He studied software in college and applied for a job as a future bald professional programmer. After graduation, the first month's internship salary has not yet been paid, although he was just rewarded with a luxury car. But the pocket is cleaner than the face. If he really wanted to treat Lin Shuer to a super fancy meal, he wouldn't be able to pay for it. Just when he was about to express his apology, the barrage suddenly exploded. Wow. Mr. Shenhao's taste is different. Even people who are close to the people come to eat at the roadside stalls. Is this the godly young master who is close to the people? He is so handsome. I love him. It turns out that on the way Yi Yang brought Lin Shuer here, because of the influence of the low-key rich man slapping the money-worshipping girl on the street and the 70 million Lamborghini Venom appearing on the street, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room skyrocketed from 30,000 to tens of thousands. I believe in love again. I also want a boyfriend who can drive a Lamborghini and take me to eat grilled cold noodles. Hey. Don't you want to eat grilled cold noodles? The point is clearly to drive a Lamborghini with one hand, right? It was rare for the number of people in the live broadcast room to increase so much. And Lin Shuer was reluctant to turn off the live broadcast. After all, she had just graduated and was short of funds. It was always a good thing to make a little more money to support herself. Brother Yi, don't pay attention to what they say. Ha ha. Yi Yang shook his head indifferently. In the live broadcast room, water friends just loved to make noises, but he didn't care and said directly to the roadside stall owner, "Boss, please have 2 portions of grilled cold noodles, add everything, and add more sweet and sour to 1 portion. I didn't expect that Brother Yi would still remember that I love sweet and sour food." Lin Shuer was extremely moved. Well, it turns out you are willing to eat more sweet and sour food. Yi Yang scratched his head and added with a smile, then 2 portions of sugar and vinegar. Lin Shuer didn't know whether to laugh or cry, she was too sentimental. 2 portions of grilled cold noodles. Put them away. The boss handed the grilled cold noodles to Yi Yang. Ding. The host spent 20 yuan to buy grilled cold noodles, and the reward is cash *10000000000. I lost the hand that just took the cold noodles trembled. The previous Lamborghini luxury cars were luxurious enough. Now, if you buy a grilled cold noodle, you will be directly rewarded with 1 billion in cash. This is really going to heaven. You eat first. Yi Yang quickly turned on his mobile phone and saw the balance of 1,932.23 in his bank card, and he was ecstatic. It's actually true. 1 billion. For an ordinary person like him, giving him 10 luxury cars will not bring him as much sense of security and satisfaction as 1 billion. Because, with these 1 billion, he can even sit back and relax for the rest of his life. After all, this is something that countless people can't achieve in their lifetime, and there are 10 small goals. Haha, I'm in a good mood today. After finishing the baked cold noodles, I'll treat you to milk tea, Yi Yang said extremely heroically. Now that he has been certified in cash and luxury cars, he can become rich by spending money. Why don't you find a reason to spend more money now? Damn it. Young Master Shenhao actually took the initiative to invite you to eat and drink. Brother Hao will probably be furious when he sees this. Brother Hao is nothing. This is a super hero who can afford to drive a Lamborghini Venom. It's not his turn to be jealous. That's true, but it looks like Shou is really going to develop. I just came here to look at the luxury cars. The live broadcast room became even more popular. A slap in the face of a gold digger girl, a super luxury car, and a people-friendly hero appeared at a street stall to eat grilled cold noodles. Various factors directly caused the live broadcast room to explode. The number of viewers exceeded the unprecedented 300,000 mark. After eating a huge portion of sweet and sour grilled cold noodles, Yi Yang took Lin Shuer directly to the high-end milk tea shop nearby. Judging from my previous experience, the more money you spend, the greater the rewards. He wanted to quickly verify what he was thinking. Brother Yi, you've paid for all the food, and I have to pay for the drinks. I can't let you keep spending money, Lin Shuer said a little shyly. If you want, treat me to a big dinner in a few days. Can we chat via WeChat anytime? Yi Yang smiled slightly. Now that you have just obtained the get-rich-with-spending system, why don't you hurry up and spend money to have fun? Wouldn't it be sad if the get-rich-quick system disappeared tomorrow? The landlady is also very discerning. Seeing this beautiful couple come in, I directly recommended the latest model. For summer lovers, childhood sweethearts. Hey! Even a poor intern like you has such a beautiful girlfriend? What a waste of talent. Just when Yi Yang was about to pay, a weird voice came from behind. Yi Yang turned his head and saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses and dressed like a beast, holding a heavily made-up woman in his arms. He was standing behind him. He was very familiar with this man. Jin Bujing, the intern team leader of the software company where he joined, relied on his connections to get a small official position. He used chicken feathers as a token of authority every day and had been making trouble for him in a weird way before. He didn't expect to meet him here. You haven't received your internship salary this month, right? You don't have much money in your pocket, and you dare to learn to pick up girls from others? Jin Bujing tightened the waist and hips of the heavily made-up woman in his arms, causing the woman to be shy. His jealousy and embarrassment were not without reason. The intern girls he liked were all attracted to Yi Yang because of his handsomeness, and they didn't care about him at all. Some little brats who haven't been beaten by society yet, who just entered society and don't know the beauty of power and money, the handsome guy they admired. I just used some tricks this month to exclude him and made him look down on his face. Originally, he was full of a sense of accomplishment. Until now, he saw that Yi Yang actually hooked up with a super pure beauty who was 100 times more beautiful than those intern girls. This made him jealous, and he was ready to find fault immediately. What did he order just now? Childhood sweethearts, right? Okay, I will buy all this kind of milk tea in your store today. Milk tea is not cheap, especially in Shanghai. In one day, all kinds of milk tea were bought, at least 100 cups, thousands of yuan. Brother Jing is so handsome. His vision is not comparable to these stinky interns who just entered society, the seductive woman praised repeatedly. Too much. Lin Shuer said repeatedly. The live broadcast room was also completely blown up. Why is this guy so arrogant? Too much, showing off in front of a super rich man? Is this guy crazy? That's right. He spent a few $1,000s and he's so smug, isn't it too funny? Look forward to Yi Shenhao slapping him in the face. The three jokes of slapping a gold digger, supercars, and a super rich man eating cold noodles attracted hundreds of thousands of people to the live broadcast room. At this time, a beast in human clothing came out from nowhere and dared to show off with money to a super rich man. The crowd in the live broadcast room was indignant, and they kept giving rewards to Yi Shenhao to slap him in the face. Heh. Yi Yang himself is not a person without temper, but now that he has a system for getting rich quickly, his mentality is completely different from before. The way to slap someone in the face is naturally not a garbage verbal battle. If you spend more, the reward will be more generous. He raised a mocking smile and turned to the boss lady and said generously, I'll buy all the milk tea here. As expected of Yi Shenhao. It's really generous. It's so cool. What? Are you crazy? Can you afford this money? Jing Bujing was stunned. He knew Yi Yang too well. During this month's internship, the other party had no money at all and was waiting for next month's salary. It would cost tens of thousands to buy all the milk tea in the store. How dare he do that? After thinking about it, he was relieved and sneered, huh? Just for the sake of face, I see you are a poor loser who can't afford to pay after making big promises in front of the goddess. Brother Yi, why don't you forget it? Lin Shuer persuaded repeatedly. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, and handed the bank card directly to the boss lady. Swipe the card. Hey, this, young man, I can sell nearly 100,000 milk teas a day. Even if I give you a 20% discount, it will be 80,000 yuan. The boss lady advised. Again and again, forget it, it's not worth it for a moment of anger. She could also see that Yi Yang's clothes were worthless, and he was probably still an intern who had just entered the society. Don't give me a discount. Yi Yang was shocked when he heard that the boss lady wanted to give her a discount. Now, the more you spend, the better the reward. If you give him a discount, wouldn't he lose a lot of money? He didn't want to accept it. Ha ha ha, this is the super rich. I feel insulted when I buy things at a discount. It's so damn desirable. Yeah, when can I live such a great life? The water friends in the live broadcast room continued to make up their minds. They all thought that Yi Yang refused the discount because he felt that the discount was an insult. Oh my god, this guy actually swiped the card. Jing Bujing was stunned. How can a small intern get so much money? I must be dreaming. He shook his head, unable to believe it, and felt a burning pain on his face. This, okay. The lady boss smiled bitterly and swiped the card. All the raw materials in the store will be used today, and only for you. Yi Yang pointed at Jing Bujing casually, except for these two people, you can sell as you like. He spent 100,000 yuan to buy the operating rights of the milk tea shop for one day. The whole store is his. If he says he won't sell it to these two guys, then he will never sell it. Ding. It is detected that the host spent 100,000 yuan to purchase the operating rights of the milk tea shop for one day, and the entire Magic City Empire commercial building is rewarded with the property rights. Empire Commercial Building? Isn't this the commercial building where my company is located? Yi Yang's eyes suddenly filled with a playful look. Are you openly going against me? Jin Bujing was completely angry and felt his face burning with pain. Against it? Are you worthy? Yi Yang shook his head and smiled, having no intention of paying attention to Jin Bujing. Now, he is a super big shot with 1 billion in cash, a top-notch supercar, and a commercial building. He is just a wealthy man. To be honest, he is not even qualified to carry his shoes. I'm telling you, you're done. I'll ask my brother-in-law to shoot you when you go to work tomorrow. Although Jin Bujing had some savings, he couldn't afford to spend more than 100,000 yuan just to show off. Therefore, he lost the battle, but he couldn't lose his temperament, so he said harshly, "No, Brother Zheng, the milk tea at this restaurant is delicious, so I will drink from this restaurant. You can't even compare to a poor boy who just got an internship, right?" The woman said coquettishly with great disappointment. You. Jin Bujing was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. How could this stupid woman not see the situation? Do I have to force myself to spend hundreds of thousands? Why did you bring such an idiot out? This is your milk tea, please keep it. The proprietress was also very happy when she saw Jin Bujing's deflated look. Although spending hundreds of thousands in anger seemed unwise to her, she had to say that it was indeed very satisfying. You're still standing here stupidly? Maybe you can stand there until tomorrow? Yi Yang shrugged, took the milk tea and Lin Shuer and walked out of the milk tea shop, leaving behind Jin Bujing, who was livid and trembling with anger, and the coquettish and crying woman beside him. Yi Yang, I won't let my brother-in-law shoot you tomorrow. I will take your surname. I will be your son. He roared. Yi Yang, who walked to the door, paused. Forget it, I don't want an unfilial son like you. It's not worth it for a father to be angry to death. Buzz. The supercar started to move, and Lin Shuer laughed at the side. Brother Yi, you are really amazing. Look at that beast in clothes who was so angry that he almost dropped his phone. SOSO. Yi Yang smiled lightly. The real show starts tomorrow. By the way, Brother Yi, that guy seems to be quite powerful in your company. Will he cause trouble for you tomorrow? Lin Shuer was a little worried. Yi Yang patted the steering wheel of his supercar, his expression self-evident. That's right. Brother Yi is a great master now. He should be the unlucky one. Lin Shuer smiled sweetly. Okay, it's getting late, shall I take you home first? Yi Yang smiled and stepped on the accelerator, and the heart-stopping buzz of the supercar exploded again. Like a dark shadow in the dark night, it shuttles through the bustling streets of the Magic City. Fuhua community. Although Lin Shuer is only a small internet celebrity, she can receive a lot of gift sharing in a month because she has several big names on the list. At least the apartment he rented was much more upscale than Yi Yang's. Then I'll leave first. Brother Yi, if I have time, I'll treat you to a feast. Lin Shuer raised her phone and signaled to contact her via WeChat. Shen Hao personally sent Shuer home. Brother Hao will find out when he comes online soon. I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he develops high blood pressure. Ha ha ha, I'm confused. I've seen so many ups and downs with the great master today, it's really satisfying. The popularity of the live broadcast room has remained high since Jiangjing left. They all wanted to see the reaction of the so-called top brother in the evening, and whether Yi and Heo would suddenly appear in the live broadcast room. Driving the supercar, Yi Yang went directly back to the Xinhua community, where he rented a house. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Tenants in Xinhua community are generally poor, low-wage office workers. Most of them have never seen such a luxurious car in their lives. Lamborghini Poison just came in. It aroused countless exclamations and onlookers. When Yi Yang walked out of it, the surprise became even greater. How could such a super powerful young man suddenly come to Xinhua community? The plots that the residents passing by in their imaginations can add up to a dozen. Romantic dramas about a domineering president. Aunt Zhang, I will transfer this month's rent to you. After entering the house, Yi Yang transferred the rent that had been in arrears through WeChat, and his back straightened a bit. Huh? Where did you get rich? Aunt Zhang looked at the WeChat transfer with great surprise. Not only have I paid off the rent for the past few months, I even have a balance. Aunt Zhang, you have taken good care of me these past few months, as you should. Yi Yang didn't explain, just smiled. Ding. It was detected that the host spent 5,000 yuan to pay the rent, and was rewarded with a top-notch mountaintop villa worth 880 million yuan. In the Hentang Villa district of Magic City. The real estate certificate and other relevant documents have been added to the portable space. Yi Yang's heart moved. After being baptized by Lamborghini Poison, billions in cash, and even a commercial building, he already had some psychological defense against this kind of sudden wealth. Open the portable space that comes with the system. In addition to the real estate certificate, there are also many complete documents, including the property ownership certificate of the Empire commercial building that was not mentioned in the system before. It may be because there are too many relevant documents for the building, so it was omitted. Therefore, there was no loss of composure for a while. Haha. My daughter likes you so much, so she should take care of you. Why, listening to your tone, are you going to move? Aunt Zhang asked with some uncertainty in her heart. Yes, Aunt Zhang. Yi Yang smiled and said that with the get-rich-quick system, he originally planned to buy a new house. At least it is a top-notch mansion like Thompson Epine. Unexpectedly, after paying the rent just now, the system actually directly rewarded a large Hentang villa. Compared with super villas of this level, Thompson Epine is just a younger brother. After all, a luxury house is just a luxury house. Compared with the famous super villas in this magical city, they are not on the same level at all. This Aunt Zhang was a little anxious. Young man, isn't it nice to live here? If you move away, Qian is afraid that she will ask me to accuse you. Yi Yang scratched his head. Now that I have a super big villa, I can't live here. However, Aunt Zhang has indeed taken good care of him in the past few months, otherwise he would not transfer more rent to her. Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Yang. She was quite satisfied with this young man. As a renter, her family had 3 or 4 houses in the city. She thought she was not short of money, so she just wanted to find a son-in-law who was good to her daughter. Yi Yang is handsome, tall, gentle, and progressive. He joined a good software company after graduation and has a promising future. She was still very attracted to it. I know. You must have paid your salary, and then you wanted to change to a better apartment. In this way, my Family still has a good apartment building in Fuhua community. The tenants will move out tomorrow, so I can live in it for you. Just give me a 30% discount on your monthly rent of 3,000 yuan. Originally, her daughter wanted Yi Yang to live there. However, Yi Yang didn't want to owe any favors and insisted on living in Xinhua community. Now it happened that Yi Yang could live there. Aunt Jing's words moved Yi Yang very much. Fuhua community is considered a high-end apartment building, and the rent starts at 5,000 yuan at least. If I count 3,000 yuan, it is really a loss-making business. I'm sorry if I can't do it, Aunt Zhang. I just bought a suite in Shanghai. When I come back this time, I'm also coming back to pick up some important things. Yi Yang said calmly. Buy a house? Aunt Zhang was stunned. She knew Yi Yang's conditions well, otherwise she wouldn't be crowded in Xinhua community. She knew very well how high the housing prices in Shanghai were. A house cost at least several million. How could an intern get so much money to suddenly buy a house? The people who clean up the room will come later, and just ask them to take everything to Villa number 1 on the top of the villa in Yanding district. Yi Yang smiled. What's wrong, Aunt Zhang? Is there any problem? Seeing Aunt Zhang's suspicious eyes, Yi Yang felt guilty for a while. My child, was he attacked again at the internship company? Why did he start to have hallucinations? Aunt Zhang looked at her future son-in-law with some distress. After touching Yi Yang's forehead, she said doubtfully, there's no fever at all. It's over, this is really stupid. Yi Yang smiled bitterly. He understands too. The villas in Yanding district are famous throughout the entire Magic City. Looking at China, they are definitely the top super villas. Those who can live in them are all top dignitaries and super rich people. The 2 horses have their own properties there. This kind of super mansion is completely different from normal people and only exists in market legends. Yi Yang suddenly said that he owns one. It would be strange if he didn't think he was stupid. In desperation, he could only take out the exclusive ID card of the villa in Yanding district. This can't be fake, can it? The room cards of the villas in Yanding district are all supreme magnetic cards, inlaid with gold, jade and jade. The workmanship and raw materials alone are worth millions. There is no way to fake it. This. Even though Aunt Zhang is a rich person with 3 or 4 apartments in Shanghai, her hands were shaking when she took the room card. This is a villa in Yanding district. Compared with the top dignitaries living there, he is almost like a beggar. OMG. She was immediately speechless. If he suddenly bought a commercial house, it might be because Yi Yang had done something bad. But suddenly I bought a villa in Hentang district, worth at least several hundred million. It is impossible to do anything bad turn out to be. She looked at Yi Yang and thought of countless novel plots in her mind. Could it be that he is actually the second generation of super rich people who came out to practice? Now that the 3-year period has come, is he going back to inherit the family property? Or, he fell in love with Qianqian at first sight and deliberately hid his identity and lived here just to get close to Qianqian. When Aunt Zhang came back to her senses, she realized that Yi Yang had already slipped away. Alas, this child is so secretive. No, I have to contact Qianqian quickly. We can't let Qianqian miss such a super rich second generation. At this time, she was extremely glad that she had a good attitude towards Yi Yang before. Buzz. Lamborghini Venom and Mercedes-Benz. It aroused countless admiration and attention on the road. Finally, we stopped in front of the Jiangjing Villa area. What's happening here? Yang looked at the villa area and saw a lot of white thighs gathered in front of the villa area. Oh no, it was a group of beauties in black stockings from the villa area property. Is it Mr. Yang? The security guard on the side asked respectfully. It's me. Yang still doesn't understand the current situation. Congratulations on purchasing the king of villas in Hentang district, Hentang Villa No. 1. Our Hentang property company has specially organized a welcome ceremony to give you the experience of an emperor returning home. Next to the security guard, the polite and elegant leader of the Black Silk Beauty Group respectfully explained to Yang. Lamborghini Venom was driven into his garage by a professional driver. Yang was surrounded by beauties in black stockings and was familiar with the environment in the Jiangjing Villa area. This side is our Hentang Villa No. 1, the King's Villa. The leader of the beautiful group with black stockings has a superb temperament, big breasts, and beautiful appearance. And her big breasts are rubbing against Yang's arm intentionally or unintentionally while walking. It made Yang feel restless. As he grew up, although he had some girls chasing after him, this was the first time he experienced being embraced by so many beauties willingly, making him want to melt into his body. Is this a rich person? Yang felt extremely happy in his heart. Since the other party came to his door, he would naturally not refuse. He relaxed his mind and enjoyed the soft and exciting ride along the way. It has to be said that Yang could not imagine the level of luxury in this gathering place for the top rich. Wherever this is a villa area, it can be called a manor area. Our villa directly occupies a hilltop with a golf course, rooftop temperature-controlled swimming pool, and backyard horse farm, all available in this magical city where every inch of land is at a premium. Such a villa was sold for only 880 million yuan, which made Yang say he had made a profit. As for hygiene and villa care, there are professional, gold medal cleaning girls in the villa area. You can also recruit your own private housekeeper on the talent website. The voice of Yumomo, the leader of the Black Silk Group, was soft and alluring. New. Yang smiled and nodded. After Yumomo took him to visit every corner of the house, he stood at the door and looked at him with a blushing face. This is my WeChat account. I am the designated private community consultant who is responsible for your daily life. If you need anything, no matter how late it is, I will personally come to your door to serve you. Momo looked at Yang with watery eyes, and the words private and door-to-door service were spelled out very clearly. Those who can live here are all super rich. They are generally very old. Like Yang, who is handsome and has become a super rich man at a young age. How valuable it is to be the best in the world. She, who has been in the top circles all year round, knows very well. It can be said that in her eyes, Yang is the Prince Charming in her dream. New. Yang nodded knowingly and sent away the big-breasted and beautiful Yumomo. Call. He took a long breath, jumped back and lay comfortably on the Becker Supreme sofa in the lobby on the first floor. According to Yumomo's introduction, the price of this set of sofas is 8 figures. Becker Furniture is also the exclusive supplier of the White House and the Oscars. This is what life is called. Yang suddenly felt thirsty, so he went to the ice wine cellar nearby and drank a bottle of top-quality Romani Conti that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Savor the taste of money blooming. In your mouth. It seems that we will have to recruit some professional maids in the next few days, otherwise I will have to do all the drinking myself. If I had known better, I would not have let you Momo leave. Yi Yang was tasting red wine. However, all the financial giants in the Imperial Commercial Building in the Magic City stayed up all night and worked overtime to hold meetings. The Imperial Commercial Building in the Magic City has a total of 188 floors. It is one of the most splendid and famous commercial buildings in the capital. Many internationally renowned and Chinese large company headquarters are located here. The higher the floor, the stronger the company. At this time, the chairmen of these well-known companies in China were all gathered together. Have you heard? The owner of the building, Mr. Li, transferred the building to a mysterious Mr. Yi for a transaction price of 300 billion this afternoon. Now Mr. Yi has officially become the owner of the Empire Commercial Building. Yes, this Mr. Yi is extremely mysterious. The only relevant information that can be found now is that he bought the king of villas in Yanding Mountain. This was revealed by Yanding Mountain Villa King. Even after the competition between the two Ma CEOs, they refused to sell Super Villa King. The chairman of the board all took a breath. How terrifying is the energy behind Mr. Yi. All right. The top tenant, the chairman of Chonglai Financial Company, knocked on the table. He is also the representative of these chairmen, and is now the most powerful among the tenant companies of the Empire Commerce Building. We are holding this meeting today to elect a representative to contact Mr. Yi. If we contact him one by one, he might be bored and kick us out of the commercial building. Leasing a commercial building is completely different from renting a house for ordinary people. Just the bottom floor costs millions in rental fees a year. The minimum lease term for the entire Empire Commercial Building is 10 years, that is, one floor, and one lease costs tens or hundreds of millions. This can already affect the capital flow of a financial company. In other words, starting from today, every time the 10-year lease expires, Yi Yang can get more than 10 billion in rent. Once Yi Yang kicks them out of the building, he can easily cut off their capital chain. Next month is the next 10-year lease. We have to coax Mr. Yi well and negotiate the contract first. All the chairmen of the board are talking incessantly. Well, this is all the information we can find about Mr. Yi. We will sort out our demands tonight and formally contact Mr. Yi tomorrow. Chairman Chong Yu placed a piece of paper on the table. A very thin piece of paper caused countless exclamations and gasps. On the paper, there was Yi Yang's name, photo, gender, and a mountaintop villa in Hentane district. This is too young. In villa number 1 of Yanding Mountain, Yi Yang was lying comfortably on the Becker sofa, tasting the Supreme Romani Conti. Looking at the phone casually. WeChat suddenly rang. Seeing that the note was Lu Chantian, Yi Yang's expression became exciting. Lu Chantian was Aunt Jing's daughter. Ever since he moved in, she had been plotting evil against him. In short, she was greedy for her own body. Speaking of Lu Chantian, she is also a serious, by Fume. She is 1.72 meters tall and over 90, which is comparable to Lin Shuer's top-notch looks. She is studying for a master's degree at an Ivy League university in the United States and has 4 apartments in the Magic City at home. It's a pity that Yi Yang doesn't like the feeling of eating soft rice. I had been deliberately avoiding her at first. But now that he has confidence, he is naturally much calmer. Brother Yi Yang, why did you Move away. Didn't you just move into Fuhua community just because you didn't get used to it? You don't mean what you say. Woohoo! Lu Qianqian directly sent a small expression of grievance, which made Ji Yang couldn't help but scratch his head. I'm buying a house. I can't leave the new house empty. He had no choice but to tell the truth. As a standard straight man, he has always relied on his looks and advancement to attract girls since he was a child. The word lick has nothing to do with him. As for those licking dogs, they often end up disastrous. After all, goddesses often like straight men like him, who are sunny, handsome and confident. Buy a house? My mother said you bought the #1 villa in Yunding district? I thought she was joking, but is it true? Brother Yi Yang, are you such a super rich second generation? Is it possible, brother Yi Yang, that you have fallen in love with me a long time ago, and have you rented a house just to inspect me these past few months? Ah. I'm so touched. I'm going to ask for leave, go back to find you immediately, and push you down on the bed so that you can't get out of bed. Looking at the series of messages from the other party, Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. If a girl likes you, even if you call her a pig, she will automatically assume that you are calling her cute. Therefore, it is not appropriate to be a licker, but straight men are the last word. Then I'll wait for you, Yi Yang casually replied to the message and ignored it. Lu Qianqian just returned to the Ivy League University in the United States a few days ago to do a research report. How could she come back as soon as she said she wanted to? Just kidding, of course. Then it's settled. In the United States, Lu Qianqian's usually cool face was full of shyness. This is the first time Brother Yi Yang has expressed this to me so clearly. I'm so happy. She looked down at the pure white on her chest and was extremely confident in her appearance and figure. As long as Yi Yang gave her a chance, she would have the confidence to make Yi Yang linger and fall in love with her. Yeah. Send a message directly to the instructor to ask for leave, and the air tickets should be booked in advance. Lu Qianqian was thinking about various happy postures. Yi Yang also turned on Douyin and clicked on Lin Shuer's live broadcast room. Lin Shuer shoots street photos during the day and sings and dances live in the evening, but she is obviously very busy tonight. Because I walked with He Shenhao during the day, I witnessed with my own eyes the slap in the face of a gold digger, eating grilled cold noodles at a street stall, directly booking a milk tea shop, and other events that were more exciting than TV dramas. Lin Shuer immediately gained 200,000 to 300,000 followers. These new viewers were all asking Lin Shuer questions about Yi Yang. Shuer, what's the relationship between that Shenhao during the day and you? He actually drives a Lamborghini Venom. Yes, the video of the 70 million luxury car has gone viral now. Everyone is talking about the true identity of this people-friendly tycoon. Which rich second generation of a hidden boss is this? I want his contact information. I look very beautiful in women's clothing. Get out. Yi Shenhao is mine. Lin Shuer looked at the barrage, feeling a little happy and a little jealous. She would like to see Yi Yang be popular, but after all, she has always liked Yi Yang and will always be a little jealous, but she can understand. After all, how can such an outstanding man not be popular? But she was a little surprised when she saw the barrage. She could tell that Yi Yang's sports car was very expensive during the day, costing at least several million, but she really didn't expect it to be worth 70 million. 70 million. What a concept. People dream about winning the lottery. And they only dream about winning 5 million. Congratulations to Brother Hao for sending the helicopter *9. Damn it, Brother Hao is here. The show is about Toubjin. Ha ha ha. Brother Hao has always been the top brother on the list. He has coveted Shuer for a long time. Now everyone is looking at Yi Shenhao. I am afraid his blood pressure will soar with anger. Ha ha ha. Forehead. Lin Shuer was also slightly stunned. Why is this annoying ghost here again? She pretended to be young in her heart and had no feelings for Brother Hao, but the more she showed that she didn't like him, the harder he swiped the gifts, almost like a masochist, which she couldn't understand at all. In Kyoto, somewhere in a small villa, Hao brother Jinghao was sitting on a leather sofa. His eyes, with obvious kidney deficiency, were shining brightly at Lin Shuer. This fresh and refined, spotless, and pure beauty, even with his experience, this is the first time in my life. He showers her with gifts like crazy every day. And prepares to beat her down with money. But when I first entered the live broadcast room today, what everyone was talking about was not him, a rich man. Instead, what kind of bullshit is Yi Shenhao? Just when he was about to yell at Yi Shenhao for being such a bullshit, the entrance of a level 1 account named Yi Shenhao instantly made the entire live broadcast room go wild. Brother Yi. Seeing Yi Yang come in, Lin Shuer's eyes lit up and she said repeatedly. Zheng Tuheo sat on the sofa, his face turned red with anger. I gave you thousands of gifts, and you ignored me. Now this little first-level trumpet has come in and done nothing. You are just a brother here. Jealousy made Zheng Tuheo look beyond recognition, and he gritted his teeth. You bumpkin who came out of nowhere. Watch me destroy your momentum with gifts. Congratulations. Brother Hao has sent out Carnival *1, and the full live broadcast room announcement has been made just when everyone was asking if the first-class Yi Shenhao who came in was the true god of the day, Carnival. Special effects also filled the screen. I'll go. Brother Hao is so awesome. 666. The live broadcast room started. A wave of touting the number 1 on the list. Good evening Shuer level 1 trumpet, Yi Shenhao sent an inappropriate greeting among the 666 that filled the screen. Wow. Yi Shenhao talked to the anchor. This is the first time I've been in such close contact with Shenhao. I'm so happy that I'm going to faint. Yi Shenhao is in need of maids. My women's clothes are very nice. You disgusting guy again, get out of here. Don't steal my boyfriend. Yi Yang's words directly overshadowed the power of the carnival and began to reverse the rhythm of the live broadcast room again. What the hell? Zheng Tuheo was completely confused. What is going on? In one sentence, he is more awesome than my carnival. Where does this guy come from? He was not stupid either. At this time, he also realized that Yi Yang might really be a strong opponent and needed to be taken seriously. That one named Yi Yang, are you awesome? Do you dare to compete? He started the challenge by speaking directly. I'll go. Brother Hao is jealous. I have long said that if Brother Hao knew about Yi Shenhao's existence, his blood pressure would soar, haha. I don't know which one of these two is more arrogant. Is the Shenhao war about to begin? I caught up with the starting point. Move the small bench and watch from the front row. Come on, we're selling peanuts and melon seeds in the front row. The water friends are all watching the fun and don't take it too seriously, and they are teasing them in a weird way. Yi Yang took a sip of Romani Conti, and a sneer flashed across his lips. He was worried that there was no place for him to spend money, and this time he came to his door. What is a carnival? He took a random sip of Romani Conti, and it was countless carnivals. It just so happens that I can also earn some extra money for gifts for my old classmates to accompany you. Simply typing 2 words caused a climax in the live broadcast room. Yi Shenhao is truly worthy of being a top tycoon. He speaks coldly and concisely, like a domineering president. So happy. The war has begun. The war has begun. Haha, there is a good show too. Watch. Very good. Zheng Tuheo sat up from the sofa excitedly, with an eager expression on his face. You, Mr. Zheng, have never lost to me in the first place. He clicked his fingers crazily and typed out an arrogant declaration of war. Okay. We don't want to play tricks. We are simple and crude. We only swipe the most expensive carnival. Let's see who can swipe more. Don't lose in a while without even lifting your pants. Get up. Run away in disgrace. Hey. Brother How is so confident. It seems that he has charged a lot of money. Today. Yi Shenhao is in danger. I'm afraid the person upstairs is a fool. Yi Shenhao is a super rich second generation who drives a luxury car worth tens of millions. Are you cowarding this old man like Brother How? Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the live broadcast room, looking forward to the start of the Shenhao battle. Yi Yang smiled slightly and typed out casually, I'll give you my original words. What the hell? How dare you talk back? Zheng Tuheo was so angry that his face turned red. At this time, he completely lost his mind and directly increased the carnival quota to 10. Da. Click your finger 10 times in a row, and 100 carnivals will be swiped out. Damn it. 100 carnivals. Brother How is so grand. A carnival costs 2 to 3,000 yuan. If you swipe 100 of them together, that's 2 to 300,000. Burning half of most people's life savings in a few seconds, making all the fans in the live broadcast room jealous and envious. How is it? You can't keep up with me in the first wave. How dare a young man compare with me in terms of financial resources? How much pocket money can your father give you? Zheng Tuheo didn't think that Yi Yang had money at all, and it was his father who gave him money. On Becker's sofa, Yi Yang shook his head and raised the carnival quota to 100 with a slight smile. After clicking it, I swiped another one separately. 101 carnivals. Just beat Zheng Tuheo, ha ha ha, what Yi Shenhao did was so cool. 666. Just give him a wave. Lin Shuer looked at the carnival that couldn't stop on the screen and was terrified. In the blink of an eye, 4 to 5 million cash gifts floated away. She has no interest in Zheng Tuheo, but Yi Yang is her male god. How can you let the male god spend so much money? How about forget it, brother Yi? She said softly. I'll fuck you. Zheng Tuheo was furious. You dare to slap me in the face, right? I'll let you take a good look at your master Zheng's financial resources. After that, he recharged several million Douyin coins into his account again. The great battle between Shenhao. I came from next door just to watch the live battle. Anyone who knows the reason, please give me a kick? The battle between the two rich men instantly made the popularity of the live broadcast room soar to over 1 million. This topic also quickly climbed to the top of the TikTok hot search list. The decisive battle is about to start. I came in based on the hot search list. Where is the battle between Shenhao? Yi Shenhao? Is he the superhero who drives a Lamborghini Venom during the day and eats grilled cold noodles with his goddess at the street stall? That video is very popular on the internet. The popularity of the live broadcast room actually reached an astonishing more than 2 million people after being on the hot list. Countless people liked it like crazy, begging the local tycoons to have a more intense carnival battle. Want to show off to me? You are still very young. Xing Tuheo looked at his huge sound waves and said confidently, 100 more carnivals will crush you to death. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, and there was another 101 carnival. Just bet on him alone. Every time. Xing Tuheo's face turned red. Although he had recharged hundreds of thousands, he would bottom out after 2 or 3 waves. And Yi Yang looked like a bottomless pit. No matter how much he brushed, he could easily crush him. Gulu. He felt afraid. After a lifetime of fear, the brain, dominated by strong hormones, gradually cools down. Hiss, that's not right. Am I being tricked? Xing Tuheo hesitated, and after pacing in the hall for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, no matter what. I don't believe it anymore. I have lived for more than 30 years, and I am not even as good as a child. After that, he blasted out all the remaining sound waves at once. Congratulations. Brother Hao sent out Carnival *199. Wow. Brother Hao is going to show off his strength. Can Yi Shenhao keep up? 199 carnivals, nearly 500,000 Chinese coins, right? This is not a small amount. It's a shame to be so angry. It's so cool. If only I were so rich, I would be so damn good. This wave of carnival instantly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. And when everyone was excited, Yi Yang shook his head. If he had seen someone spending hundreds of thousands before, he might have been amazed and envious, but for him now, this is really not a big scene. Just click on a wave of 999 carnival. Yi Yang threw his cell phone aside, because he knew that Brother Hao opposite him had collapsed and it was impossible to follow him. The moment I saw 999 carnivals floating by, everyone was confused. The live broadcast room with 2 million people was instantly as quiet as a haunted house. Lin Shuer also covered her mouth and her eyes widened. 999 carnivals. 2 millions. This is simply. After a long time. Only someone in the live broadcast room reacted. And knocked down the barrage with trembling fingers. Is this Shenhao? I'm kneeling. The barrage was also followed by kneel down. That followed for a long time. Terrible. Just move your fingers and get 2 million out. This is simply inhumane. Xing Tuheo was also paralyzed on the sofa and gave up struggling completely. His previous guess was right, he had met a real super rich second generation. Although he is rich, he is just a small boss in the capital. His total assets are only a few hundred million. He just made millions at once. He was already blinded by anger and Lin Shuer's beauty, so he reluctantly did so. Oh. I hit the iron plate. He turned on vibrato silently, covered his face, and didn't dare to see anyone anymore. Just now he was taunting the other party not to run away in despair, but now, less than 10 minutes later, his words were slapped back to his face intact, with a crackling sound. Eh? Why did Brother Hao become silent? There was no movement for a long time. Haha, didn't you see that he is no longer in the watch list above? He ran away long ago. Ha ha ha. I thought he was going to blow up the carnival with a shocking 4-digit backhand. Rubbish. It's just that our Yi Shenhao was too generous and made him cry. Ha ha. This great battle. It finally ended with Yi Yang's 999 carnival. And tonight will also be Yi Yang's battle to become a god in the entire Douyin live streaming world. Yi Shenhao's name also successfully topped Douyin's hot search list. A superhero appears. 2 million per second. What a profound meaning is hidden behind the 999 carnivals. The battle between gods and heroes reveals the king of passers-by. 999 carnivals helped a beautiful anchor gain 3 million fans in one night. I don't know how many people came here because of his reputation and paid direct attention to Yi Yang. Overnight, Yi Yang's fans exceeded 5 million, directly surpassing Lin Shuer, who was originally the anchor, which made both of them dumbfounded. Is money more attractive than beauty? Yi Yang looked at the sudden increase of 5 million fans, shook his head and smiled. He may be the first super weird internet celebrity on Douyin with 5 million fans without even posting a single video. On the list, countless girls took the initiative to send cool photos of themselves, and then frantically sent private messages to Yang, intending to attract Yi Yang's attention. Yi Yang even suspected that if his address was exposed, these women would have to fill up their villa number 1. Terrible. Yi Yang couldn't bear to be disturbed, so he directly turned on the privacy settings and blocked these brainless girls who were blinded by the desire to worship money. Brother Yi is really in trouble today. After the broadcast, Lin Shuer repeatedly explained to Yi Yang on WeChat, "Why don't I just give you the money?" Yi Yang gave too much, she couldn't accept it without scruples, she didn't want brother Yi to think she was a gold digger. Haha, don't talk about this, didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Use the meal money to make up for it. After Yi Yang sent a message casually, he lazily returned to the master bedroom upstairs. After an exciting day, the wine of Romani Conti slowly took over, and he fell asleep beautifully, ending the first day of his sudden wealth. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Call. The next day, he woke up in Du Bode's handmade cherry wood bed worth tens of millions. The sunlight shone on Yi Yang's face through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, making him feel extremely comfortable and warm. Is this Shenhao's sense of security? In his previous life, Yi Yang was always worried about making money. It seems that starting from today, he will start to worry about how to spend money. Although it is also sorrow, it is still the sorrow of happiness. By the way, I gave so much money last night, so there should be some kind of reward, right? Last night, I was so drunk by Romani Conti, which cost tens of thousands of yuan a mouthful, that I even missed the system notification sound. This wine does have a lot of staying power. However, after waking up, I feel extremely comfortable instead of having a headache. Perhaps this is the real charm of Romani Conti, which is known as the supreme red wine. Wait, I remembered. Yi Yang suddenly slapped his head the moment before he fell asleep. After drinking red wine last night, the system's reward notification sounded. Ding. It has been detected that you spent 268W to reward, triggering a special reward, Mastery of Chinese Martial Arts. Is it possible that my headache is not because the wine is good, but because my physical fitness has become stronger? Yi Yang jumped up and found that he was as light as a swallow and almost hit the nearly 4-meter-high bedroom roof. I'll go, it's true. He didn't even need to test his skills. He could easily jump over 4 meters high, and the world record was only 3 meters high. This already falls into the category of beyond normal people. It feels good to be full of energy and not feel tired even after fighting for 7 days and 7 nights. Yi Yang clenched his fists and felt the extremely abundant energy in his body, bursting with confidence. I feel refreshed after a good sleep. Now that I have finally made a fortune, it's time to repay my parents. Yi Yang murmured. He originally planned to use half of his first month's internship salary to buy some gifts for his parents. But now there is no need to save. Mom has been eyeing the massage chair for several years but never talked about it. My dad has always wanted to own a top-notch professional fishing rod. My sister has always wanted to replace the old notebook. Let's buy them all. Yi Yang opened Taobao and placed an order. I believe my parents and sister will be very happy when they see these gifts. Although these things are not cheap for ordinary people, they only cost tens of thousands of yuan in total. Yi Yang was not satisfied, and the reward he gave to his parents was not much. This time the system only gave a deposit reward of 100 million. It seems that the reward given by the system is that the more you spend, the more you will be given. Within the amount that has been spent, rewards are randomly given. It seems that how to spend money is indeed a science. Yi Yang listened to the rewards in his ears and thought about the system's reward rules. Let's also remit 200,000 yuan to my parents via bank card. Yi Yang made up his mind to go to the Empire State Building today to see his newly acquired real estate, and also go to the bank to transfer money to his parents. The reason why he transferred 200,000 yuan was not because he was cheating. If he really transferred 1 million yuan, I am afraid that the old couple would worry that he had done bad things in the Magic City. A lesson in love would teach them to be good people. Dongfa Bank, Rainbow Road branch. Yi Yang parked the car and entered the window. Transfer? The window clerk Lin Mei glanced at Yi Yang's outfit and asked, casually, with obvious disinterest. The maximum transfer limit for your card in a day is 50,000, so you can't transfer more than that. When the clerk Lin Mei heard that Yi Yang wanted to transfer 200,000 yuan, she curled her lips and said indifferently, can the limit be raised? Yi Yang frowned. Why did Lin Mei's tone sound like he was not a customer, but someone who owed her money? Okay, how much? Is 100 million enough? Lin Mei rolled her eyes. Last night, she followed a superhero on Douyin who could earn 999 carnival points in one go. She even sent 2 photos to people and almost sent her to their bed. In the end, she just ignored her. This made her, who had low self-esteem, very angry today. When she saw this young man dressed as a poor loser, she couldn't help but feel sour. What do you mean? Yi Yang frowned and his tone became colder. You don't even look at how much money you have in your card? Are you going to imitate other big bosses and raise the upper limit? Haha. It's really funny. You're not from that circle, so don't keep licking your face and trying to squeeze in. Lin Mei openly scolded Yi Yang, but secretly she was scolding herself for not living up to expectations and not being able to match Shenhao. I really don't know how much money I have in my card. How about you help Me count it? Yi Yang sneered. Count? You are such a poor young man, you can't even see the end of your meager savings at a glance. Damn. Lung Mei glanced at the outrageous number in the balance column and immediately jumped up from her chair, covering her mouth, completely unable to believe her eyes. 1 0, 2 zeros, what? The hell, more than $1 billion. This is over $1 billion in cash. If you can store more than $1 billion in cash in one bank card, then your assets must exceed tens of billions, right? My unintentional mockery of inferiority actually mocked a superboss. Sir, I was wrong. At this moment, she fully understood that she had gotten into a big trouble. The sharp-eyed person on the side had already told the bank president about this. When he heard that he had offended a super-large customer with more than $1 billion in deposits, the president of Dongfa branch hurried down from his office upstairs. He looked very embarrassed, but a flattering smile had already been put on his face. This customer was really amazing. Mr. Yi, the little girl at the front desk of our bank is not sensible. I will fire her soon. Don't be offended. I will meet all your needs and upgrade your card to the Supreme Black Card. For free. The president kept saying nice things. Although there are many rich people in Shanghai, this is just a branch. If a giant client with more than $1 billion in deposits withdraws his capital, it will be enough for him to be dismissed from his position at the head office. Therefore, regardless of his image, he tried his best to lick Yi Yang. Yi Yang nodded slightly, barely satisfied with the branch president's attitude. Dongfa Bank's Supreme Black Card has a high gold content. As long as you take it out, you can basically prove your identity. The Supreme Black Card has no upper limit on daily transfers, and the annual deposit rate is also negotiated privately, and is generally several times higher than that of ordinary users. Only those with assets over 100 million renminbi are eligible for the application, and the application fee is approximately several $100,000. Putting money in it is guaranteed to generate tens of millions or more assets every year. This is why rich people are getting richer. You don't have to do anything, even if the money is in the bank, it will continue to appreciate and multiply. This Lung Mei was completely confused. One mistake she made caused her to lose her job. This scene that only appeared in TV dramas actually happened to her. The energy of this young man is too terrifying. She lowered her head, her heart went blank, and vowed never to judge a book by its appearance again. Holding the Supreme Black Card, Yi Yang transferred 200,000 to his parents' card, then went out and got into his Lamborghini Poison. La la la. As soon as I got in the car, I received a call from my parents. That's true. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head and answered the phone. Xiaoyang. What's wrong with you? Suddenly you have so much money. Your father and I counted it several times, it's 200,000. Mom's voice came from the mobile phone. I quit my job and started a business. I made some money, so feel free to spend it. It's all earned openly. Yi Yang chuckled inwardly, this was all earned with hard work, hard-earned money. The old couple's discussion came over there, and it took them a long time to figure out what Yi Yang was talking about. Open your own company. My son has become a big boss. He is promising. Follow me. Dad's heroic voice came from the side. Go to hell. My mother said with some worry, it's not safe to start a business. It's not as stable as your own job. Don't be too tired. I know it's not easy for you in Shanghai. Buying a house is too stressful. Otherwise, make some money. Just get the money back, it's so nice here in my hometown. Yi Yang smiled after listening to his mother's love education. If he had listened to this before, he would have been a little anxious. However, now that he has even lived in Villa number 1 in Hentang, his mentality is completely different. Naturally, you won't feel any discomfort from these. Our company is doing well. There will be several big projects in the next few days. Once I become your son, I will become the big boss. Don't worry. When I make more money, I will transfer more money to you and your wife. Yi Yang smiled. Don't, we don't need anything. Our salary is enough. If you have some money, don't make it randomly. Save it. We will buy a house, a car, and a wife in the future. Okay, you old woman is short-sighted, but our son is going to do big things. You are far-sighted. Didn't you marry me earlier? You only let your son make money without marrying a wife. Don't you want a fat grandson? The old couple bickered for a while. Yi Yang also smiled after listening. With his current mentality, listening to his parents nagging has turned into a kind of happiness. Okay, Mom, it's still too early for me to get married. I'll spend the money first and transfer it to you later. I'll hang up now. Yi Yang hung up the phone. His sister was still in high school and it was not appropriate to give her too much money. He transferred 5,000 yuan via WeChat, and she probably wouldn't be able to see it until after school. Okay, it's time to go check out my real estate. Yi Yang whistled while driving the Lamborghini Poison towards the Empire State Building. The Empire State Building is his biggest trump card. Now, he specifically checked yesterday and found that this building would cost at least several hundred billion. With this building, its assets would directly enter the forefront of the China Forbes list. The potential for development is endless. If you put it there and do nothing but rent it out, your rent will be tens of billions every 10 years. It is like a chicken laying golden eggs. It turns out that the difference between me and the top richest man in China was only a building. Yi Yang drove the car casually and arrived at the Empire State Building in a short time. It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. After driving the car to the underground parking lot of the building, he walked into the building as usual. It seems that there are still some things in the old company, so I'll resign. By the way, it can be said that Yi Yang has suffered a lot from this internship company this month. It is called training newcomers, but in reality it is squeezing the labor force of newcomers. Coupled with Jin Bujing, the team leader who has nothing to do but look for trouble. All the unfair treatment he received before would be paid back tenfold today. Ding. The elevator sounded, and Yi Yang lazily entered the internship area on the company floor. At this time, the people in the internship area were all trembling and whispering. I heard that team leader Jean was slapped in the face by Yi Yang in the milk tea shop yesterday, and he is waiting here to make trouble for him. Yi Yang hasn't come yet today, is he afraid? What are you talking about? Yi Yang is not afraid. The female intern on the side said dissatisfiedly. Then why do you say he hasn't come yet? Haha, coward. Several jealous male interns also spared no effort to attack you. This is a fact, and the female intern can't refute it. She can only mutter, maybe he just overslept. Haha, who cares what the reason is? Jiangjing stepped on the desk. With one foot, and the anger on his face made his facial features distorted. He has been in good conditions since he was a child, and his brother-in-law is a senior executive of the company. He has everything he wants. Along the way, who dares to pretend to be cool with him? Yesterday, not only did he ask Yi Yang, a freshly graduated brat, to act cool, he also pretended to be completely incorrigible. That night, the coquettish woman despised him for being spineless and dumped him directly. Not only did he fail to act cool, he also lost his mistress, which made him furious. You pissed me off, and you dared to be late today. Ha, he's dead. I tell you. Even the gods can't protect him, my master Jean said so. Oh? Really? Yi Yang's voice came lazily. Several female interns' eyes lit up and they looked at him, but then they began to worry about Yi Yang again. After all, no one dared to provoke Jiangjing in the company. This time, Jiangjing was obviously really furious, and Yi Yang was going to be unlucky. The jealous ones were gloating. Only Yi Yang's only true friend on the scene kept winking at him. Yi Yang looked at Jing Xian, who kept winking at him and told him to be careful of Jiangjing, and smiled indifferently. Jing Xian and he had known each other since junior high school. He had always been his little follower and called him Boss Yi. After graduation, they even found the same company and had always been close friends. Hey, you were late today, and you were so confident. You look so cool, huh? Seeing his prey coming, Jiangjing jumped off the table, straightened his gold-rimmed glasses, and approached him aggressively. The reason why Yi Yang chose to resign first, instead of revealing his identity and taking over the building. It was for this moment. He knew that with Jiangjing's character, he would definitely make trouble for him. Today, if his identity was exposed, with his little courage, he would be lucky not to kneel down and beg for mercy, and he would not be able to enjoy the pleasure of revenge with his own hands. With Yi Yang's current status, it would only take a word to get the other party and his brother-in-law out of the company. But such a punishment was obviously not enough to relieve his anger. Yi Yang was a person who would repay kindness with springs of water, and if there was hatred, he would repay it with fists. Don't indulge. What? You still want to fight? Yi Yang smiled faintly. What's wrong with beating you up? Today I'm not only going to beat you up, I'm also going to get you out of this company. Jiangjing shouted angrily. Brother Jean. Let's forget it. It's not a big deal, just apologize, and it's over. Jing Xian saw that the atmosphere was not right, and he stood up repeatedly to adjust the atmosphere. Get out of here, who do you think you are? How dare you plead in front of me? Jiangjing didn't even look at Jing Xian, and pushed him aside. You. Jing Xian was also angry, but after all, work was important, so he didn't dare to take action. First, beat him up, then get out of the company. This is a good idea, it suits you. Yi Yang grinned. Are you stupid? Jiangjing was frightened by Yi Yang's smile. Don't pretend here, I'm telling you, ha. Security. He was really not sure that he could beat the tall and strong Yi Yang. So he had colluded with the security guard long ago. I will humiliate you in public today. I'll step on your face. I wonder how you can survive in the circle in the future. Jiangjing waved his hand. The two security guards who had colluded with him had already surrounded him. Ah. Yi Yang sighed, and his body suddenly became violent. Turning around, he kicked a high whip kick from behind. The wind was whimpering, and this whip kick almost became an afterimage, and it was also extremely sharp. Bang bang. Before the colleagues could see clearly, the two security guards were swept away by a whip kick and kicked directly onto the glass door 2 meters away, smashing it. Both fell into the broken glass shards, covered in blood and screaming in pain. Fuck. Fuck, fuck. The interns present shouted fuck in unison, and were stunned. Even Jiangjing, who was about to help Yang block the security guards, was stunned. It took a long time for him to react. I say, Boss Yi, you are so talented. You can even do martial arts. The female interns who had been worried about Yang were also relieved. Fortunately, the male god was also good at fighting, otherwise it would be dangerous today. The sound of broken glass also attracted other colleagues to come and watch, and someone had already run to the leader's office to report. Fighting, fighting. Who is it? It turned out to be Jiangjing. That's fine. He always boasts about his brother-in-law. This time he met a tough guy. He deserves to be beaten to death. A irritable old man from northeast China waved his fist angrily. You, what are you going to do? Don't come over here. Jiangjing had already collapsed to the ground after being frightened by Yi Yang's kick, his butt rubbing against the floor as he retreated, his eyes filled with fear. I warn you, my brother-in-law is Manager Gao. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter report error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Same as what you just did. Yang stepped on Jiangjing's face directly. Aren't you very arrogant? Why can't you be tough? This, Boss Yi, this. Jiangjing was dumbfounded on the sidelines. Yang was too tough today. Although the interns and the employees on the side were extremely relieved, no matter how you put it, the other party was powerful and powerful behind the scenes, and I was so petty. If I treated the other party like this, I was afraid that I would be retaliated against. Yang, what are you doing? Let go of Jiangjing. When the leaders heard about the vicious fight, they rushed to stop it. So what if I don't let go? Yang tightened his strength. Now his strength was beyond the range of ordinary people. With a little more force, he could crush Jiangjing's head. Brother-in-law, save me. My sister is the only brother like me. She won't be able to spare you if something happens to me. Jiangjing wailed. Let him go. You are a little employee. Not only are you late, but you also fight viciously and disrespect your superiors. I will fire you today. Then I will send you to the Public Security Bureau and let you go to jail for several years. Let you. The future is ruined. Manager Gao said angrily. Oh? Yang sneered and slowly let go of his feet. Now that he had a high status, he would naturally not kill Jiangjing in public and lower his status. Jiangjing rolled and crawled behind the senior manager, with conspicuous blood-red shoe prints on his face, staring at Yang fiercely and fearfully. I'll tell you when you're done. Seeing that Jiangjing was fine, the senior manager regained his confidence in taking power and sneered, today I will show you what the rich man's methods are. Is it? Yang raised his eyebrows. Are you worthy of being called a rich man in front of me? You. Just when the senior manager was about to say harsh words again, Yang's cell phone rang. Hello? Yi Yang answered the phone. Hello, is this Yi Yang, Mr. Yi? I am the spokesperson for the Empire State Building Chairman's Joint Organization. I would like to talk to you about the future of the Empire State Building. The person on the phone was extremely polite. I'm Yi Yang. No need to tell me on the phone. I'm on the 10th floor of the building now. Let's have an interview. Yi Yang finished speaking casually and hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to reply. What are you doing? Shaking people? He's just a little kid who has just stepped into society and came to work in Shanghai. He has no connections, so he's just pretending. There were whispers all around. Oh? Manager Gao was also waiting with interest. He wanted to see how powerful the person this little kid was looking for could be. Don't you have to call me daddy when you see yourself? This completely destroyed Yi Yang's self-confidence and then sent him to prison, which was a great sense of accomplishment. The 100th floor is the office floor for directors. Mr. Yi said that he came directly to the building for an on-site inspection. Chairman Chongyu said uneasily after putting down the phone. Ah? Where is Mr. Yi now? Let's drive to pick him up ourselves. We must give him enough time. All the board directors kept talking. No need, he is on the 10th floor. Now. Let's go over for an interview. His tone is very bad. It seems that he may have encountered something unhappy. Chairman Chongya was worried. Many directors looked at Zhang Wanmin, who was originally inconspicuous in the crowd. I said, Lao Zhang, isn't the 10th floor your software company? Isn't it you who provoked Mr. Yi? Give me 800 courages and I wouldn't dare. I've never even met Mr. Yi. Zhang Wanmin turned pale with fright. If Yi Yang makes it difficult for the directors to unite because of him, he is afraid that he will suffer a serious crime. I hope it's not my men who are causing trouble. He prayed to God and Buddha in his heart. What are you waiting for? Why don't we go to the 10th floor to visit Mr. Yi? Are we waiting for Mr. Yi to come up to see us in person? Fang Xiao, chairman of Chongyu, urged. Yes, hurry. Up and go to the 10th floor. Ding. The elevator on the 10th floor opens. The senior executives surrounding Yi Yang also looked over subconsciously. Oh, you're here so soon? Are you moving fast enough to call me daddy in a hurry? The senior manager sneered. As soon as he turned around, his legs went weak and the smile on his face disappeared. Isn't this the chairman of Xianming Design Company? It's impossible. It's impossible for this kid to know this kind of business worth billions or tens of billions. Giant. Next, something even more surprising to the senior management occurred. After becoming the chairman of Sunming Design Company, chairman of the company on each floor filed in from the stairs. The directors, who were originally aloof and mysterious, were now pouring into the 10th floor like dumplings. Let me go. What big thing happened? Almost all the chairmen of the building are here, right? Everyone was confused. Dozens of super business tycoons with a net worth of at least several billions arrived together, and the momentum of walking together was really eye-catching. Open. The senior manager was just about to go up and ask Chairman Zhang Wanmin what happened and flatter him, but unexpectedly he was pushed away by Zhang Wanmin. Seeing that all the chairmen of the board were approaching respectfully, the person he had completely looked down on before and thought he would die today. Yi Yang. What's happening here? Not only Chief Manager Gao everyone felt that their brains were no longer functioning. Oh my God, they are actually the chairman of each floor. Why did they come to our company together, and they went straight to Yi Yang. Could it be that Yi Yang is actually a hidden super big shot? He joined this company just to get close to his ideal person? Oh, so shy. Some female interns have already started to imagine the scenes and plots in their minds. Only Jing Xian, who knows Yi Yang best, scratched his head, and he was increasingly confused about the current situation. Mr. Yi. I am the chairman of Chonglai Company and the organizer of the Empire State Building Chairman's Joint Organization. Fang Shou can get assets of tens of billions, so he is naturally a hero among men. Seeing the security guard groaning in the broken glass door and the expressions of the people around him, he can guess the matter almost. At this time, he became nervous and angrily scolded these damn little characters for daring to provoke the owner of the Empire State Building. None of the chairmen next to him were not heroes among men, and naturally saw that something they didn't want to see happened here, and they all smiled at Yi Yang again and again. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly. These chairmen will give me money for a long time in the future, so I still need to protect them. Mr. Yi, what happened here that makes you unhappy? Tell us, we will do our best to solve it for you. Zhang Wanmen also came up with a good look at this time, patting his chest and guaranteeing. At this moment, there is no need to guess anymore. These chairmen came to find Yi Yang, and their attitude was very humble, as if they had something to ask. Yi Yang. This made everyone present drop their eyes. An intern who punched in and out with me a few days ago was actually respectfully flattered by a group of billionaires. This is simply too challenging to my worldview. Ask him yourself. Yi Yang raised his chin and looked at Gao Zhongguan, who was trembling now and seemed to have lost his soul, with a cold look in his eyes. Huh. It's really this kid. Zhang Wanmin's heart trembled, thinking in his heart that it was not good. His face was full of anger. Gao Dan. Explain it to me. How did you offend Mr. Yi? What the hell is going on? General Manager Gao screamed in his heart, and at this moment he wanted to jump off the building. Just now, he said that the people Yi Yang was looking for had to call him daddy, but the reality was completely reversed. Yi Yang actually found a group of super bigwigs who he had to call grandpa to calm the situation together. Anyone here can arrange for him to be unable to take care of himself for the rest of his life with just a flick of his finger. He was scared. Really scared. The murderous aura just now disappeared in an instant, and he was not confident enough to speak. Zhang. Chairman Zhang. What on earth is going on here? What else is going on? Zhang. Wanmin was so angry that his head was fuming. The Mr. Yi standing in front of you is the owner of the entire Empire State Building in Magic City. The assets are at least hundreds of billions. How many thousand bear hearts and leopard guts do you have? Dare to provoke Mr. Yi? What? The owner of the Empire State Building? The whole place exploded. Everyone burst into exclamations. What is this concept? This is no longer a second generation rich, this is a super rich first generation rich. One of the top existences in China. The most important thing is that such a terrifying big shot is actually an intern colleague who I have always thought I can bully at will. The female interns all covered their mouths and looked at Yi Yang with blurred eyes. I actually guessed it right by accident just now. So young and handsome, so rich, oh my God. It's perfect. Just when everyone upstairs was shocked and speechless, Gao Dan's brain exploded, and he stammered, "Chairman Zhang, are you kidding me? Ha ha ha. You must be kidding, this guy is just an intern who is going to be fired by us. How could he be the owner of the Empire Trade Building? Fire. Intern." This time it was the turn of the chairman to be confused. What is going on? I have been interning here for 2 months after graduation. I have learned a lot today. Yi Yang shrugged and said indifferently. Mr. Yi, you are joking, haha. How could the chairman believe that Yi Yang was really here as an intern? Such super rich people usually have strange tempers. Maybe he came here to conduct field investigations in secret. You have a brilliant vision and do things in an unconventional way. You are really a rare business tycoon in China. Yes, you condescended to come here for field investigations so long in advance. It's really hard for Mr. Yi. The chairman boasted repeatedly. Yi Yang was speechless. He was really here for an internship. Gao Dan. You bastard, tell me everything clearly, or we won't let you go. Zhang Wanmin roared, frightening Gao Dan to the point of his knees going weak. Finally, he couldn't stand the pressure from the chairman and told the whole story from beginning to end, without leaving out anything. As he told the story, the chairman on the side were terrified. Bullying Mr. Yi. Deducting Mr. Ye's internship salary. Even trying to find fault and fire Mr. Yi. Oh my god, the most outrageous thing is that this Jin Bujing is planning to humiliate and beat Mr. Yi before he leaves. Asshole. Zhang Wanmin felt like his lungs were about to explode. How could his subordinates have such a bold and stupid supervisor? At this moment, he wanted to kick Gao Dan and Jin Bujing out of the window of the building. However, as a hero among men, he suppressed his anger and turned around with a friendly face. Mr. Yi, Zhang is here to apologize to you first. You say no matter how to deal with it. It's all up to you. Zhang will never say no. Well, then just follow the way he wanted to cook me before. Yi Yang said casually. Good. Zhang Wanmin agreed. Directly. It was good to have a solution. If Yi Yang didn't give an explanation today, his company would be in danger. Thank you Mr. Yi for giving Zhang this opportunity to make a difference. Zhang Wanmin said with great gratitude. Zhang, Chairman Zhang, I am a veteran who has been with you for more than 10 years. There is hard work without credit, you can't do this. The high order completely collapsed. Haha, you have caused such a big mistake for me, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Zhang Wanmin shouted angrily, you and Jin Bujing will be removed from my company from this moment on. Security. Take these 2 guys, and the 2 lying on the ground and send them to the police. Say they deliberately caused trouble and almost injured Mr. Yi. After that, he turned around and smiled with Yi Yang. Mr. Yi, what do you think of this handling? I will personally supervise the rest of the matter. With his means and resources, he can naturally get a harsher sentence in this matter. At least the charge of conspiring to endanger the personal safety of important people cannot be evaded, and at least he will have to spend a few years in prison before he can be released. Yi Yang nodded slightly, indicating that he was quite satisfied. Jin Bujing, who was turned away by the security guards, wailed in despair, it was clearly me who was beaten. You want to confuse right and wrong. Puff. Seeing Jin Bujing's miserable and aggrieved Look, everyone around him couldn't help but burst into laughter. This bully who usually bullied the newcomers finally got what he deserved, and his evil deeds were repaid with evil. Today he really stole the chicken but lost the rice. Okay, let's all disperse. I don't have any work left to do. Zhang Wanmin looked at the employees around him and spoke to start to clear up the atmosphere. When the employees saw that the chairman had spoken, they did not dare to continue watching the excitement, so they had to disperse and go about their own business. Mr. Yi, please come with us. A bunch of employees have been dealt with. Yi Yang was also surrounded by the chairman of the board and went to the top floor. Wow. As soon as Yi Yang and the others got on the elevator, a heated discussion broke out on the 10th floor. After all, what happened today was too shocking, and the various reversals made people stunned for a moment. First, Jin Bujing arranged for someone to mess with Yi Yang, and everyone thought Yi Yang was going to be in trouble. As a result, he easily resolved the danger with his hidden skills and beat Jin Bujing violently with his backhand. Then the senior manager appeared, and everyone thought that Yi Yang was going to be expelled and sent away, and that his future would be ruined. The chairman of the board was like a magic weapon descending from the sky, and Yi Yang's identity suddenly changed from an ordinary intern to a super tycoon who controlled the entire Empire State Building's assets. It's so dreamy. I would never dream of such a scene. Ha ha ha. I have long said that Yi Yang is extraordinary. It's a pity that I didn't have the courage to hug his thigh. If I had known he had this status, I would have stood up to Jin Bujing when he was showing off and helped Yi Shenhao beat him up. Okay, you're just a hindsight. What happened today is destined to become a legend on the 10th floor, and will be passed down among new and old employees for a long time. The top floor of the Imperial Trade Building in the Magic City. Joint Office of the Chairman. Yi Yang sat in the main seat. Below are the directors of each floor. Look, we are going to renew our contract next month. We have roughly drawn up a proposed contract based on the previous boss's contract. Please take a look and see if you can adopt it. Fang Xiao, chairman of Chongyu, respectfully took out a contract and handed it to Yi Yang with both hands. Yi Yang took a quick glance and found a copy of the previous Empire trading contract in his personal space, although he didn't know how the system obtained it. But it's roughly the same as this one. Moreover, these companies also offered to pay 15% more rent. It's quite sincere. He pretended to read it and felt a little embarrassed in his heart. It seems that there is time to acquire a legal firm to help you manage contracts and assets. He didn't study finance, so he couldn't understand these contract clauses at all. However, after comparing it with the old portable space contract, he found that except for the rent increase, everything else was the same, so he dared to confirm that there was no problem with the contract. All the chairman of the board looked at Yi Yang with bated breath. The super young Shenhao, who bought the entire Empire Commerce Building at such a young age, must be young and promising, and it is impossible for him to not understand business and finance. How dare they fool you? After discussion, these chairmen of the board all confirmed that Yi Yang must be a super boss, so they did not dare to play any tricks in the contract, and even offered to increase the rent, fearing that Yi Yang would not agree. Not bad. Yi Yang closed the contract, his face as calm as ever. All the chairmen of the board breathed a sigh of relief. Since you are so sincere, then follow the contents of this contract. The rent for the next 10 years will be credited to my account within 3 days, totaling 18.9 billion. Okay, Mr. Yi, don't worry. We must do it as soon as possible. The chairman of the board was also very happy. They did not expect that. The new owner, Yi Yang, was very easy to talk to and did not deliberately make things difficult for them. Now that the contract has been signed, I won't stay any longer. Yi Yang stood up. Okay, let's send Mr. Yi off together. The directors were very attentive. They finally put their hearts at ease after they sent Yi Yang to the car and watched the Lamborghini Venom leave arrogantly. You are really promising at a young age. You can even get a Lamborghini Venom. For these bosses with a net worth of tens of billions or hundreds of billions. Such a top supercar that is like an emperor and worth nearly 100 million is also a super luxury. Those who can spend 100 million on luxury cars without any regrets must have assets of at least tens of billions. Or hundreds of billions. Yi Yang is in a good mood now. It is really nice to be flattered by these bigwigs with a net worth of tens of billions, who only exist on TV news. In addition, after dealing with Jean Boujing, who has been bullying him, he feels refreshed. It's time to change your clothes and equipment. Yi Yang looked at the clothes and shoes on his body, which cost less than 1,000 yuan in total, and shook his head and smiled. As a top rich man, wearing these clothes seems a bit out of place. Devil no. 6. Fashion Street is the largest concentration of luxury stores in Magic City. Let's go there for a look. Yi Yang made up his mind and stepped on the accelerator, and the powerful supercar engine of Lamborghini Venom suddenly roared. It was as if the unbridled and wild super beast had awakened. Boom! The car was speeding, and the passers-by, who were swept by the wind brought by the Lamborghini, had no unhappiness on their faces. The rest was only endless envy and longing. Number 6. Magic City Luxury Zone. Park the car in the exclusive parking lot in the luxury area. Yi Yang got out of the Lamborghini Venom and walked into a store, casually. Welcome, sir. The service in luxury stores is still very aristocratic. However, Yi Yang's clothes were too poor. These etiquette ladies only maintained the most basic etiquette and did not want to become Yi Yang's exclusive shopping guide. After all, everyone's time is valuable. At first glance, Yi Yang looked like a poor boy who came to a luxury store to broaden his horizons. He just didn't buy anything and wasted time on him without getting a penny of commission. No one wanted to waste their time on him. Only a newly hired college student, a cute shopping guide, saw Yi Yang, and her eyes lit up. She couldn't bear to see such a handsome and sunny brother being left out in the cold. What type of product does this little brother want to see? Yi Yang looked at her badge and knew that the cute girl's name was Gao Xiaoxin. He saw the looks of the shopping guides next to her, but he didn't care. After a while, there was a time when their intestines felt regretful. Wear a complete set, just take me to. Pick out the most expensive one. Yi Yang spread his hands and signaled that he wanted to change his whole body. Gao Xiaoxin nodded repeatedly, then come with me. Puff. The shopping guides next to me couldn't help laughing. Look. That poor boy really thinks of himself as a big customer who wants to buy clothes. It's a full show. Look at Xiaoxinla, I thought I had met some big client. Hey, you are young, if she had my 5 years of work experience, she would know that wasting time with this kind of poor guy who comes here just to open his eyes is simply a matter of money. Yeah, too young. Several experienced shopping guides who thought they would never make mistakes, curled their lips and joked that Gao Xiaoxin was too young. As for men's clothing, our store has the top 10 luxury brands in the world. The number 1 brand, Brioni, only accepts private customization. If you want to customize it, we can help you contact the designer there, but the clothes are available at will. Take at least a month. If you want to buy it today, both Armani and Versace have new styles that match your handsomeness. Gao Xiaoxin explained carefully. She could see that Yi Yang's dress was very poor, but she carefully protected Yi Yang's face and treated him patiently as a customer who really wanted to buy. Ah, that's it. Yi Yang scratched his head. Brenho, let's customize 10 sets first. They must be of the highest standard and unique. 2 sets each for spring, summer, autumn and winter, and by the way, give me 2 sets of interesting combinations. Within half a month, send it to me, the price doesn't matter. This. Gao Xiaoxin blinked. Brother, are you kidding me? Blenio's private customization, the highest level, costs 50,000 to 60,000 euros per set. 10 sets are 500,000 euros, and the price will be doubled if we rush to make it. Times, converted into Chinese currency, that's 10 million. 10 million? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Yes. Gao Xiaoxin nodded repeatedly and kindly reminded Yi Yang to change the brand if he felt the price was not suitable. 10 sets are only 10 million, which is too cheap. Yi Yang shook his head. With the system of getting rich, you can earn more by spending more. 10 million is really not much. Is Blenio the most expensive custom-made clothing in the world? No, Blenio is just the most expensive and highest-ranking company for large-scale private customization, as well as some world-famous super-luxury master studios. The most expensive diamond suit ever came from Stewart's hand of a master, unique in the world, priced at $1 million US. One suit sold for more than 7 million yuan. Yi Yang nodded. This is not bad. I can customize a few sets. If I have the chance. Gao Xiaoxin smiled bitterly, a little disappointed with Yi Yang. It would be great if such a handsome little brother could seek truth from facts and be more down to earth. Obviously, $7 million for a suit is not bad, it must be bragging. Except for the customized ones, buy 2 sets of all other brands of men's clothing in your store, including spring, summer, autumn and winter styles. Pack them up and deliver them to me at Villa number 1 on Yunding Mountain. Yi Yang thought of the amazingly large cloakroom in the Yundingshan Villa. Even if he bought so many clothes, he would only be able to fill a small space inside. This, little brother, you. Seeing that Yi Yang's expression didn't look like he was joking at all, Gao Xiaoxin was a little confused. Could it be that out of kindness, he really got lucky and met a superhero? What are you doing standing there in a daze? Just swipe your card. Yi Yang directly threw the supreme black card to Gao Xiaoxin. Gao Xiaoxin hurriedly took it.as and in turn in a luxury store. Of course she recognized the Dongfa Bank Supreme Black Card. This is only available to members of the club with assets over 100 million. Now, she completely understood. The handsome young man in front of me is a real hero. The experienced shopping guides who came in with new customers before, who had previously mocked Yi Yang and Gao Xiaoxin, were all dumbfounded at this time. Supreme Black Card. He turns out to be a really powerful person. I actually made a mistake. These shopping guides are all on the verge of tears. Yi Yang's method of buying clothes just like buying goods has been unheard of. and unseen by them after they have been working here for several years. How many commissions will Gao Xiaoxin get? This time, it's enough to cover all the commissions we've gotten in the past few years. The female shopping guides all regretted it, blaming themselves for being blind and not realizing that Yi Yang was a super rich man with a hidden identity. Luxury goods are not as expensive as I thought. Looking at the more than 8 million swiped from the card, Yi Yang muttered. He bought more than 100 sets of clothes and shoes, and the average set was only about 80,000 yuan. It's really not expensive. The managers of the luxury goods stores were all shocked and ran out one after another. The boss is a mature and graceful young woman in black silk stockings, with outstanding temperament. Although she is a little different from Yumomo in appearance, she has a unique charm. Mr. Yi, we will definitely help you contact the Blinio designer as quickly as possible. This is our store's black gold card. Please keep it. Contact Blinio designer, finalize the style, and then pay the deposit. I will visit you in person at Yandingshan Villa, and we will discuss it in detail then. Yi Yang nodded lightly. For him, it was just a mere expense of tens of millions. But for Cheng Wei, the owner of the luxury store, it was a big business that she dared not ignore at all. Ding. It was detected that you spent 800 W to buy clothes. And you will be rewarded with exclusive shares of Stewart's workshop. It sounds familiar. Yi Yang remembered that Stewart's was the super designer who made the most expensive suits in the world and was said to be very arrogant. It really makes your wish come true. Yi Yang's clothes were delivered to the villa by a special car. And he didn't plan to stay any longer. He turned around and went out, ready to buy a watch next door. Only the beautiful shopping guides were left, crying bitterly in their hearts with endless regret, staring at his back. For a long time. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. If you don't have a famous watch on your wrist, it's not a luxury. Since you have decided to change your entire outfit, it is natural that you cannot miss out on your watch. Vacheron Constantine. Yi Yang raised his head and glanced at the name of the store. Even though he was just a poor college student before, it did not prevent him from knowing the names of world-famous watches. Vacheron Constantine is the noble king in the watch. The world's top super watch. Gentleman. Wearing an Armani suit. Worth over 100,000 yuan, the eyes of the beautiful shopping guides were all bright. They all rushed forward, fearing that if it was too late, Yi Yang, a big customer, would be snatched away. This contrast is a bit obvious. Yi Yang smiled slightly in his heart, shook his head, and was about to say something. An unexpected voice sounded from behind. Yi Yang. Raising his eyebrows, Yi Yang turned around. It's actually you? The boy opposite is wearing a set of expensive summer top-notch men's clothing. The girl next to him is also fashionable and well-dressed. Although his appearance is not top-notch, he can still score a lot of points because of his temperament. Both of them are classmates at Yeyang University. The male is Su Pengfei and the female is Kai Mao Mao. Su Pengfei is the richest second generation super rich in the university class, while Kai Mao Mao is the class star of the class. It was said that Kai Mao Mao had a crush on her before, but she didn't expect that the two of them seemed to have become a couple. I really didn't expect to see you in a luxury store like this. Su Pengfei naturally knew that Kai Mao Mao liked Yi Yang at that time, and there was a hint of ridicule in his tone. After all, the goddess was still a rich second generation. I'm handsome and good at studies, but I have no money. What's the point? After the luxuriant clouds of college, in the society, you still have to look at family capital. Thinking of this, Su Pengfei felt confident. What? Is Vacheron Constantine owned by your family? If I had known, I really wouldn't have come. Yi Yang shrugged and replied indifferently. Su Pengfei was speechless. Although his family was quite wealthy, Vacheron Constantine was a world-famous super watch company. Their family is nothing compared to such super companies. Huh. I mean, I'm surprised that just a few months after you graduated, you can afford to wear Armani and dare to step into this store to check your watch. I'm afraid this money didn't come from a good source, right? When he was in school, Yi Yang was so bright, but now in society, he still dares to show off to himself, and he dares to disrespect himself. How could he bear it? Therefore, he also directly sneered. Okay. Pengfei, just say a few words. Kai Maomao on the side shook Su Pengfei's arm and looked at Yi Yang with a hint of worry and pity in his eyes. She used to like Yi Yang, but after entering society and seeing many realities, she could only compromise with the rich second generation. She knew the conditions of Yi Yang's family well. Even if he made a little fortune with his talent and could afford to wear Armani, it was still a few steps behind a family business like Su Pengfei's. Su Pengfei became even more jealous and sneered directly, what? Which watch do you like? I know the owner of this shop very well. Do you want me to buy a better one for you? Don't keep looking at those broken watches worth hundreds of thousands, otherwise you will just be a poor loser after all. He deliberately exposed the $1 million Patek Philippe on his wrist. Today, he also brought Kai Maomao to open his eyes. If the other party can take advantage of the situation and agree to go to his house to rest at night, complete the last step, and feel better, he will spend hundreds of thousands to buy a watch as a reward for Kai Maomao. The shopping guide on the side lit up when he saw the millionaire watch on Su Pengfei's wrist. This guest looks more luxurious than Yi Yang. Fortunately, I was a little late, haha. This is the big customer. A group of shopping guides immediately left Yi Yang's side and stuck to Su Pengfei's side. Ha ha ha. An irrepressible smile appeared on Su Pengfei's lips, as if to say, did you see, in the face of absolute strength, you are nothing more than insignificant dust. Yi Yang shrugged, but he no longer needed a shopping guide. The prices were here anyway, so he could just pack whatever he liked. Anyway, he came here not only to buy a watch, but also to make it easier for him to spend money. After all, he now has to spend money to make money. Seeing that Yi Yang ignored him at all, as if he was a little bug that didn't need to be ignored at all, Su Pengfei felt a burning sensation on his face. His show-off didn't cause any harm to the opponent at all. On the contrary, the other party has been ignoring it, making himself look like a fool. Okay, Pengfei, aren't you here to choose a watch for me this time? Don't be angry. Kai Maomao persuaded her again and again. Su Pengfei squeezed out a sound from his nose and followed Yi Yang into the inner hall. You brat, if you make a little windfall, just dare to walk into the inner hall. Don't be scared to death by the price. The outer halls of Vacheron Constantine are all under 1 million, and the series of watches over 1 million are all in the inner hall. After entering the inner hall, Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. The price is quite appropriate. The watches outside are too cheap, and they probably won't give any good rewards. This, and this. Yi Yang strolled around Casually, and when he saw something with a cool style or something that suited his aesthetics, he just clicked on it. Su Pengfei and a group of shopping guides came in later. As soon as they came in, they saw that 7 or 8 collection-level Supreme watches worth millions of yuan had been taken. Fuck. What is this kid doing? Su Pengfei was dumbfounded. Are you buying here? Do you think these watches are free? Just take them if you like them? He now strongly suspected that Yi Yang was nearsighted and saw the last 3 digits of the price tag. Otherwise, even his father would not dare to buy watches in this way. What are you taking here? Do you know that each of these watches is worth millions? You broke them. Can you afford to pay for it? Su Pengfei shouted angrily. Yi Yang's actions also alarmed the manager of the Vacheron Constantin branch. After all, except for the Emerald KV, almost all the other Supreme-level watches in the store were swept away by Yi Yang, and the total value was tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. That's all. The others are too ugly. Yi Yang waved his hand and said casually. Heh. Su Pengfei sneered, pretend. Keep pretending. I wonder how long you can pretend. You will be exposed when you pay later. Just when Su Pengfei was about to laugh at Yi Yang, the system prompt sounded again. It was detected that the host spent 75.98 W to buy an ordinary watch, and the reward was 45% of the global shares of Vacheron Constantin. Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It seems that his previous guess was correct. The system's reward depends largely on the type of his consumption. He looked at Su Pengfei with some sympathy. He mocked his time, and he had already earned a world-class company. Swipe your card. Yi Yang casually handed over the Supreme Black card. The moment he saw the Supreme Black card, Su Pengfei's heart trembled. The black card represents a personal asset of over 100 million. That's a real bank deposit of over 100 million. Although he is a very rich second generation, he has to take care of his family's needs when buying a car or a watch. His personal savings are only a few million. I still don't know how far away I am from the black card permission. How could he have a black card? Su Pengfei was confused. Ding. When the card was swiped, the Vacheron Constantin Information Network suddenly detected the encrypted information. The branch manager was shocked. It's very rare for this to happen. This means that the owner of the bank card is the super encrypted top executive of the entire Vacheron Constantin company. He looked at Yi Yang in surprise. Mr. Yi, please. Wait. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This change should be related to the fact that he had just obtained a controlling stake in Vacheron Constantin. In such a large company, even if you are the chairman, it would be great to have 20 to 30 shares. He suddenly grabbed 45% of the shares and became the actual controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantin. Ha 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 ha, the secret is finally exposed, right? Su Pengfei breathed a long sigh of relief. Just say this guy is showing off. Ha ha ha. Kai Mao Mao glanced at Su Pengfei with disgust, becoming more and more suspicious of her choice. This. The branch manager, Gong Shaoqing, entered the store manager password. After seeing the decrypted information, beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his palms. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat. He stood up and saluted Yi Yang respectfully. I'm sorry, Director Yi, I was blind and really didn't know you were here. He was terrified. Clearly frightened. The young man in front of me is actually the actual controlling shareholder of the entire Vacheron Constantin global company. Controls 45% of Vacheron Constantin's shares. And for such a super tycoon to come to his own store and only buy some broken watches worth millions, he is obviously beating himself up. It's because I'm ignorant. He regretted deeply. Director Yi, I shouldn't have let these low-grade goods stain your eyes. Please wait for me. After saying that, he turned around and entered the core inner room. What is going on? Shouldn't it be that he had no money in his card and was kicked out by the security guard? And what did he call him just now? Yi Dong? He's a poor loser, but he deserves to be called Dong. Su Pengfei was completely confused and could not understand the situation in front of him. The shopping guides on the side also blinked. If Su Pengfei was just confused, then they were frightened. Gong Xiaoqing is one of the 3 general managers of Vacheron Constantin in China. It can be said that he has a transcendent status and is worth a lot of money. Even a billionaire can't make her lower her eyebrows, because there's no need. Even if he met the richest man in China, he would be polite and respectful at best, but he couldn't be like he was just now, like. He was scared to the point of breaking into a cold sweat when he saw his father. What kind of identity does this young man have that can make a big shot like store manager Gong have such a huge reaction? They felt faintly uneasy that their choice just now was too hasty. A super big shot who can make manager Gong break out in cold sweats is so many levels higher than a rich second generation wearing a million-level watch. Dong Yi, Dong Yi. These shopping guides were all muttering, and the answers they were waiting to hear lingered in their minds. But I don't want to believe it at all. After all, it's incredible. In front of the safe in the inner room. Click, click, click. Gong Xiaoqing took it seriously and opened the safe with extreme caution. Carefully took out the purple wood gold and diamond watch box inside. This watch box alone is worth more than all the watches Yi Yang just bought put together. Huh. If this is the case, it must be worthy of Dong Ye's status. If you donate this thing, Dong Yi should be a little satisfied. Gong Xiaoqing is now one of the 3 general managers of Vacheron Constantin in China. Identity is transcendence. However, his status was all given by Vacheron Constantin. And Yi Yang is the owner of Vacheron Constantin. One word can deprive him of all glory and status. How dare he be disrespectful? Returning to the front desk, he also smiled and said, Dr. Yi, this is the only Vacheron Constantin Loft Craftsman Series 80253/000 R9593/ allocated to the Huaxia district. Since you need a watch, this one is barely worthy of you. Identity of. Oh? Yi Yang has heard of some luxury watch names before, and is not sure about the specific classification. Therefore, I have no idea what Gong Xiaoqing said. Vacheron Constantin Loft Craftsman Series 80253/000 R9593/. Su Pengfei exclaimed, Mr. Gong, what are you doing? Others don't know about Luoga 80253. How can he, a top rich second generation who plays with watches all year round, still not know? Vacheron Constantin Loft Craftsman Series 80253/000 R9593/, limited to only 6 pieces worldwide. Not 600. Not 60. Only 6. One of them is still worn on the hand of Tsarist Lisboa Emperor. The price cannot be used to describe this watch at all. Because this watch cannot be bought with money. To wear this watch, you need the supreme status and power. Yi Yang, a poor loser, is compared with the world's top bosses, like the Emperor of Russia and Lisboa. Go. Crazy. What are you doing? Dong Yi is the global controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantin. Only a dial-like. This is worthy of his status. There is no reason. Gong Xiaoqing scolded angrily. He had an impression of Su Pengfei. His father once had an acquaintance with him. It was well-intentioned to scold this boy now. Su Pengfei, a little rich second generation, was not even a bug in front of Yi Yang. If there is really going to be a feud, the whole family will have to get involved. Now he angrily scolded the other party and named Yi Yang's identity, by the way, just to make Su Pengfei clear his mind and not be confused. Mr. Gong. What did you say? Su Pengfei was completely confused, and his mind went blank. The global general shareholder of Vacheron Constantin. Even Kai Mao Mao on the side couldn't help covering her mouth, exclaimed, and looked at Yi Yang with infinite shock in her eyes. If I had known this, when I was in college, no matter what the price, I shouldn't have missed this, possibly the most perfect boyfriend in the world. What does Su Pengfei mean in front of Yi Yang's identity? I must be dreaming. Su Pengfei shook his head. Well, Gong Xiaoqing sighed in his heart. As long as this kid doesn't cause trouble for him and continues to provoke Mr. Yi, he can say anything. When he found out that such a young man in front of him was the general shareholder, he was really shocked. Well, this is good. She looks pretty. Yi Yang put on the Loft Craftsman 80253/000R and nodded to Gong Xiaoqing with satisfaction. You are very sensible, I will remember you. After walking out of the Vacheron Constantin store, he shopped around again and bought a new mobile phone and some gadgets that interested him, spending a total of several million. After visiting the entire Devil No. 6 luxury goods area, Yi Yang had completely changed into a brand new outfit. Armani suit, Vacheron Constantin Pavilion 000R, Lamborghini Venom. Finally, there are some things that rich people should look like. Yi Yang looked in the rearview mirror and was quite satisfied with his outfit. People rely on clothes. Now that he wears noble clothes and has the bonus of being proficient in Chinese martial arts, Yi Yang, who was originally handsome and sunny, has become extremely dazzling. Just standing on the street attracted the attention of countless beauties. Beauties who can come to the luxury area to shop are naturally very discerning. But even they can't help but blush and their hearts beat when they see the dazzling Yi Yang. But seeing Yi Yang's outfit, these beauties felt ashamed. How dare ordinary beauties get close to such a super powerful man? At least they are very confident in their appearance and conditions. Huh? Is there any new news? Yi Yang opened WeChat and looked at the new message Lin Shuer sent him. Where is brother Yi now? Are you free tonight? I agreed to treat you to dinner. Cute/naughty/ Yi Yang shook his head. Lin Shuer saw how much he rewarded last night and wanted to return the reward money to him. He half-jokingly said that she would treat him to dinner today and just use the meal money to pay back the money. I didn't expect this little girl to take it seriously. I'll pick you up, and you'll be responsible for choosing a place to eat. Yi Yang replied. Great. I'll wait for you downstairs at my house, hee/naughty. Putting away his mobile phone, Yi Yang opened the door and prepared to pick up Lin Shuer. Brother, you are so handsome. Can you add me on WeChat? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, turned his head, and his eyes lit up. There are many fashionable beauties in Devil Number 6. But a girl like this who wears stunning hanfu and has a delicate cobblestone face is still extremely eye-catching. But, is it okay? The girl was about 19 years old, and her cute big eyes were shining with expectation. For such an innocent girl taking the initiative to add WeChat, Yi Yang would not miss it. After adding each other on WeChat with a faint smile, he drove away in a Lamborghini Venom. So handsome. Long after Yi Yang left, the nymphomaniac smile on Ling Shishi's face did not disappear. Now, among those little sisters in the industry, who dares to ridicule me for not being able to find a CP at the comic exhibition? If I can hook up with my little brother, I will definitely make the whole audience a hit. Hiya hiya hiya. In front of Fuhua community. Lin Shuer also dressed up carefully before going out. Her cherry red lip makeup was not ostentatious, but made her delicate face look extremely alluring. The milky white, knee-length gauze skirt swayed with the midsummer evening breeze. The back view alone is so beautiful that it can't be seen in this world. Pedestrians' eyes widened to see Lin Shuer, and some even crashed their electric cars into telephone poles. So beautiful. I feel like even the stars on TV can't keep up with her. Sigh. Apparently she has an owner and is waiting for someone. I don't know what kind of cow dung took over such a beautiful flower. Anyway, it's not you. Haha. Roll. Pedestrians were all talking about it. Lin Shuer is accustomed to these comments. She usually dresses up carefully and must be the focus of everyone's attention. However, at this time, she had no intention of paying attention to the discussions around her. Instead, she looked nervously at the toes of her brown leather high-heeled sandals, and looked around from time to time, until a black shadow came into her eyes. The tension and anxiety slowly dissipated from her body. Click, the door opens automatically. Awaited. In the car, Yi Yang smiled and waved, "Come up." Lin Shuer nodded repeatedly and got into the Lamborghini Venom. Have you thought about where to eat? Yi Yang asked. I checked for a long time last night and found that the most expensive 3-star Michelin restaurant in Shanghai is Ziguang Pavilion. A meal costs tens of thousands, but it's still not worth your efforts. Last night, Lin Shuer stuck out her tongue and smiled sheepishly. She simply couldn't find a more expensive restaurant. Purple Light Pavilion? Yi Yang nodded slightly. In a high-end restaurant like this, you have to order a meal in advance. Call the official website. Hello sir, this is the Ziguang Pavilion consultation office in the Magic City. A sweet female voice sounded over there. Hello, I would like to dine at Ziguang Pavilion tonight. Please call and reserve the dishes in advance. Lin Shuer said. I'm sorry, Ziguang Pavilion only receives 10 guests a day. The number of guests received today is already full. Now all the people who made reservations have been queued for 10 days. No matter who you are, you have to wait 10 days before you can order food. Yi Yang frowned. With his current hearing, he could naturally hear everything clearly. Although the waiter seemed polite, there was also a sense of pride in his tone that made him uncomfortable. A small restaurant also deserves to be decorated? He looked at Lin Shuer, who was a little embarrassed, and handed over the phone. Tell your boss to answer the phone, otherwise he will miss the opportunity to make $1 million feast. Yi Yang frowned and said directly. Hundreds, millions? The waiter stuttered a little and was obviously very frightened. The so-called rules of Ziguang Pavilion are nothing but hunger marketing. A meal costs tens of thousands. Even if there is no limit of 10 people a day, there will not be too many people coming to eat, and the net profit per month is only a few million. Moreover, from the tone of this man, spending $1 million on a luxurious meal is as casual as breathing air. She knew that this was a real big shot, and she did not dare to delay, and directly answered the phone to Paul Perot, who was cooking in the kitchen. Paul is a French citizen and is the world's top super 7-star chef. He came to the Magic City to establish Ziguang Pavilion for his ideas and ideals. Only 10 people are entertained a day, and every dish for each person is made by him personally. Didn't I say that unless it is necessary? You are not allowed to disturb me in the sacred moment of my cooking. Paul frowned, very dissatisfied with being disturbed. Although he was unhappy, he still answered the phone after listening to the female operator's statement. Sir, if you want to use money to humiliate my dream, then you found the wrong person. Paul said righteously, even if I'm closed today, I will never break the rules of the store. I have professional ethics and bottom line. Rules are rules. Oh? Really? Yi Yang raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then, from now on, I am the boss of Ziguang Pavilion, and the rules of the store will be changed to 12 people a day. What crazy are you talking about? Is it great to be rich? Paul frowned and wanted to continue to state his ideals, but Yi Yang's next sentence instantly shut him up. 300 million. Sir, what did you say? Paul was confused. 300 million to buy your Ziguang Pavilion, if not enough, then 1 billion. Yi Yang smiled lightly. The more money he spends, the better the reward. He wants to see whether Paul's pride is stronger or 1 billion is stronger. This, sir, are you kidding? Paul touched his Mediterranean bald head and was completely confused. His Ziguang Pavilion property was bought for 100 million, but now its decoration and external value are estimated to be only 150 million. 300 million as soon as you ask? Buy Ziguang Pavilion at double the premium. Even before he even counteroffered, the other party directly increased it to 1 billion. This? He scratched his head, completely hesitant. Yi Yang was not in a hurry to say anything, just waiting quietly for the other party's response. Gulu. As time went by, 1 billion struck Paul's heart like a giant hammer. Forget it, I won't force you if you don't want to sell it. Yi Yang said indifferently. No, I was just shocked. Of course I sell it. Paul's spirit was shaken, and he kept saying that the immortal spirit just now was thrown to someone who knows where. Originally I refused, but he gave me too much. Boss. Yi Yang nodded slightly. It seems that all creatures in the world cannot escape the ultimate true fragrance law. After a conversation, Paul's proud tone had long since disappeared, and he was talking like a boss, and he was so happy. Boss Yi, please order. You can eat in your own restaurant, and I will do my best to prepare the best for you. Boss, do you think the foie gras you need is flown from France or sealed in champagne? Boss. Okay, you decide what to eat. I'll be done with it when I serve it. Yi Yang waved his hand impatiently, annoyed by Paul's enthusiasm. Just 1 billion. Turned the proud chef into a licking dog. The charm of money is really magical. Lin Shuer on the side. Couldn't laugh or cry. I promised that I would invite Brother Yi, but I didn't expect that Brother Yi would spend money again. Haha, it doesn't matter. I just bought this restaurant because of its investment potential. Yi Yang, casually, said, haha. As long as Ziguang invests some money to improve its reputation and marketing, and then opens up the restrictions of hunger marketing, it will be easy to double its valuation within a year. Paul didn't believe in the consumption power of Shanghai at all, so he failed like this. Ding. It is detected that you spent 1 billion to purchase the Ziguang Pavilion restaurant, and you will be rewarded with the ultimate human level, musical instrument proficiency. Oh? Yi Yang was a little surprised. He thought he would be given some company shares, but it turned out to be a talent. However, now he has the Empire State Building and Vacheron Constantin Corporation under his name. With assets of hundreds of billions, there is no shortage of money. Ability like being proficient in Chinese martial arts and top-notch musical instruments is what makes him excited. No amount of money can buy these ultimate skills. Okay, let's go, you. Still have to pay for the meal. Yi Yang smiled in order to let Lin Shuer realize her wish to treat him to dinner. Lin Shuer stuck out her tongue and was made to laugh by the serious Yi Yang. The moment of amorous feelings also made Yi Yang feel a little moved. By the way, why didn't you start the live broadcast today? Yi Yang asked with some confusion. Eating with Brother Yi is a time that belongs to the two of us alone. Shuer doesn't want anything else to disturb us. Silly girl. Yi Yang smiled and rubbed Lin Shuer's smooth forehead. You are stupid. Lin Shuer did not dodge such an intimate gesture, but instead took the initiative to lean into Yi Yang's hand, with a happy smile on her face. The Lamborghini stepped on the accelerator and turned into a black shadow and shot out. Only the passers-by who were nostalgic for Lin Shuer's back were left, shaking their heads and sighing. As expected, the top beauties are all guests of Shinhao. Lamborghini Venom. The supercar. Emperor, worth 70 to 80 million yuan. Hey, of course flowers are put in crystal vases. Could they be placed on cow dung like you? That's not what you just said. Magic City, Binhai Road. After parking the Lamborghini in the exclusive parking lot of Ziguang Restaurant, Yi Yang also led Lin Shuer towards the door of Ziguang Pavilion. Hey. You're late. At the door, a fat man in a suit with gold teeth and an alluring beauty in black stockings on his arm said in a sinister tone. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The fat man in a suit with gold teeth looked straight at Lin Shuer, and said with a smile, Ziguang Pavilion only receives 10 waves of guests a day, and we are the 10th wave. You can't get in, but if this little beauty wants to go in and see something, I can take you in to see it. As for this gentleman, let's go back to where he came from as soon as possible. The golden-toothed fat man obviously fell in love with Lin Shuer and wanted to invite her to have dinner with her, while also kicking Yi Yang out. This kind of blatant poaching. This is the first time Yi Yang has seen him. No need. Lin Shuer obviously didn't like the fat man with golden teeth. She frowned and her voice was very cold. Humph, I don't know how to appreciate it. The fat man with golden teeth snorted coldly, and then saw the classical door of Ziguang Pavilion slowly opening. Dozens of waiters lined up respectfully and walked out of it. Wow, it's a feast worth tens of thousands of dollars. The lavishness is huge. Ha ha ha. I said you don't have to welcome me in such a crowded way. Hey. Hey, what are you doing? The fat man with gold teeth originally thought that such a big scene was prepared for him. Unexpectedly, when he was about to accept the dozens of people's support, he was directly pushed aside by these people. Became an outsider. Husband, what's going on? Didn't we agree to come here to enjoy the treatment of nobles? The charming woman next to him was instantly dissatisfied and shook the fat man with gold teeth coquettishly. The fat man with gold teeth, Chu Shaokuan, was also about to vent his dissatisfaction. But among the dozens of waiters lined up, Paul came out with his assistant Lilith. Hiss. It's the chef. Chu Shaokuan certainly knew Paul. In order to bring his girlfriend to pretend to be cool, he secretly learned a lot about Ziguang Pavilion. This French chef is very arrogant. He can come out to greet him personally. It must be a big shot. The fat man's desire to scold him was restrained. He looked well dressed, but he didn't have much money. His girlfriend had been asking him to come to Ziguang Pavilion for dinner for half a month, so he made up his mind to spend 20,000 yuan to pretend to be a high-class person. After dinner, he would take down this slutty bitch. Just when he was guessing who the big shot was, but he saw the young man who wanted to be kicked out by him just now walked up with his favorite goddess. Fuck. Who does he think he is? I'm dying of laughter. He's just pretending to be cool to save face. It will be bad if he is thrown out later. He sneered coldly. But he hadn't finished speaking. Paul and Lilith stood respectfully in front of Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. The next moment, dozens of servants, Paul and Lilith, bowed together. They shouted in unison, "Welcome Boss Yi." At this moment, the fat man with gold teeth was in a mess. Boss. The fat man with gold teeth was completely confused. A high-cost place like Ziguang Pavilion is simply out of reach for someone like him who just wants to show off. Even the owner of Ziguang Pavilion calls him boss. Yi. Then how high Yi Yang's status must be. He actually wanted to break the foundation of such an existence before. I must be crazy. He was so uneasy that if it weren't for the coquettish goddess, who had been following him for several months, before reluctantly agreeing to go out for dinner with him, he would have wanted to kneel down and apologize to Yi Yang. After all, in the Magic City, if you offend a big boss, your future can be ruined with just one word. Yi Yang nodded slightly. What status he has now. If such a small person can make himself angry, then it is an act of bargaining. Call. Seeing that Yi Yang didn't pay any attention to him, Chu Shaokuan, the fat man with golden teeth, breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave with the goddess. You dare to go in to eat after offending the boss? If you are unhappy, you may not be able to get out. What are you going to do? The charming woman was already jealous, but now she saw that Chu Shaokuan was so stubborn just now, and now he was a coward, and she was even more angry with smoke coming from her nostrils. You're still not a man. Whether you enter or not, I have entered concentration today anyway. The woman rolled her eyes. Boss of Ziguang Pavilion. Big shot. And he's so sunny and handsome, no matter what, he has to find a way to get close to him. As for the one next to me, he's just a licking dog. In the past 2 months, I felt comfortable licking myself, so I just wanted to have a meal with him. That's okay. Chu Shaokuan gave a wry smile and followed the woman carefully behind Yi Yang into the Ziguang Pavilion. The decoration in the Ziguang Pavilion hall is extremely luxurious. The whole thing is designed by French classical aristocrats. The most eye-catching thing is the ancient but elegant piano. The sunbeams shine on it, like the focus of the whole place. Behind the piano is a sunken ship salvaged from the Renaissance, which is worth a lot of money. The surrounding walls are all made of photon screens. The environment imitates nature, with colorful lights, making people feel comfortable and enjoy themselves. This environment is really luxurious. Although Lin Shuer has seen some luxury hotels and restaurants, compared with the Ziguang Pavilion in front of her, they pale into insignificance. Please take a seat. Paul and Lilith enthusiastically invited Yi Yang to become the chief. Sit down. Yi Yang and Lin Shuer also sat on their seats. When dining at Ziguang Pavilion, each table has its own dedicated waiter. As for Yi Yang's team, Lilith, the former deputy store manager, serves as his exclusive assistant. Lilith is a typical French beauty, with a tall and proud figure, sparkling blue eyes, and golden curly hair sliding down like a waterfall, making people unable to take their eyes away when they see her. Hiss. Lilith's deputy store manager actually serves him personally. Who is this young man? Gulu. Deputy store manager, Lilith is so beautiful, I can only dream of having her wait for a meal. I'm so envious of me. The guests at the tables next to him were filled with envy as they looked at Lilith, who was busy around Yi Yang and flirting with her from time to time with her proud figure. Lin Shuer looked at the attentive Lilith with a trace of jealousy in her eyes, but now on such a high-end occasion, she was embarrassed to point it out. Comfortable. Yi Yang didn't order. His meals are all carefully prepared by Paul himself, and every item is Paul's specialty. This is an apéritif. It's the finest Italian Cyner that Paul has collected for more than 10 years. Even I can't bear to drink it. Lilith personally poured the Cinalbet wine for Yi Yang and Lin Shuer, and added blue ice cubes. Yi Yang nodded slightly. As a high-end apéritif, Zynar's top quality is expensive, and it is Paul's collection. The value of this small cup should be no less than 100,000 Chinese coins. Not bad, but the taste is still less delicate and aftertaste than Romane Conti. Yi Yang said casually. Lilith smiled bitterly. Romane Conti was the emperor of red wine. If all wines were compared with it, they would all go bankrupt. The main purpose of an apéritif is to develop your taste buds, allowing you to better experience the delicate taste of the dishes for a while. While talking, the dishes were brought out one after another. Let's have an appetizer first. Lilith introduced, this is a golden phoenix cupcake, decorated entirely with gold foil and gold powder, and made of the world's highest grade chocolate. Oh my God, even the golden phoenix came out. This guy is really rich. Such a small piece, if eaten in 2 bites, is sold for hundreds of thousands of Chinese coins. Today I met the Real God of God. The per capita consumption of Ziguang Pavilion is more than 10,000. But with more than 10,000 yuan, I can only order some of the most ordinary food in the store. The golden phoenix cake, the best in the world, is naturally not one of them. Yeah, it tastes good. Yi Yang's eyes lit up and his appetite increased. The taste of this cake was truly a rare delicacy in the world. Later, fresh French foie gras, white truffle bread, sturgeon and lobster omelette, golden caviar, Kobe beef with truffle sauce, crystal king crab. There are more than a dozen top-notch dishes. The price of each dish is tens of thousands of Chinese coins. The customers on the side were dumbfounded. I thought That having a meal at Ziguang Pavilion was high-end enough. But looking at the other party's super-rich dinner, and then looking at the dishes on their own table, they could only curse in their hearts, what a garbage. This meal, including the bottles of red wine, must be close to 1 million, right? Damn, 1 million for a meal. Today is an experience. Alas. I thought that coming here to eat, I have entered the upper class, hee. I think it's better for me to reincarnate again. The guests at the tables on the side were all amazed. Most of them came here to show off with their girlfriends, but tonight, against the backdrop of Yi Yang's $1 million feast, their calculations were obviously completely smashed. Their girlfriends all looked at the handsome Yi Yang beside the candlelight with endless envy and admiration. In their minds, they have made love with this handsome rich man countless times, and even outlined the specific plots and details. These men looked at their girlfriends and suddenly felt green on their heads. Ahem. They were restless and were ready to take their girlfriends away first. Leaving now would only cost them tens of thousands of yuan in food money. But if they were a little later, they might even lose their girlfriends. Well, although there were more than a dozen dishes, the French dishes were very small in portion. Yi Yang felt full only after he ate them all. It would be a bit boring if we just ate. After eating and drinking, Yi Yang stood up and looked at the classical piano beside him. It would be a pity if we didn't play some music at such a leisurely and elegant moment. Brother Yi can also play the piano. Lin Shuer's eyes lit up, a little surprised. I understand. Yi Yang waved his hand and sat in front of the piano. This classical piano is said to be an old possession of a nobleman 100 years ago. It is well preserved and has high historical value. It cost at least several million to buy this piano. Yi Yang was rewarded with musical instrument proficiency, and it was at the ultimate human level. What is the concept of human limits? His current musical instrument playing skills have surpassed all masters and masters at home and abroad, both ancient and modern, and even the celebrities in history who founded sects. My hand has just been placed on the piano. Countless knowledge and wonderful feelings flashed through his heart. Could it be that this handsome guy can also play the piano? No way. That would be too perfect. Haha, a rich man just plays for fun. Do you really think he can play well? I am a professional music theory teacher, and I am ready to see him make a fool of himself. A music theory teacher present could not stand the way his girlfriend admired Yi Yang for a long time, so he mocked her directly. Yeah, that's right. The customers on the side were all supportive and looked at the music theory teacher as if he were a savior. Yi Yang was really too dazzling tonight. If his image is not damaged, none of the girlfriends here will be able to escape. And they will have to be kicked when they get back. After all, some women never see their own value. As long as they have contact with better men, they feel that their partners are not worthy of them at all. Yi Yang moved according to his heart, and his fingers were like nimble birds, playing the classical piano gently. This is impossible. The music theory teacher just listened for more than 10 seconds and was so frightened that he stood up from his chair. What's wrong? It sounds pretty good. The girlfriend on the side asked in confusion. It's more than just nice to hear. The music theory teacher closed his eyes and felt carefully, the extremely accurate scales, the extremely subtle control of emotions, the skill of turning hands and fingers. He is simply a master, no. A super master of music theory at the grandmaster level. He couldn't describe his shock in words. This is my Prince Charming. My ideal one. There were already girls present who were obsessed and intoxicated. Looking at Yi Yang's eyes, they didn't even hide their inner thoughts at all. Compared with this young man, his boyfriend is a scumbag. This is so handsome. The halo fell, and Yi Yang sat in the sunshine, moving his fingers together to play. A perfect melody. Those beautiful melodies seem to have a special magic power. The listener can instantly be immersed in the emotional mood of this piece of music. Even as Yi Yang plays, you can feel the imagery expressed in this piece of music immersively. Tenderness is like the breeze blowing on your face. The place where the explosion occurred was like a violent storm. Everyone, including the jealous male diners, were unconsciously intoxicated by the sound of the piano. This is Yi Yang's favorite piano piece. Maxim's famous work, Croatian Rhapsody, is known as the 10th most difficult piano piece in the world. He had also hoped that one day he would be able to play this piece of music. Unexpectedly, it came true today. Such hand speed. Such precise control. To call him a master seems too frivolous. This is a master of the times. The music theory teacher who just wanted to find fault with Yi Yang and make him unable to get off the stage slumped in his chair helplessly. He has no right to find fault. In front of Yi Yang, his piano-playing level is far from enough to be a disciple of someone else's disciple. Sounds amazing. The beauties present were completely enamored. He's handsome, rich, and plays the piano so well. How could there be such a perfect person in the world? Look at this guy next to you. It took him a long time to ask him to take me to a meal worth 18,000 yuan. It's so rubbish. The more Sun Xiaoting thought about it, the angrier she became. She stepped on Chu Xiaokuan's feet with a high-heeled shoe directly under the table. Chu Xiaokuan grinned in pain and gasped. What's wrong? Shouting. Chu Xiaokuan asked inexplicably, covering his feet. He was frightened when he came in and looked at Yi Yang, but the goddess kept looking at him and even made him mute and eat coptis, making him unable to express his pain. Look at me. Look at you. Don't ask me to go out for dinner in the future. I want to find a boyfriend like the god. Yi Yang. You, a piece of trash, are not worthy of going out to eat with me at all. After saying that, she continued to look at Yi Yang like an idiot. You. Chu Xiaokuan was so angry that he hated Yi Yang in his heart. How could the goddess be wrong? The fault is obviously Yi Yang. If it hadn't been for the appearance of such a perfect man, how could his goddess have fallen in love with someone else? After all, dog licking is a dog, and the thinking is not from a human perspective. Dang. With the last heavy coda, the hearty performance came to an abrupt end, and the echoes lingered, making people endlessly memorable and unfinished. Papa, Papa. The music theory teacher who was mocking Yi Yang just now has become a fanatical fan of Yi Yang, even more so than those gold diggers, applauding the loudest and most actively. Yi Yang also stood up with a faint smile and walked back to his seat. Wow. Brother Yi, you don't know a thing at all. I know this piece of music. To be able to play it like this, you must be a master at least. Lin Shuer looked at Yi Yang, her eyes full of admiration. Haha, it's just okay, I practiced it occasionally. Yi Yang explained casually. Lilith on the side didn't know what to say at all. As a French girl, she loves romance the most. Yi Yang's superb piano skills just now have completely conquered her from the heart. It's almost time. Let's stop here tonight. Yi Yang smiled and gave Lilith on the side a look. Lilith immediately understood, Ms. Lin. The total consumption this time is 108,888 Chinese yuan, card or cash? 100,000? Okay. At this time, the red wine has been strong, and Lin Shuer's face has been slightly red, looking like a ripe peach, very tempting. After swiping the card, Lilith watched Yi Yang supporting Lin Shuer as they walked towards the Lamborghini, and she was envious. This meal was supposed to cost millions, but under Yi Yang's instruction, it was impossible for Lin Shuer to really spend so much. Anyway, he is the boss of Ziguang Pavilion, and he will always come in the future. And I will always have a chance. Lilith bit her lip and made up her mind secretly. Finally left. The male customers present all breathed a sigh of relief. If Yi Yang stayed a little longer, they were really afraid that their girlfriends would really run away with someone on the spot. I'll take you back to Fuhua community. Yi Yang smiled. No. I'm alone at home, it's dark and cold. At this time, the alcohol had already taken effect, and Lin Shuer's red and tender face rubbed against Yi Yang's chest. Tonight, I just want to be with Brother Yi. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Yandingshan Villa No. 1. Yi Yang helped the dizzy Lin Shuer into the hall. Am I very heavy? Lin Shuer put her arms around Yi Yang's neck, fell on the sofa, and asked, with a red face. I don't feel it at all. Yi Yang is now proficient in Chinese martial arts, and he can do it with a little effort. Lin Shuer is only about 100 pounds, how can she feel heavy? You are drunk, I will take you upstairs to find a bedroom to sleep. Villa No. 1 is too big, with 6 or 7 bedrooms of different sizes. There are also housekeepers and nannies downstairs. There are 9 bedrooms in total. But he didn't have time to find a housekeeper and a nanny for the time being. Shuer is not drunk. Lin Shuer pouted and said unsatisfiedly. I can still drink. Don't talk nonsense, your little face is so red. Yi Yang's face was pressed in front of her by Lin Shuer's arms. There was only a 3-centimeter distance between their eyes, and he could feel the fragrance of Lin Shuer's orchid scent with the aroma of wine. If you do this again, I won't guarantee your safety. Yi Yang looked at the beautiful and intoxicated face in front of him. Such a beautiful woman, such a close contact, he could even feel the other's body temperature and softness. As a normal person, he naturally had all the reactions he should have. Even after his physical fitness improved, his reaction would only be stronger. I'm not drunk. I also know that the meal just now was because Brother Yi didn't want me to spend more money. Shuer has liked Brother Yi for a long time. Now I finally meet you again. This time I don't want to miss it again. She stared at Yi Yang and said gently, Brother Yi. Come on. Okay. Yi Yang also relaxed his body and mind, and fulfilled each other. After a long time, Lin Shuer fell into a deep sleep. Yi Yang scratched his head. Although he knew that he would be ridiculously strong after upgrading his physique, he didn't expect it to be so strong. Even if he was busy until the middle of the night, he didn't feel weak at all. Pinching Lin Shuer's smooth face in her sleep, he also fell asleep with satisfaction. The next day, Yi Yang woke up and turned on his phone. But he found a lot of messages. He subconsciously clicked on The message from his sister Yi Xiaozi first. The other party has received your red envelope. Damn. Brother. You are rich. The sun is rising from the west, and it's 5,000 yuan in a flash. Did you win the lottery? Doubt. Yi Yang curled his lips, smiled and typed back, "Ah, I won the lottery. Is your brother awesome?" If it's not enough, ask for more. Before the words were sent out, another message came from the other side. Wow. Brother, you bought me a new notebook. Surprise, I checked online. This notebook costs more than 50,000 yuan. Oh my god. Happiness comes too suddenly. Yi Yang smiled. His sister has been using that old notebook for 5 or 6 years and has not changed it. She has been talking to him about changing the notebook. It seems that Jingxi Express is really fast in delivery. It was delivered in 1 day. Yi Yang replied. Sister's Day is in 2 days. Brother, don't forget to pick me up from school and go out for a day. Smirk cunning. What the hell is Sister's Day? You don't even know Sister's Day. Are you out? This is what I set myself. Hee. Actually, I just miss you, brother. That's it. See you in 2 days. Yi Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. This girl has been quirky since she was a child. Yi Xiaozi is a good student, so her family spent a lot of money to send her to a good high school in Shanghai. Although her parents are ordinary people, they still attach great importance to learning. Because she is studying in a very good high school, those who go there to study are either from very powerful families or are very good at studying. Yi Xiaozi rarely has the opportunity to go out of school. It has been a long time since I last saw her. It would be good to pick her up to play on the weekend. Yi Yang has made up his mind. Turning his head to look at Lin Shuer, who was still sleeping. He fought until the second half of the night last night. He was fine, but Lin Shuer would be hard to get up before noon. Even if she wakes up, she will probably be too weak to get out of bed. It seems that I have to buy some good things to nourish her. It just so happens that we had Western food last night, so let's order Chinese food for lunch. Chinese cuisine is extensive and profound. A dish of boiled Chinese cabbage at a state banquet is not comparable to the price of any dish last night. No matter how expensive Western food is, it has a price, but Chinese food is expensive, but it is priceless. Although it is rarely selected by Michelin because of the catering system, Chinese food is the real uncrowned king of the catering industry. The best Chinese restaurant in Shanghai should be Hanggu. If it must be rated, Hanggu, which specializes in the highest-end Chinese food, is not too much to be rated with Michelin 5 stars. Hello? Hanggu? I'm ordering a lunch takeaway. Yi Yang said casually. Sorry sir, we are a high-end restaurant and do not accept takeaways. When the beautiful operator of Hanggu heard Yi Yang's opening remarks, her mouth twitched awkwardly. What is Hanggu? One dish costs thousands or even tens of thousands. Takeaway. He doesn't match the word Hanggu at all. Oh? Are you sure? Yi Yang sneered. I plan to order at least 1,000,000 yuan worth of food for this meal. If you don't allow takeout, then I have to change to another restaurant? Wait. What did you say? The beauty was completely stunned. A meal worth millions. Hang is very high-end, but that is Hane's high-end, not her, small operator's high-end. If she messes up a big deal worth 1 million, she will be fired soon. So, she also repeatedly called the general manager of Hane. Hello? Hello, Mr. Yi, hello, if you have any requests, please tell me. The one just now is a temporary worker, ignorant, haha. Well, I want one of your top dishes in Hain, which will be made for about 1 million. Send it to me before noon. Yi Yang said, casually. Okay. Mr. Yi, leave your address. The general manager tried without showing any emotion. Hentang number 1 villa, no need to say more, right? Yi Yang hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The other end. The general manager put down the phone in shock, his hands were shaking. Hentang number 1 villa. The price is more than 1 billion. Buying that villa is not just about money, the energy and power behind it are top-notch. Thinking of this, he dared not delay any longer and directly notified the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Just after putting down the phone, the doorbell of the villa rang. Yi Yang glanced at the electronic screen casually, and it turned out to be Yumomo and some suited staff. He raised his eyebrows and opened the intelligent voice-controlled villa door. Boss Yi, the clothes you ordered and the items you bought have arrived. Yumomo was still dressed in a hot professional suit. Like the most caring housekeeper. Yumomo looked at Yi Yang with a fiery gaze. She had long expected that Yi Yang was of high status, but she didn't expect that he had bought so many luxury goods and clothes just one day after coming in. This total must be at least hundreds of millions, right? Such a handsome and perfect young rich man is more than just a prince charming. He is simply a god. Ah, put these in my cloakroom. Yi Yang said casually. Okay, I'll arrange it. Yumomo led the suit staff to the cloakroom. The so-called cloakroom in Yi Yang's mouth. Villa number 1 has 3. One is the private cloakroom in the bedroom, the other is the family cloakroom next to the master bathroom, and a collection cloakroom in the basement. The smallest private cloakroom in the master bedroom is more than 100 square meters. If you don't know, you might think you have entered a luxury store. Yumomo led the staff into the family cloakroom next to the bathroom, a large space of 300 square meters. After bathing, wandering around and freely matching and combining, at least for a girl like Yumomo, the feeling must be very refreshing. Looking at the super-large cloakroom that is several times larger than her own home, the determination in Yumomo's eyes became stronger. After working for a long time, Yi Yang went on a shopping spree, spending more than 100 million on various clothes and luxury goods, and even the middle-class family's cloakroom was not full. Okay, you can go out. Yumomo also smiled. Okay. These staff members were also opened their eyes, and they did not clear the shock in their minds before leaving. Such a large cloakroom is the first time they have seen it in so many years of working. I can't let you work in vain. I just ordered a takeaway. I guess 2 people can't finish it. How about staying for a meal? Yi Yang smiled. 2 people can't finish it. Yumomo's heart trembled, but finally there was a chance to get closer to Yi Shenhao. How could she bear to miss it? He nodded repeatedly, okay. Yi Yang was stunned. He was just being polite. You really stayed. But he really didn't care. It just so happened that the takeaway that cost more than 1 million yuan. He and Lin Shuer probably couldn't finish it. Yumomo was not in a hurry to ask who the other one of the 2 was. First, she didn't have the status to ask now. Second, that person would always come out when it was time. By the way, I'm planning to add a few maids and housekeepers to the villa. These days, You happen to be doing this, so you probably have a lot of experience. Do you have any good candidates to recommend to me? Yi Yang asked with a faint smile. Maid and housekeeper? Yu Momo's face flushed. Are all rich people so good at playing? Yi Yang rolled his eyes. He clearly said maid and housekeeper. Just now. Boss Yi. Do you think I can do it? Jokes aside, Yu Momo looked at Yi Yang a little nervously at this time. You? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Yeah, Momo is a 7-star gold medal housekeeper on the housekeeper website, with an international qualification certificate, very reliable. I will definitely not let the boss know. Master, you are disappointed, Yu Momo said repeatedly. Yi Yang's mouth curled up, he quite liked the title of master. This woman is smart and sensible, so you might consider letting her be the housekeeper. Master, look, this is the common housekeeping recruitment circle in the upper class. Yi Yang took Yu Momo's phone. Housekeeping Talent Network? It's really a simple name. Yi Yang looked at the job application information above. Each one is a top beauty, and the talent network requires that a barefaced photo must be provided. Even if it is a barefaced photo, it is still stunningly beautiful. The lowest is 3 stars, and the highest is 7 stars. Each star also has a gold, silver, and bronze badge to represent the performance of the job. Yi Yang smiled. It seems that you are indeed a top talent in it. Yu Momo was praised by the male god. Even though she was usually very rational, she couldn't help but curl her tail and raised her chin proudly. Well, not bad. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Yu Momo was the first beauty to welcome him into the Henteing villa. She was also the first beauty he met after he started his new life as a super rich man. For Yu Momo, he felt a little different from others. As a 7-star gold medal housekeeping talent, Yi Yang naturally preferred Yu Momo to be the maid housekeeper. Thank you, Master Yu. Momo said obediently. Let the royal sister bow her head and call the master. Yi Yang also felt a sense of accomplishment. Since you are a maid housekeeper, then I have to put together a professional housekeeping maid team. Yi Yang rubbed his chin. This. After dinner, call these people to come for an interview. You can help. Contact them. The starting salary is 500,000, 15 salaries a year, and they can come if they are willing. How much? Seeing that Yi Yang ordered all the 7-star gold medals, Yu Momo was about to remind Yi Yang that the hiring fee was not low. Unexpectedly, Yi Yang gave her a blow. Tell her what a real super rich person is. Normally, the annual salary of a gold medal 7-star domestic worker is only 500,000 to 1 million. But Yi Yang directly pays 500,000 a month. And 15 salaries a year. This is simply too scary. That's it. As for your salary, well, I'll give you 1 million a month first. If you do well, I'll give you a salary increase next year. Yi Yang smiled. Even Yu Momo, who had seen many big scenes, was confused. 1 million a month, $15 a year is 15 million. She used to work as a service manager in the Jiangjing Villa district, and her annual salary was only 800,000 yuan. Is it too little? Yi Yang frowned and asked doubtfully. Logically speaking, the price he gave should not be low. No. Yu Momo stood up repeatedly. Master, you are so kind to Momo. Momo will definitely do his best to take care of your villa. That's good. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Yumomo was so happy that she didn't expect that the kind-hearted person who came to help Yi Yang install the cabinets actually allowed her to get close to the male god. And even become the male god's personal maid. The most important thing is, the annual salary is tens of millions. Goddess? No, the master is so handsome. Didi. Outside the villa, a classic palace car was parked outside. The palace carriage is also engraved with the antique word Han Pavilion. Oh? It came pretty quickly. Didn't you say? We won't deliver takeaways? This is much more professional than professional takeaways, isn't it? Yi Yang said with a smile. This is, takeaway. Yumomo felt that his worldview was challenged again. When did ultra-high-end restaurants like Hang start delivering food? Moreover, this battle might have brought the entire restaurant here. Looking at the huge 7 or 8-meter dining car, Yumomo was in a mess. Mr. Yi, because the amount of your order this time is huge, our Hang attaches great importance to it, so we specially sent us to make it on site. This is our menu. You can order whatever you want. We are all Hang's top state banquet chefs and will personally create a gourmet feast for you on the spot. Several state banquet chefs all claimed to have seen the world, but they were still surprised after entering Yi Yang's Jiangjing Villa. This hall is so luxurious. It is simply the ultramodern residence of a dream. Oh? Yi Yang glanced at it and picked out the expensive and pleasing ones. Dragon liver and phoenix eyes, boiled cabbage, golden dragon wrapped around beads, undersea Buddha jumping over the wall, squirrel mandarin fish, Chanlian dongpa meat, golden rice, 300-year-old wild ginseng soup, diamond fruit cutting plate. Several top chefs were writing down the names of the dishes and preparing the ingredients in a hurry. On the other hand, he was secretly frightened. These are all the finale dishes, or even the main dishes. The most expensive items at the state banquet. Each one costs tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Don't even blink, just click on it. Anything to drink? Yi Yang flipped through the menu with some dissatisfaction. Aren't there any more eye-catching wines? This. Several state banquet chefs looked at each other hesitantly. Basically, all the high-priced wines in Hang are listed above. There is only one because it is too expensive. As a treasure of the restaurant, it is not written on the menu at all, because no one can afford to drink it. Mr. Yi, there is indeed a wine, but it is not listed on it. But the price? Several people asked, hesitantly. Oh? Tell me. Yi Yang was also interested. What kind of wine did these state banquet chefs dare not put on the menu? Because of the price? Guozhong Finjiu. Back then, only 20 bottles of the national collection came out of the cellar, and all the nobles in the world were vying for them. One bottle was bought by Hanggu at a sky-high price of 2.98 million, and became a treasure of the store. As they talked, several chefs became silent. After all, although Boss Yi spends a lot of money, that kind of national wine worth millions is almost equivalent to a collection. How could someone really treat it as table wine and just buy it and drink it? Ah, let's take that one. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. This kind of wine quite agrees with him. At least, the price is much higher than Romani Conti. Several state banquet chefs were shocked. Mr. Yi, are you serious? As a treasure of the store, its price will be 300. Yi Yang frowned and waved. Are you asking me for money? Only then did several state banquet chefs come to their senses. Yes, the houses that people live in. Cost more than 1 billion, so why not take a few million just to try something new? Is this how rich people think? A bottle of wine can be bought with several million. My house is less than 3 million. Several. Chef smiled bitterly, but still contacted Hang to quickly deliver Guozhong Fengjiu. Because it's liquor. One bottle is naturally enough. Several state banquet chefs sighed while preparing the state banquet in full swing in the large kitchen of Yi Yang's ultra-luxury villa. Their eyes were shining and they were enjoying themselves immensely. The kitchen supplies in Jiangjing Villa are all the top and most luxurious in the world. A set of kitchenware may be worth millions or tens of millions. As a chef, what I dream of all my life is to be able to cook a meal in this super luxurious kitchen that is a dream. The chefs were in full swing, while Yi Yang casually turned on the TV in the living room, and Yumomo began to contact these 7-star gold medal housekeeping beauties on the talent network. Guanruoyu? Yi Yang smiled and said, the name is pleasing to the eye. If you want it, give her a call. Yumomo was unambiguous. He knew that this was also a test given to her by Yi Yang. As a general housekeeper, of course you must be sensible and skillful, and you must not be jealous of others. Hello? The phone was connected, and a polite voice with a hint of dignity came from over there. Guan Ruoyu holds a master's degree from Wharton Business School, one of the top universities in the world. She is 1.72 meters tall and has first-class appearance. On weekdays, she is naturally the goddess in the eyes of countless licking dogs. There is also some deep-rooted arrogance in his character. This is Jiangjing Villa. I am the housekeeper of Jiangjing Villa. I am sending you a formal employment invitation through the talent network. Oh? Do you want me to come over? For financial management? How much is your annual salary? Are there any prospects? How is the boss's character? If he is a nasty person, I will not accept it. By the way, I want a separate financial management room, and I need a dedicated person to attend to it. After all, my qualifications. I'll interrupt. Yumomo frowned. We just need to hire a maid. What? An incredulous voice came from the other end of the phone. Please. Did you read my message? Wharton. You want me to come over and be a maid? The fixed price offered here is a monthly salary of 500,000 yuan, which is 15 yuan a year. Yumomo squinted his eyes, like a cunning jade-faced fox. There was silence on the other side of the phone. Yi Yang vaguely heard the sound of a water glass falling to the ground. After a few seconds, a weak inquiry came from the other side. Is this salary package real? Yes, if you think you can accept it, please come to Villa number 1 on Yandingshan before 8 o'clock tonight to start the trial period. Okay, I will definitely arrive on time. In a small house. Somewhere in the magical city. Guanruoyu's cup was broken at her feet, and she was stunned. When she first heard that she was being asked to be a maid, she was doubting her whole life, and even wanted to scold the other party for being crazy. But when she heard about this salary package, her psychological defense completely collapsed. Majoring in financial management, it sounds high level. But even if she graduated from Wharton Business School with a full scholarship, has no family background, and no connections, which company would be willing to give her a master's degree with no experience and a salary of more than 500,000 yuan a year? It has been half a year since she returned from overseas with a master's degree. She is so proud and arrogant that she has never found a satisfactory job. So she has no choice but to stay in this small rental house and eat instant noodles. A monthly salary of 500,000 yuan, a salary of 15 yuan a year. That's 7.5 million yuan a year. Even if you are a maid, so what? The cruel reality of half a year has almost destroyed her inner pride. Guanruoyu looked at the broken cup next to her with determination in her eyes, no matter what she was asked to do. She wants to keep this job. Master. I'm coming. She quickly got up and began to dress up carefully in preparation for tonight's interview. Villa number 1 in Yundingshan. Yumomo put down his phone. I found 9. In total, and without any surprise, they all agreed. She was also a little emotional. Yi Yang is interested in these, which one is not in excellent condition and arrogant. As a result, when I heard that the annual salary was 7 to 8 million, everyone was like a cat that smelled a fishy smell and wanted to run over immediately. It feels so good to have money. Brother Yi. Yi Yang turned his head and saw Lin Shuer, who was only wearing a home silk pajamas, walking down from the upstairs. The graceful curves of her body were looming, and thinking of the tenderness and joy of last night, Yi Yang licked his lips. Because there were no girls' clothes in the villa, Lin Shuer wore Yi Yang's pajamas last night, so they looked a little loose. The collar slid to both sides, and the white clavicle and smooth shoulders were vaguely visible. Hiss. Yumomo's heart trembled when she saw Lin Shuer for the first time. She was extremely confident in her beauty. But meeting Lin Shuer made her feel that she had met her match, which she rarely had. Even the rare purity in the world, with a touch of tenderness, made her feel that she was slightly inferior. After all, in the upper class, when people clink glasses and chat with each other, their eyes and faces will naturally reveal a hint of maturity and nobility that goes deep into their bones. It's not that this is bad. But once he met a perfect and pure goddess like Lin Shuer, he seemed to be a level lower. There was no trace of affectation in the other party's eyebrows and eyes. Alas. It seems that I can only be the master's maid and housekeeper. Yumomo stuck out her tongue, still a little unwilling in her heart. In any case, at least she must be Yi Yang's woman. Not only because of the sensational annual salary of 15 million. Also because Yi Yang is indeed the only perfect male god who really made her unable to restrain her emotions in all these years. Awake? Yi Yang hugged Lin Shuer, who was sitting on the sofa, and nestled in his arms like a little white rabbit, and stroked her hair. I ordered a takeaway, and I'll send you back after lunch. Okay. Lin Shuer nodded obediently. Her identity is not enough for her to stay here every day. But she is already very satisfied. After all, she achieved her wish for so many years last night. She will work harder in the future and strive for that identity. Yi Yang looked at Yumomo, who was puffing up her cheeks and was obviously a little jealous, and laughed and introduced them to each other. Friendship between women comes in the most inexplicable way. If their identities do not conflict, they may even become close friends who can talk about anything just because they like the same boy. Yi Yang can see this from the fan clubs of those young handsome guys. The plot that he had been worried about, that the two women would tear each other apart when they met, did not happen at all. Instead, after they just met, they were like old friends who had not seen each other for many years and appreciated each other. Friendship between women is really strange. What takeaway did Brother Yi order? Just when Yi Yang was speechless, Lin Shuer also came over curiously and asked, You We'll know when the dishes are served. Yi Yang looked at the antique art clock worth millions on the wall and estimated that the time was about right. First of all, boiled cabbage, the chef of the state banquet, finally prepared all the dishes and began to call out the dishes according to the state banquet standards. Golden dragon circling. The pearl. Underwater Buddha jumping over the wall. One after another, delicious food was served. It was extremely tempting. Chinese cuisine is about color, fragrance, and taste, and it can satisfy all five senses. Luxurious yet simple, great ingenuity. Yi Yang had only heard of it before, but today he finally saw it for real. Sit down and eat together. You have been busy for so long. Yi Yang also waved his hand generously. These dishes, 2 little girls plus him will definitely not be able to finish. Instead of wasting, it is better to do a favor for these state banquet masters, because he also has some small calculations in his heart. Several chefs were a little embarrassed. This meal is more than their salary for several years, how dare they sit down and eat casually? However, under Yumomo's full-level persuasion skills, several chefs also sat down. This meal can be said to be the most satisfying meal for Yi Yang after he became rich. Although the Western food last night was luxurious and delicious, the quantity was really too small. A gold paper cake, which cost hundreds of thousands, was eaten in one bite. It cost millions, but I didn't feel full. For delicious food, China still has to look to us. Yi Yang smiled and nodded, and casually opened the bottle of Guizhong Fengjiu worth more than 3 million. Come on, 1 glass each. No. No, no. Several state banquet chefs were frightened and stood up, trembling. Boss Yi, this glass of wine is at least hundreds of thousands. We are not lucky enough to enjoy it. If Boss Yi is unhappy and asks them to pay AA, they will have to sell the car to pay off the debt. Haha, don't worry, I'll treat you. Seeing the frightened look of these state banquet chefs, Yi Yang also shook his head and smiled. Okay. The chefs were relieved and respectfully, and they just needed to take a bath and change clothes on Sunday. Seeing this, Yi Yang also shook his head with a smile and drank the wine in the glass. It's really good wine. See Yi Yang's drinking style. Several chefs were at a loss for words. They drank a bottle of national wine worth 3 million yuan, and only received a 5-word evaluation afterwards. Is this the super rich man? Yi Yang watched the chefs drink the wine, and raised his lips. Since you have already drunk the wine, I will tell you frankly, I don't have much time to cook. I need a few private chefs. Would you consider being my chef? Several chefs at the state banquet almost spit out their wine, saying that rich people are bad. How could they be so kind to invite them to drink? So they are waiting here. How about the salary? Being 10 times your previous standard? Yi Yang said with a smile. 10 times. Are you kidding? We can at least make 3 or 500,000 a year. 10 times is 3 to 5 million. They were all trembling. Even if there was no national wine, they would not have to consider the dream salary of 3 to 5 million. Well, then it's settled. You can go back and report after you settle the bill, buy some food in the evening, and be my private chef from today on. Yi Yang said casually. Okay, Boss Yi. Several chefs at the state banquet secretly shouted that they made a lot of money. This meal was also very enjoyable. Swipe the card. Yi Yang directly took out the Dongfa Supreme Black card. Uh, uh. Boss Yi, you spent a total of 4.67 million this time. How about we give you a small amount? Now Yi Yang is their real boss. And these chefs naturally know who to side with. No need. Yi Yang is now eager to spend more money. Maybe he will be rewarded with a super prize. Several chefs, Yu Momo, and Lin Shuer were all amazed. This is the demeanor of a super rich man. 4 or 5 million for a meal, in the eyes of others. It is not a big deal at all. Ding. It is detected that you spent 4,678,980 yuan on an ordinary Chinese meal, and you are rewarded with the property rights of Bordeaux Lafite Winery in France and an international Centurion Black Gold card. Wow, after eating a meal, you are directly rewarded with a winery. Yi Yang listened to the system prompt sound and secretly exclaimed that it was exciting. Chateau Lafite? Yi Yang searched randomly. I discovered that it was really the winery that produces the most famous Lafite wine. This winery was founded in the 14th century. It continues to this day and remains the family winery of the Lafite nobles. I didn't expect the system to be so powerful, and it was directly in my hands. Chateau Lafite is the largest winery in Europe with the highest assets, with a valuation of 6 billion euros. Although it is somewhat different from super rewards like the Empire State Financial Building, it is still a very strong reward. But compared with the Centurion Black Gold card, there is still some gap. Yi Yang also didn't expect that this time he would be rewarded with a Centurion Black Gold card. This is a status symbol. The only people in the world who can get this card are senior executives, billionaires, and extremely prominent people from various countries. The Centurion Black Gold card is also known as the King of Cards. The overdraft limit in China is 10 billion, but there is no limit on overdrafts internationally. This is an extremely scary concept. If the Dongfa Black card represents his entry into the $100 million club, then the Centurion Black Gold card can represent his entry into the billionaire club. After all the state banquet chefs left, Yi Yang was also preparing to send Lin Shuer home. As for the hygiene in the villa, Yu Weiwei is naturally responsible for finding someone to clean it up. Boom. Lamborghini Venom stopped at the door of Fuhua community like lightning. After the kiss/goodbye, Lin Shuer got out of the car. Yi Yang habitually opened his phone to check for new messages, but he didn't expect that the messages exploded. Yi Yang, is this person in the video you? Okay, Boss Yi, you are famous on Douyin. Brother, you can also play the piano. I'm afraid it's not a lie. I've never seen you play before. Yi Yang was a little stunned and clicked on the videos sent to him by many people. The environment of the scene in the video is clearly inside Ziguang Pavilion. In the video, he is sitting in front of the shipwreck, next to the classical piano, with his fingers flying nimbly in the halo, playing Croatian Rhapsody. Handsome face, exquisite and masterful performance. A very romantic setting. All these factors have made him extremely popular on the internet. He smiled and shook his head. Yesterday, he just got into the mood and played a piece of music at random. Someone actually filmed it and posted it online, and it went viral inexplicably. Turn on vibrato. The first video that opens is of me playing the piano. It has reached 2 to 3 million likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. Yi Yang also clicked on the comment with interest. So handsome. So handsome. He's my type. I love you, he is my new husband. Haha. I have a lot of new material in my dreams at night. I want to marry him. Give him a monkey. Not only Douyin, but also major video apps such as Bilibili, Shigua, and Kuaishou, their own videos are quite popular. Oh, I really didn't want to get angry. Regarding the sudden fire, Yi Yang also shrugged and was a little speechless. Return to the villa. Yumomo was also staring at the phone screen with bright eyes. What are you looking at, so entranced? Yi Yang glanced at the video of himself playing the piano. Master, you are so powerful. Yumomo became even more starry-eyed. You have been rated as the new generation of grassroots male god on the internet. If you show your face through a live broadcast and build momentum while it is hot, you can become a big star directly. Maybe the new generation of universal husbands, the title is yours. Haha, forget it, husband of all people, I'm afraid I won't be exhausted to death. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Yumomo covered her mouth and smiled. It was rare to see such a little girlish style in her. Ding dong, Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Who is it? He glanced at the display screen and saw that it was the maids who had applied for jobs. I was still too high-minded and didn't want to come over. As soon as I heard that the annual salary was 8 million, I couldn't wait until night, put on makeup again, and rushed to Villa Number 1 on Yunding Mountain. You are really diligent. Yi Yang said, dumbfounded. Outside the door, Guanruoyu grabbed her arm in confusion. She was also a little worried. What if the boss was a wretched old pervert and offered such a high price just to do those shameful things? Then how should you choose when the time comes? Should I succumb to money, or? When she was struggling, the door opened. She took a deep breath. No matter what, it is an opportunity with an annual salary of 8 million. We must work hard to seize it. Guan Ruoyu walked into Villa Number 1 with the 9 beauties behind her. Welcome to Villa Number 1. I am the housekeeper here, Yumomo. Yu stood up silently and resumed her image as a cold and aloof imperial sister. Hello. My name is Guanruoyu. Guanruoyu kept saying. My name is Chushuanshuan. Although the girls had excellent academic qualifications, it was their first time to see a mature, beautiful and imposing housekeeper like Yumomo, and they were a little nervous for a while. Don't be nervous, I'm just working for the master. Yu silently gave up his seat and bowed respectfully towards Yi Yang on the sofa. Master. Such an extremely shameful title made several inexperienced girls blush instantly. However, when they saw Yi Yang smiling at them on the sofa, their faces instantly turned redder. Isn't this the piano male god they just saw? Several girls widened their eyes. They were all prepared that the owner of the villa was a perverted rich old man. This contrast seemed a bit outrageous. For a while, several girls were in a state of panic. Some of them said they wanted to have a baby with the piano male god in the comment area just now. Guanruoyu was one of them. She shouted in her heart, let alone an annual salary of 8 million, even if she didn't have any money, she would be willing to serve such a perfect male god. He is rich, young, and handsome, and can play the piano. Don't be restrained, cleaning the house and taking care of the villa are all your jobs. Yi Yang understood what these girls were worried about and explained. No. We are willing to do anything. Yeah, as long as you are willing. Guan Ruoyu and several girls blurted out what they said. After they finished speaking, they realized what they had just said. And their faces were like ripe apples. Yi Yang scratched his head. He didn't expect the other party to react like this. In this case, let's go and get familiar with the structure of the villa with Shou first. Yandingshan Villa dares to sell for more than 1 billion. Naturally, it has its own confidence. There are 9 bedrooms. Alone. Needless to say, how big the whole villa is. Moreover, the basement is completely different from what ordinary people understand. The entire interior of Yandingshan has been transformed. The whole mountain is the basement of Yanding No. 1 Villa. There is even a large library inside. Before seeing the large library in the basement, Yi Yang could never imagine that a rich man would be so willful. After getting familiar with the villa, the girls were all amazed. Anyone who is from Shanghai knows the name of Yandingshan Villa, and Villa No. 1 is the king of villas. But only when you really see it, you will know how luxurious it is. If there is no objection, then sign the contract directly. With Yumomo's efficiency, he naturally prepared the contract in 1 day. Yeah. We don't have any problems. The girls glanced at the contract and said impatiently. Yi Yang nodded slightly and paid the salary directly. He was not afraid that these girls would run away halfway. After all, breach of contract also requires compensation, and selling these people would not be enough to pay half of the compensation. Ding. It is detected that the host pays the maid group an annual salary of 9,000 W Chinese currency, and rewards Jincheng law firm with 51%. Law firm. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. As his assets increase, he may be involved in legal issues in the future. Having a law firm can save him a lot of trouble. He has also heard of Jincheng law firm. The whole of China is famous, at least in Shanghai. It is firmly in the position of the first law firm, and no one can shake it. Whether it is domestic or international disputes, it has never lost. Known as the Pizza Hut of Shanghai, the relationship network of its firm extends to all levels of society. No matter what lawsuits and disputes, as long as the relationship energy is used, it can be easily settled. This kind of firm is no longer in existence where money can easily buy equity. After all, this kind of lawyer team that dares to call itself Pizza Hut can at least get tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars for a case involving a high amount of money. It can be said that there is no shortage of money at all. There is no need to sell equity at all. Even if Yi Yang spends more money, I am afraid he can't get it done. At this moment, Yi Yang is once again impressed by the power of the system. Almost at the same time, an office building somewhere in Shanghai. Fang Han looked at the secretary in shock. Are you sure? Did all the other high investment shareholders sell their shares to this Mr. Yi? Yes. The secretary smiled bitterly. According to the acquisition information, Mr. Yi already holds 51% of our company's shares. This Fang Han was also unbelievable. Jincheng law firm can be said to be a treasure pot. As long as you guard the treasure pot, you will never lack money. If you can make those joint venturers sell their shares, I'm afraid that Mr. Yi has an energy background that they can't resist. And he has invested a huge amount of money. Can you find his information? Fang Han calmed down for a long time before reacting and asked. The information we can find is extremely limited. We can only find out that the other party is the owner of the Magic City Empire Trade Building, and it seems that he is also the holder of the Centurion Black Gold card. In addition, he has recently invested in the French Lafite winery. Now he has become the actual controlling shareholder of the Lafite winery. He himself is also the real owner of the Vacheron Constantin watch industry. We have used all the resources of our law firm, but we have only found so much. The secretary smiled bitterly. He knew too well how powerful the network of Jiangjing law firm was. From the top to the bottom of the market, there is no news that cannot be found. Only the personal information of this Mr. Yi cannot be found no matter what. Gurgle. Fang Han clenched his fists. It seems that this Mr. Yi is definitely a big name. He founded Jiangjing law firm, and today the other party can actually change the owner of this famous Chinese super law firm. The original owner was totally unaware of this. This person is too scary. Fang Han knocked on the table. Go call Saichi and Ivy, the three of us main partners have to go visit Mr. Yi together. Okay, arrange it right away. The secretary also knew that this matter was not a small matter, and repeatedly notified the remaining two main partners to arrange the itinerary. In the evening, Yi Yang was also free. With the establishment of the maid group, the villa finally had a bit more busy atmosphere. Before, Yi Yang lived in such a big villa by himself, which did seem a bit lonely. When he was bored, he would pull a few mates to play flying chess together, and if he lost, he would drink a penalty. Or he would go to the open-air heated swimming pool on the roof of the villa with the girls to swim. It can be said that he lived very comfortably. The life experience of ordinary people may not be able to catch up with the pleasure of Yi Yang in one night. It feels so good to be rich. Master, what are you doing? Come and play. After adapting to the new environment, the maids had a lot of fun. No matter how big the henteing villa is, after all, they can clean it up quickly with 10 people. After finishing, they can have fun with the handsome and rich master. Heaven is not as beautiful as here. No, no. Yi Yang waved his hand and opened his mobile phone casually. But he saw that the university class group that no one said a word for a year suddenly became active. It's 99 plus? What's going on? Yi Yang was a little surprised. After graduating from college, the class group was almost dead, and no one talked for a year or two. It suddenly became popular tonight. Clicking in and scanning, he saw the announcement. Old classmates, the graduation internship period is over, right? If you are free, let's get together in a few days. The person who posted the announcement was Yu Qinggong, the class monitor of the university. This announcement once again ignited the university class. Many students started reminiscing about old times and talking about work. Oh, forget it, that idiot manager forces us to work overtime every day, and tells us that 996 is a blessing. Damn it. It's okay if we don't pay overtime. I have to thank his 8 generations of ancestors for my feelings. That's good for you. You found a job at least. I'm such a hardworking person and I haven't found a job yet. Oh, I just cry when I mention it. Lao Su should be doing well. Right? He is the 2nd generation of rich people. Who calls you Lao Su? Is that what you call Lao Su? Now he has become a senior executive in his father's company, and I am now working under brother Su. I'm envious. You are indeed the rich 2nd generation. By the way, where's Mao Mao? She's the beauty of our class. It is said that brother Su and Kai Mao Mao are a couple now. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. It's quite a coincidence. He happened to bump into Su Pengfei and Kai Mao Mao, who were being touted in the class when they were buying watches a few days ago. When they found out that they were the actual controlling shareholders of Vacheron Constantin, their eyes almost popped out of their heads. To this day, he still remembers the other party's funny look. Ahem, I won't go this time. Su Pengfei finally appeared. No, Brother Su, you are the most awesome person in our class right now. If you don't come, what's the point of this dinner? Yeah. Bro, I haven't found a job yet, or I'll go to Brother Su's place to earn a living. Su Pengfei was so blown away by these few words that he said, haha, it's easy to say. Since my brothers are so complimentary, I will definitely go. By the way, where is Yi Yang? He was the male idol of our class in college. Didn't Kai Mao Mao still like him? Wang Daling's words were not surprising, but his direct words made Su Pengfei dive into the water. What are you talking about, Wang Daling? You dare to expose my brother Su's scars. Wang Guan, the loser who worked under Su Pengfei, jumped out and retorted. What's wrong? Can't you tell the truth? Wang Daling was notoriously upright. And he replied without any sign of weakness at this time. You. Just when the two sides were getting angry and about to start a quarrel, Yi Yang also sent out the message calmly, since everyone wants to get together, then of course it is best to get together. Yi Yang is out. How are you doing, Brother Yi? I heard that Brother Yi seems to have gone to a good software company? Yi Yang's popularity is obviously not low. After all, he is sunny and handsome, he studies well, and his presence in the class is not low. However, except for Jing Xian and a few other rare buddies, most of the male classmates are eager for him to stumble and laugh after he enters the society. More than that, Boss Ye's achievements are beyond your imagination. Wen Jing Xian saw that someone actually looked down on him, Boss Yi, he couldn't help but speak at this time. Eh? Isn't this Yi Yang's little follower? What? Are you still hanging out with little Yi after graduation? It's not that good. I still talk about Boss Yi. It makes me laugh. Now that I have entered the society, can you be more realistic? Whoever is rich is the eldest brother, okay? That's right. When this was mentioned, many people in the class echoed the sentiment. After entering the society, they really realized the meaning of this sentence deeply. No matter how talented you are still working for the rich. When you respect you are said to be a top student, but when you are not respected, you are worse than a dog. And the powerful ones in the family were born into that class. After graduation, like Su Pengfei, he went to work as an executive in his father's company. That will be the goal that most people in the class strive for half their lives. As for the rest of your life, if you fail to become a senior executive, you will be fired from the company when you reach your age, and then you will live the rest of your life in poverty. Don't believe it. When the time comes, the party will be over if Boss Yi scares him. Jing Xian spoke very angrily. Are you startled by him? Haha, don't be ridiculous, okay? Hey, I want to see who he is. Can he scare us? TSK, no matter how strong you are, can you be as strong as me, Brother Su? The boys headed by Wang Guan were all extremely bitter. Really, Jing Xian? Is Yi Yang developed? Some girls are holding out expectations. After all, they also hope that their former male gods will develop better. But this hope is Not great. After all, Yi Yang's family is just an ordinary family. How can they be so powerful? Maybe Jing Xian was used to being a follower, and Yi Yang's small achievements were simply exaggerated. Haha, I'm just a vagrant. I have nothing to say. Yi Yang sent a message, stopping Jing Xian from continuing to speak. Ha ha ha, homeless? Fired? No way? Brother Yi actually lost his job right after graduation. The society is really dangerous. The male classmate who came forward looked concerned, but in fact he was secretly posting the news. However, Yi Yang ignored these messages. With his current status, if he told them, there would be a sense of distance. Okay, then it's settled. 3 days later, Fengshan Restaurant in the Magic City. What is Fengshan Restaurant? I've never heard of it, it's too cheap to eat there. Han Siley, who had been silent until now, spoke. Huh? The consumption in Fengshan is not low anymore. The average cost per person is several hundred yuan. Most of us are still interns. I think it is too. Hi. Yu Qinggong was a little surprised by Han Siley's tone. Han Siley didn't have a high sense of presence. When she was in college, she was one of those with low self-esteem. Although she was good-looking, she was always indifferent to others and not interested in group activities. She was not even considered for titles such as class beauty. Why is such a person who doesn't seem to like group activities at all suddenly so loud? Contrast is often the most eye-catching, and the whole class is waiting for the other person's reply. I told my boyfriend, and he said he would reserve a place for us at Hang in 3 days. Then everyone can just go to Hang. In front of the screen, Han Siley curled her lips, and the disdain in her eyes was self-evident. She had never set her sights on these trashy classmates in college. Even Su Pengfei, the son of the small boss, was not taken seriously by her at all. Her goal is the real big boss. Therefore, she rarely does any activities in school. When she has time, she goes out to various nightclubs, KTVs, and goes fishing. Her hard work pays off. In 4 years, she is really lucky to find a real big boss and became someone else's private lover. Nowadays, when classmates get together, of course they have to make a splash. Damn it. The most awesome Han Pavilion in the capital. That super restaurant known as China's 5-star restaurant. The per capita consumption there is at least tens of thousands. If we have a few dozen people gathering for dinner, wouldn't it be hundreds of thousands? Siley, what does your boyfriend do? I'm so envious of you, you actually found such a rich boyfriend. Some girls' eyes were red. Oh, he's just an ordinary businessman. He doesn't have any merits, but he has more money. Haha, it's okay. It will be over when everyone goes over. Han Siley's pride was palpable as she spoke. Is that so, then? What do you think? Monitor Yu Qinggong asked. No problem. A treat from a super boss. I also want to meet such a super boss. Maybe I'll be hired as a follower, that's okay too. I support it with both hands and feet. The classmates kept talking. Most people have never had any experience with a restaurant of this caliber. This time someone is treating them, so of course they have to go and experience it. Okay, that's settled. You successfully finalized the information. Yi Yang shrugged indifferently. He just went to meet a few good buddies who were doing well in college. As for the others, it didn't have much to do with him. Master, the door opened, and Yumomo was wearing a hot black silk outfit. Just one look at Yi Yang made Yi Yang's blood surge. What are you? Yi Yang quickly put down his phone and controlled his breathing. Such a super beauty with a hot figure and a royal sister look stood in front of her wearing a black silk suspender belt, exposing her white thighs. It's hard for a man to live peacefully, right? Do what a maid should do, serve the master you. Mo bared his teeth and looked at Yi Yang with extremely fiery eyes. Gulu. Yi Yang licked his lips. Before he could speak, Mo walked up to Yi Yang with long legs and started massaging. Yi Yang looked at the hard-working girl and stopped thinking about it. Compared to Lin Shuer, Yumomo knows more. No matter what he did, Yi Yang was extremely happy. Panoramic sofas. In every position of the room, balcony, and bedroom. Everywhere brought deep impression and joy to Yi Yang. In the end, everything ended with Yu's silent pleading. After taking a bath, Yi Yang Kai fell asleep contentedly, hugging that gentle and proud body. The transformation of national martial arts gave him a stronger body that was different from ordinary people, and he was naturally able to enjoy deeper joy. No matter what the outcome is, I got what I wanted. You. Momo looked at Yi Yang's side face with endless admiration, and fell asleep contentedly. 8 o'clock the next morning. The state banquet chefs who were recruited by Yi Yang with a lot of money to serve as private chefs processed the ingredients on time and prepared breakfast. Senior chefs are not only good at cooking, they are also nutrition masters. They tailor-made a dietary menu for Yi Yang to ensure the most delicious dishes under the healthiest conditions. Of course, supplements and the like are indispensable. They reached a consensus on this point when they saw a bunch of lace maids being fed and housed in the villa. Oh, it's good to be rich. Such a group of beautiful and outstanding beauties are actually used as sweepers. Hey, I guess this isn't all their job, right? Chef Chen on the side raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. There are so many, I don't know how the boss persists every night. It would be bad if you play too much and your body collapses. Fart. The head chef snorted coldly, with top chefs like us here, if the boss suffers from physical problems because of such a small problem, we should be ashamed. Yes. Several chefs wiped away cold sweat. Give me more tonic soup. I don't want people in the circle to laugh at us for not being able to regulate our bodies. The head chef was also merciless and directly added many new supplementary dishes to the menu. Call. After hard work, sleep is sweet. Yi Yang stretched out and pinched Yumomo's big white butt, then got up and got out of bed. Yumomo's energy is obviously much better than Lin Shuer's. After being patted by Yi Yang, he got up unsteadily. However, when Yi Yang finished washing and wiping his head before walking back to the bedroom, he didn't see Yumomo getting out of bed. Why don't you get out of bed? Yumomo's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. It really hurts. Master, you are so strong. My feet are still weak now. Seeing Yumo pouting and acting coquettishly with him, Yi Yang laughed loudly. Don't worry, I just took a look outside and there are a lot of tonics for breakfast, which is enough for you to recover. Yumomo's face turned even redder. Master, how bad are you? Breakfast includes Guanruoyu and other maids and several state banquet chefs. 12 people. However, the main restaurant in Villa Number 1 is also large enough. With more than 12 people seated, it didn't feel crowded at all. Instead, it feels like a medieval aristocratic family dinner. Yi Yang sat at the main seat, tasting shrimp and egg porridge. If this delicacy were placed in Han Pavilion, a bowl would cost thousands. By the way, boss, we are here to work for you. Not only did Hank's old boss not blame us, but he also asked us to work hard and work hard. Finally, he even asked us to bring you Hank's Black Dragon Stepping Gold card. Chef Dou Jianfeng respectfully handed the Black Dragon card in his hand to Yi Yang. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It was not difficult for him to understand the attitude of the boss of Hang. The other party must also know that he is a super important person. Since he can't afford to offend him, he might as well try to make friends with him as much as possible. What can you say about this Black Dragon Stepping Gold card? Yi Yang asked with a smile. The other party actually used this card in exchange for his meeting gift. This card must not be a mortal thing. The Black Dragon Stepping Gold card is the most advanced VIP card in Han Pavilion, and there are only 2 owners so far. One is Buffett, who was invited to Hang for dinner the year before last, and the other is Chairman Wang of Jiangjing Real Estate Group. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He still knew Buffett. He was the most powerful financial trader in the world and was hailed as the god of stocks by countries all over the world. Top celebrities consider it a top honor to have lunch with Buffett. It turns out that this guy even went to Hang for lunch. As for Chairman Wang of Jiangjing Real Estate, Wang Xilin, who has occupied the position of China's richest man for several times, he is a household name and does not need any further introduction. Yi Yang put away the Black Dragon Stepping Gold card. With this card, you will enjoy free meals in Han Pavilion for life and become the most distinguished guest of Han Pavilion. You can enter Han Pavilion's most advanced Black Dragon Pavilion box to eat. Yes, Black Dragon Pavilion is not open to any VIPs with Black Dragon card or below. It is a super box in Han Pavilion, specially used to entertain VIPs with Black Dragon card. Several state banquet chefs explained in succession. Free for life? That's quite generous. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. It seemed that he had really frightened the boss of Hang by eating more than 5 million yuan in one meal. After talking about business, several chefs proudly introduced the dishes to Yi Yang. When talking about those supplements, he deliberately emphasized his tone, wanting Yi Yang to take more. Yi Yang also knew the thoughts of several chefs, and they were a little dumbfounded. He can now be called a master of Chinese martial arts, with long internal energy and a sea of qi and blood. How could he be so weak because of something like that? Okay, breakfast is finished. Yi Yang also asked for the chef's bank card and transferred 10 million to him. Boss, what are you doing? Dou Jianfeng's eyes widened, frightened by Yi Yang's generosity. This is for your food purchase fee. Just pick the best ones when you buy things. If it's not enough, tell me and I'll give you more. Yi Yang laughed. Enough, enough, enough. Dou Jianfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although the top ingredients were expensive, it was indeed a bit too arrogant to give him 10 million at a time. Don't save money for me. Yi Yang is not afraid of spending money now, but he is afraid that he can't spend it. He hopes that the other party will spend all the money in one day. And you, Yi Yang, also transferred 10 million to Guanruoyu. You are responsible for the purchase of household necessities. Pick the most expensive ones for everything. I guess 10 million won't last long. If it's not enough, tell me. Just report to your sister you after buying. Okay. 10 million. It won't last long. Is this what a person says? Since meeting Yi Yang, everyone feels that their concept of money has completely collapsed. By the way, accompany me to the 4S store later. Yi Yang said, looking at Yumomo, who was secretly laughing on the side. Ah? Master? Are you going to buy a car again? Yumomo widened his eyes, and said in surprise. What, Lamborghini Venom? Is not enough for you to drive? Well, it's not convenient for everyone to go out to buy groceries with just one car. And my broken car has only 2 seats, which is really inconvenient. Yi Yang shrugged, I plan to get a big one. Broken car. Everyone shouted that they had learned something. It turned out that in Yi Yang's eyes, the Lamborghini Venom worth 70 or 80 million was actually a fucking broken car with only 2 seats. If you want to buy a car, there is a car show in Shanghai recently. You can go and have a look. Yumomo was shocked and suggested. Car show? Yi Yang nodded. This saved him the trouble of visiting various 4S stores. The car show in Shanghai should have all the luxury cars you can think of. Well, pack up and go to the car show directly. Yi Yang smiled. Okay. Yumomo hurried out to prepare the car. An hour later, Yi Yang got off the Lamborghini Venom. The car show venue was already crowded with people. Most customers were in the mentality of not being able to buy a car to enjoy the sight. This car show covers an area of 50,000 square meters, covering all the famous luxury cars in Shanghai. Yumomo did his homework on the way and said repeatedly, Well, go in and have a look. Yi Yang nodded slightly and smiled. When he got off the car, he found that there were already many people around. Damn, Lamborghini Venom. The super rich who drive this kind of luxury car worth 70 or 80 million, I'm afraid they are going to buy some high-end car at the auto show this time. That's right, it must be different from us who come here for the sake of seeing things. Ha ha ha, I'll follow this super rich man and see it together. The people around are generally car enthusiasts. When they see Yi Yang getting off the Lamborghini Venom, their eyes are red. Luxury cars like this are the kind that are said on the internet. If you don't have them when you are born, you will basically never have them in your life. The venue was full of people, and many people took pictures with their mobile phones and cameras. In addition to the luxury cars, there are also many beautiful car models next to them, with their proud figures, highlighting the wildness and smooth lines of the luxury cars. Looking at these luxury cars, Yi Yang was also quite happy. As a man, how many people don't like luxury cars? Rolls-Royce exhibition area. As a standard configuration for top success, Rolls-Royce is more stable, but it does not affect its handsomeness and luxury car temperament at all. Especially the little golden man on the front of the car, which makes the word rich shine. The center of the auto show, the most prominent Rolls-Royce's top-end Rolls-Royce Phantom. Looking at the calm and huge body and the unparalleled heroic temperament, Yi Yang was instantly attracted. Although supercars are expensive, they can only seat 2 people. If many people go out to play, it is always inconvenient. For the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a super luxury car rated as one of the top 10 bulletproof SUVs in the world, these problems will no longer be a problem. This is it. Yi Yang casually pointed to the top-end Rolls-Royce Phantom. How much? I want it. The audience who followed Yi Yang in and prepared to watch the excitement were dumbfounded. Is this the super rich? Why does this tone sound like buying cabbage in the vegetable market? Sir. However, the staff and tourists who were originally in the exhibition area did not know Yi Yang's identity, and they were all looking at Yi Yang in a daze at this moment. The top-end Rolls-Royce Phantom starts at least 40 million. It's just for show. I didn't think it could be sold. Sir, are you serious? This Rolls-Royce Phantom is an upgraded top-of-the-line model. The price is 58.88 million yuan. The staff was so shocked that they stuttered. Oh my god, 50 or 60 million. Is this kid really going to buy it? He's so young, is he kidding? Hee, he's really a newborn calf who's not afraid of a tiger. He's so arrogant. Now that he knows how expensive it is, he's probably going to run away and lose face. Ha ha ha. The tourists who were originally in the exhibition hall next to him were all sneering. Only the tourists who followed Yi Yang in were very angry at these sour dogs who mocked Yi Yang. He drives a super luxury car worth 70 or 80 million yuan. How could he be so insolent and speak nonsense? Is that so? Yi Yang nodded. Since it's so cheap, then bring this and this to make up 100 million. The tourists who were watching all had black lines on their faces. I said this guy is bragging. He even raised 100 million. Who dares to say that without a 100 billion net worth? Haha, I have never heard of such a young man with a net worth of over 100 billion in China. That's right. I think his eyes and temperament are not like those of ordinary people. Maybe he really wants to buy these Rolls Royces. Pfft, just talking nonsense. Anyway, bragging doesn't cost money. The tourists' discussion also made Momo a little unhappy. Swipe the card. Yi Yang didn't care about the pure jealousy of these poor losers. When he drove these luxury cars away, they would naturally understand who was the clown. The staff member was so frightened when he saw the Centurion Black gold card in Yi Yang's hand. Fuck, Centurion Black gold card. Only the top social elites with extremely high status are eligible to get the Centurion Black gold card. I'm done. I just mocked a super big shot who can afford a Centurion Black gold card for not being able to buy a car. Will I be retaliated against? Ha ha ha. I'll tell you straight, he drove a Lamborghini Venom. I didn't tell you just now just to see you get slapped in the face now, ha ha ha. The tourists who followed Yi Yang in all laughed. The few people who had been dancing the most happily just now all blushed, lowered their heads in shame, and squeezed out, this is really a super big shot, don't dare to offend, don't offend, hurry up. Ha ha ha, wasn't that mockery just now quite big? The tourists next to him also laughed. Okay, how long are you going to be in a daze? I have to continue shopping after swiping the card. Yi Yang looked at the salesperson who was in a trance and speechless for a while, frowned and reminded him. Boss, please wait a moment, I will handle it for you as quickly as possible. The salesperson shuddered. How dare he neglect the big boss of the Centurion Black gold card? The car payment that was originally delayed for a few days was expedited in a very short time. Mr. Yi, a total of 138 million, the card has been swiped, please keep it. The sales manager handed the Centurion Black card back to Yi Yang with both hands respectfully. Ding. It is detected that the host has spent 10888000 to buy 3 means of transportation and 10 school district houses in Shanghai are rewarded. 10 school district houses. Yi Yang couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. In his heart. 10 buildings, not 10 sets. A building has at least 10 units, at least more than 100 sets of houses, right? 10 school district houses, that is 1 or 2,000 school district houses. This is the school district house in Shanghai. School district houses in Shanghai are so rare and expensive that there is no need to elaborate. Some square meters are sold for hundreds of thousands. Buying a small apartment costs tens of millions. Based on the minimum of 1,000 school district houses, the average price of one is 15 million. I have obtained nearly 20 billion assets in an instant. It's so cool. Yi Yang was also secretly happy in his heart. Rent out all these school district houses in a few days, and there will be a lot more liquid assets to spend every year. If you get tired of renting, sell them all. Don't ask why, there are so many houses, so I can be willful. Originally, Yi Yang thought that lying in a pile of money every day after becoming rich would be boring. Now that he has these school district houses, he can temporarily be a landlord. No wonder those rich people can do nothing or hire people to collect rent directly, but they still have to collect rent in person. Yi Yang understands the psychology of those super rich people. Because they are too rich and they are uncomfortable with idleness. Mr. Yi. The sales manager on the side also rubbed his hands and smiled humbly. Yi Yang looked at him. Where do you need us to drive these cars to you? Yi Yang and the top beauty next to him are only 2 people. With his shrewd nature, he naturally knows that he needs to send a car to Yi Yang. Just send it to Villa number 1 in Yandingshan. Just tell my housekeeper the details. Yi Yang directly pointed to Yumomo, behind him. Okay. The sales manager wiped the cold sweat. What kind of terrifying person is this young man in front of him? Buying a car is like buying cabbage, and the export is 100 million. Now it seems that the Villa King that the 2 Ma brothers in China fought for is all his. Hentang Mountain number 1 villa. Isn't this the Villa King in the Magic City that the 2 richest Ma brothers fought for, but ultimately failed to get what they wanted? Although the price is 800 million, it is said that because of the bidding between the 2 richest Ma brothers, its market price has soared to 20 to 30 billion. 20 to 30 billion for a villa. Damn. Rich people are so damn good. Yi Yang has long been accustomed to the exclamations of the people around him, and he also walked directly to the exhibition area next to him. This time he came to buy some luxury cars and make some money by buying luxury cars. Although his assets are now hundreds of billions, the bulk of the cash in his hand is still more than 10 billion from the rent of the Empire Financial Building. In his opinion now, it is indeed too little, at least it does not match his current net worth. With the SUV, Yi Yang also has a bottom line in his heart, and began to walk into the supercar exhibition area, buying whatever he likes. Anyway, there is plenty of money. Just buy. Ferrari LaFerrari worth 36 million? Buy. Maybach EXE worth 73 million, limited to 3 units worldwide? Buy. What? To buy a limited edition car, you need to become a Maybach member first and spend 50 million on a non-limited car? No problem, just buy 50 million, isn't that enough? Bugatti Veyron L6. Only 88.88 million? You'll make money if you buy it. Maserati. Bentley? Aston * Martin. As long as it's pleasing to the eye, buy it all. Anyway, the more you spend, the richer you will be, and the price is not a problem at all. The tourists behind him followed Jiangjing all the way and were enlightened. Many internet celebrities who came here to play were unwilling to miss this opportunity, and directly broadcast this scene, making the live broadcast room a hit. Oh my God! This rich man, you must have bought more than 30 million level luxury cars by now. These tens of millions of luxury cars are not really like cabbages in his eyes. It's so scary. The Koenigsegg exhibition hall is in front. That is the world's top luxury car. I wonder if Shou is interested in buying one. Isn't that certain? Why doubt it? Now, no one doubts Yang's spending power. The overdraft limit of the Centurion Black Card is more than 10 billion every day, which is enough for him to empty the auto show. The person in charge of the Koenigsegg exhibition area has long heard that an invincible rich man came to the auto show today. When he sees a luxury car that catches his eye, he buys it. At this time, he ran out in a hurry and greeted Yang's arrival while he was still far away from the exhibition area. Alas, the super rich are super rich. Koenigsegg salesmen usually look down on everyone and never look anyone in the eye. Today, they specially ran so far to welcome Shou. Yes, my cousin is a billionaire, but when he entered the Koenigsegg showroom, they just ignored him. This is the difference. Mr. Yi, this is the world's #1 limited edition sports car, and it is also the undisputed #1 of the entire auto show. The absolute king of cars. If he says he is second, no one dares to say he is first. The person in charge bowed confidently and stood next to the Koenigsegg 11 in the center, his pride overflowing. Is that so? Yang looked at Koenigsegg 11 and curled his lips. It's okay, but it feels a bit ugly. The whole audience was petrified. The Koenigsegg 11, which costs more than 100 million yuan, was actually evaluated as a bit ugly. Forget it, buy it, just enough to make up 1 billion yuan. Yang waved his hand. If his consumption tonight included this Koenigsegg 11, it would just break through 1 billion yuan. This special number might have a super reward. All tourists were struck by lightning. Damn big boss. This is too terrible. Just because he wanted to make up a lucky amount of consumption, he decided to buy a supercar worth more than 100 million yuan. I didn't believe it before, but today, I believe it. The arrogance of the rich in this world is beyond our imagination. Yes, yes. When everyone was amazed, the system prompt sound also sounded as expected. Ding. Detected that the host spent 109,898,0000 to buy a means of transportation, reward 100 billion Chinese yuan deposit. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100 billion in deposits, triggering a special reward. Special reward? Yang raised his eyebrows. Achieving the achievement of 100 billion deposits will reward 51% of Yida Group shares. This simple sentence made Yang feel numb. 51% of the equity of Yida Group. Yida Group is one of the largest and most famous top groups in China. Its original chairman, Wang Xilin, relied on Yida Group to become the richest man in China several times. The most famous subsidiary of this group is Yida Real Estate. But there are many other industries. For example, Yida Film and Television, Yida Hotel, Yida Information, are all valuable. Taken together, these are worth more than 2 trillion yuan. Wouldn't getting 51% of its copyright mean his current assets have officially exceeded 1 trillion? With a net worth of trillions, he can already directly compete with those former richest men in terms of assets. Counting Vacheron Constantin, Chateau Lafite, and the Empire State Financial Building. Even Yi Yang's private assets have surpassed the wealth in the hands of several of them. Haha, if I didn't need marketing wealth, the #1 name on the China Forbes list next year would be Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled. Don't mention how wonderful it is. After just one night of random shopping, he went from being a super tycoon to becoming the richest man in China. Satisfied, Yi Yang also asked the car show staff to drive the Lamborghini Venom back. He took Momo and sat on the Koenigsegg 11 under the hot gazes of the car models. It's time to try out the driving experience of the world's top supercar king, the multi-billion-dollar Koenigsegg. Roar. As soon as Koenigsegg fired, a roaring sound stronger than poison erupted. If poison is a giant elephant that is about to run away, then Koenigsegg is a flying dragon that is about to flap its wings. Call. With a gentle step on the accelerator, Koenigsegg turned into a galloping black shadow, flying through the bustling streets of Shanghai. Everywhere he went, everyone exclaimed. Anyone who knows the price of such a terrifying sports car king worth hundreds of millions will drool with envy. However, I can only feel envious. If you were born without a luxury car worth hundreds of millions, the chance of owning it in this life is infinitely close to zero. Cool. Yi Yang felt excited as he felt the unparalleled pushing sensation and the excitement brought by the speed brought by the top luxury car emperor. You. Momo on the side looked fascinated. And just when Yi Yang was running wildly on the street. Kyoto, Yida Group. Headquarters. Dada. Director Wang, there is an emergency. Wang Xilin's closest secretary walked in and bowed with a pale face. Huh? Didn't you say that you don't endanger the affairs of the entire group? Don't come in and disturb me when I'm in a meeting? Wang Xilin was a strong and strict man, and he said very displeased at this time. Dr. Wang. The secretary explained again and again, something bad has happened. All the stocks of all the industries under our group were sold and forcibly collected. Our surveillance was caught off guard. In almost a few seconds, 51% of our shares were sold to one person. Purchased. What? 51%. 51% of all companies under Yida Group's name. Hiss, this is impossible. There is no such awesome person in China. Could it be that the international financial giant has taken action? It shouldn't be. The entire venue instantly became a mess. Everyone was shocked from ear to ear by the news. Everyone here is at least a senior executive of Yida Group, or even the general manager of a branch company. They are super big shots who don't even frown when facing senior political figures and tens of billions of orders. At this time, it was a complete mess, all right. When Wang Xilin knocked on the table, he was obviously frightened. However, after all, he was once the richest man in China, and he was extremely courageous and strategic. Forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, he pretended to be calm and asked, "What's going on?" The person who forcibly purchased our stocks was Mr. Yi. Detailed information about him could not be collected at all for a while. Only the assets under his name can be found, including the Imperial Financial Building in Shanghai, Chateau Lafayette, a controlling stake in Vacheron Constantin, and 10 schools in the school district. It's weird. Wang Xilin clenched his fists. Just when you were holding a meeting, the owner of the group was directly hit with money? It is impossible for these assets alone to buy 51% of our equity. He must have a deeper and stronger background. If we can't even find them, they might be the super bosses from the back of the world. Let's try not to provoke them. Since he is already the boss of all of us, let's call and confirm whether he has any specific requirements for the future of the group, right? He deserves to be the richest man. In a very short period of time, he sorted out his thoughts, accepted the current situation, and made the wisest choice. I'll call Mr. Yi right away. The secretary kept saying. Yi Yang's cell phone rang, and at this time, Koenigsegg had also driven to the Hentang Villa area. After parking the car, Yi Yang answered the phone casually. Hello? Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi? Who are you? I am Wang Xilin, chairman of Yida Group. Yes. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Although it was the first time he talked to a person at the level of the richest man, his net worth was not lower than that of the other party, and he even surpassed the other party. He was naturally very confident. When Wang Xilin heard Yi Yang's young voice on the other end of the phone, he was slightly surprised. After feeling Yi Yang's confidence of being indifferent to praise or criticism, he also knew that this young man was not easy to mess with. It's like this, you just spent a lot of money to buy 51% of the shares of Yida Group. As the new controlling shareholder of Yida Group, I would like to ask, do you have any further new instructions on the strategy and operation of Yida Group? Wang Xilin tapped the table with his fingers and asked tentatively. Require? Yi Yang thought for a while. Although he didn't understand the operation of such a large company, he didn't want to bother with it. All he needs to make money now is keep spending money. There is no need to think about this tedious company operation. Operating as usual, but every month, you need to give me a financial statement, and you need to report to me any major decisions. Yi Yang said seriously. These richest men are all heroic figures. You still need to have the necessary means of control and threats. Okay, it will be as you wish. Wang Xilin hung up the phone and let out a long breath. How about chairman? All the senior executives asked nervously. Fortunately, he just acquired the company. As long as we don't make any big mistakes, we can continue to follow the strategy we formulated before. Wang Xilin smiled with relief. Call. Many executives also breathed a sigh of relief. This is Shenhao. One sentence can put these top elites on a roller coaster of emotions. After lunch, Yi Yang received a call again. Fang Han? Yi Yang frowned, and then remembered, founder of Jiangjing law firm? You are the boss now. Fang Han dare not call himself the founder. Fang Han was extremely polite. Unlike Yida, who can only guess at random about Yi Yang's background. The contacts of Jiangjing law firm are too wide. Even they couldn't find out the details of Mr. Yi. It made Fang Han feel fear and awe from the bottom of his heart. Ha ha ha, you are quite polite. Yi Yang smiled. We know that people like you are always busy and have many things to do, but we just don't know if you can spare a little precious time recently. The other two principal shareholders and I would like to pay a visit to you. Oh? Then come to my house and have dinner? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Those who can reach Fang Han's level of connections are top-notch in mind and strategy. The other party coming here must have the attitude of testing his own abilities. Jiangjing law firm is something he attaches great importance to now. Since the other party wants to test, he must give the other party enough shock and shock. Jiangjing law firm headquarters. Fang Han looked at Aiwei and Saichi in front of him. I have made an appointment with Mr. Yi to visit him at his residence in the evening. Want to visit the mysterious Mr. Yi? Saichi also had a hint of curiosity on her face. Ever since he heard that even Fang Han couldn't find out the details of Yi Yang, he became interested in this young tycoon who spent a lot of money and had a mysterious life experience. Ivy curled his lips indifferently. He is a gold medal lawyer in a law firm and is famous internationally. What scene has he not seen before? The pride in his heart did not allow him to feel timid before seeing the other person. Especially you, Ivy. Fang Han warned with some worry, you must respect Mr. Yi. His life experience and background may not be what you and I can imagine. I know. Ivy waved his hand impatiently. If he is really that capable of conquering me, then I will naturally respect him. Just like you, brother Fang, if he is not a person I admire, I won't care how much money he makes. Ivy is indeed qualified to say this. With his ability, he is not short of money wherever he goes, has no assets involved, and naturally does not need to look at anyone's face. You. Fang Han shook his head helplessly. Get ready to go. This meeting tonight will be very important to us. Good. Saichi and Aiwei both nodded and turned around to go. Fang Han sat on the office chair, turning the ballpoint pen in his hand, looking at the block outside the office building with deep eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. As soon as Yi Yang put down the phone at Yundingshan Villa, he received a message from Lin Shuer. Brother Yi, do you want to make an appointment for afternoon tea/cute? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This little girl is quite sentimental. You can choose a nearby coffee shop first. Send me the location and I'll arrive later. Great, I promise to complete the mission. Salute/bare teeth shaked his head. Yi Yang looked at Umo. If I come back late tonight, you can entertain Fang Han first. Oh. Got it. Umo pouted and made a face at Yi Yang. She knew what Yi Yang was going to do, but what right did she have to interfere with the master's decision? I was already prepared for this. She smiled and shook her head. Open the navigation and go to Machikaji Coffee. Yi Yang said casually. Super sports cars such as the Kozenig 11 are naturally equipped with the most advanced automatic navigation system. Roger, Machikoji Cafe, go straight ahead on Jianqing Road. Buzz. At Koenigsegg speed, he soon arrived at Machikaji Cafe. After parking the car, Yi Yang stepped into the cafe. Machikaji is the top cafe in the entire Magic City, with chain stores opening all over the city. There is a tendency to be the best in the coffee industry, and the coffee there is naturally very expensive. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a man in a suit standing next to Lin Shuer, chatting endlessly. Wearing a Rolex on his hand, he took 8 steps forward. Lin Shuer had a look of boredom on her face as she explained something. Yi Yang frowned when he saw this. Lin Shuer is now regarded as his woman. This person is a little too ignorant. Beauty, even if you are waiting for someone, you might as well add my contact Information. I am confident that I am also a familiar figure in the Demon City. If you know each other, I might be able to help your boyfriend find a job in the future. Haha. The 8 men inside Rolex seemed to feel very good about themselves. But this feeling was good in Lin Shuer's eyes, but it annoyed her even more. Yi Yang. When Lin Shuer saw Yi Yang arriving, her eyes showed joy and she waved repeatedly. Oh? Is this the little boyfriend you're waiting for? The 8 men in Rolex raised their eyebrows and looked at Lin Yi with unkind eyes. Gentlemen in the audience, use your little hands to give this book a 5-star rating. Our rating is a bit too high, yum yum yum. Step aside. Yi Yang said lightly. Get out of the way. But what if my feet don't obey me? The 8 men in Rolex sneered. The surrounding customers were looking here, especially many men, who had been coveting Lin Shuer for a long time. Naturally, they were extremely jealous of Yi Yang for getting such a beautiful girlfriend at such a young age. I wish someone would teach him a lesson. Society is dangerous, haha. Is this the first time this little brother has seen this? Who asked him to find such a beautiful girlfriend? TSK, TSK. Yi Yang smiled. But there was a hint of evil in this smile. If you can't walk, I'll let you crawl out from here. Yo? You're so crazy, kid. The 8 men in Rolex shook the Rolex in their hands at Yi Yang. Boy, open your eyes and take a good look. What is this? Rolex Green Submariner. Oh my god, the guy I'm chatting with is indeed a rich man. The public price of this thing has reached over 300,000 yuan, right? Buying a watch with 300,000 yuan is really rich. The people who come here to drink coffee are at least white-collar workers, so they naturally recognize the prices of luxury goods. TSK, TSK, is this an old drama about love meeting money? I just don't know who this girl will choose in reality. Today, Yi Yang is wearing a low-key luxury style. Although his outfit costs hundreds of thousands, most people really can't recognize the brand of low-key luxury style he wears. Therefore, they all thought that he was just a boy from an ordinary family. Does that need to be said? Of course you choose money? How many girls nowadays don't love money? Haha. You can spend 300,000 yuan to buy a watch. If you follow this boss, you will be popular and drink hot food. Why should you suffer with this poor boy? Shouldn't women be nicer to themselves? There are already money-worshipping girls on the scene who have begun to advocate their own values in a weird way. Did you hear that? Li Chaoyang, the inner-class Rolex man, smiled proudly. You're trying to show off to me, you're not qualified yet, yo? Your eyes are even fiercer. Haha, you want to take action? Let me tell you, my third uncle is the chairman of Chongyu. He is worth tens of billions. If you dare to attack me, you will never get out. Hiss. Zong Hunting Company. Is that the financial giant in Shanghai? The company's market value is tens of billions. No wonder this guy is so crazy. Gulu. Many people were frightened by the name of Heavy Hunting Company, and the eyes of those money-worshipping girls lit up even more. Rehunt? Yi Yang chuckled, and comforted Lin Shuer, who was about to get up, and looked at Li Chaoyang again. Originally, I thought of teaching you a lesson myself, but I didn't expect that you would just come over and give me a slap in the face. Huh? Boy, are you afraid you didn't hear what I said? Rehunting. That rehunting investment company with a market value of tens of billions in the Empire State Financial Building. Li Chaoyang looked at Yi Yang mockingly. Now, what confidence do you have to ask me to get out? On the contrary, if you get out of here and leave your little girlfriend here, I can consider letting things be. Bygones. Yi Yang sneered. I said, if I ask you to crawl out from here today, you have to crawl out from here. Hiss, you are really too young. You already know the other person's background, but you are still so crazy. Ha ha ha, after being humiliated by others, I won't be so crazy anymore. The customers on the side were shaking their heads. You. Lin Shuer gritted her silver teeth. Brother Yi, are you worthy of commenting? Cut. Seeing that the goddess was angry, these men did not dare to taunt her anymore, but they still did not change their original thoughts. Yi Yang smiled and ignored him. I will let your third uncle personally order you to get out. The customers almost spit out their coffee. Why is this guy so crazy? Does he know what it means to be worth tens of billions? Yo? Ha ha ha. Okay, come on, I want to see what you can do to get me, Li Chaoyang, to get out of here? Li Chaoyang admired his Rolex confidently. A call came directly to Feng Zhao's mobile phone. Hello? Is this Boss Feng? When Feng Zhao saw the number, his heart trembled. Yi Yang was a big shot and would never come to him casually. What's going on here? He had some bad premonitions and asked nervously. You have a nephew named Li Chaoyang? Yi Yang asked in a cold voice. Feng Zhao suddenly stood up from the stool, and his heart trembled. Did this kid commit something that directly offended you? It didn't offend me directly, Yi Yang said calmly. Huh, that's good, that's good. Feng Zhao just breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Yang added, however, now he is teasing my girlfriend in front of me and wants me to get out of here. What? Feng Zhao just breathed a sigh of relief, almost having a heart attack. 2 days ago, he laughed at Zhang Wanmin for raising a stupid senior manager. Today, this unfortunate thing happened to him. This little brat actually dares to be disrespectful to you, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, tell me how to deal with it. Feng Zhao will never dare not disobey him. Feng Zhao kept saying, whether it is compensation or anything else, a financial company cannot offend this super big shot who may have hundreds of billions of funds behind him. The power of such a person is too terrible. If he really offends him, just a random trip can cause his company to suffer huge losses. Disposal? Let him kneel down and slap himself 10 times, and then get out of here. Yi Yang deliberately emphasized the tone of the word get out. Okay, okay, okay. Feng Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is a way to solve it, there is nothing that can't be done. I'll call this kid right now. Yi Yang put down the phone. Yo? Boy? You are so imposing? You are pretending to be like that. Haha, it's a pity that a young and light-headed boy like you can command a big shot like my third uncle. Haha, do you think I believe it? Li Chaoyang sneered and mocked. Yi Yang shrugged, what if I can do it? No if. If what you said is true, I will eat it on the spot. Before the word give came out, Li Chaoyang's phone rang. Fuck. Seeing the caller ID, cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Could it be that this young man? Does he really know the chairman of Zhonglia? Seeing Li Chaoyang's reaction, all the customers were a little confused. Hello. Li Chaoyang was out of breath and answered the call with doubt. Hello. You little brat. What kind of trouble have you caused me outside again? Fang Zhao's angry voice came from the phone. Do you know that whether my subsidiary company should get out of the Empire State Building is a matter of this boss Ye's decision? I really want to kick you to death now. Because Fang Zhao was furious and couldn't control his emotions, many customers heard his words, and the whole place was silent for a moment. Li Chaoyang was completely stunned. He looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. At this time, he looked at the other person with different eyes and different mentality. Naturally, he could find many different details. This Zegna's low-key luxury built-in customized model. Gulu, this watch. The Vacheron Constantin Pavilion Craftsman series. Look at the workmanship, the serial number is at the forefront, the price is at least tens of millions. His hands began to shake. He didn't take this young man seriously at all at first, he just wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman. Even if he saw that Vacheron Constantin, he would never think it was real. Mentality determines judgment. At this time, he learned the true identity of the other party from his third uncle, and he realized that he had provoked a super boss today. 3. Uncle San, you have to save me. Li Chaoyang is a person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Once he knows that he has encountered real difficulties, he will immediately give in. Save you? You should still think about how to make Boss Yi happy. Why don't you kneel down and slap your mouth to apologize? Fang Zhao shouted angrily. Today's matter is a battle for face. As long as his nephew loses his face, Boss Yi will not really pursue the matter too closely. Kneel down. Kneel down and apologize. When had Li Chaoyang ever suffered such a loss? When I heard this, my eyes turned red. Do you want to die? Fang Zhao roared on the other side. Why is his nephew so unethical? Gulu. Li Chaoyang was heartbroken and immediately knelt down and shouted. Boss Yi. I was blind just now. I am blind. You have a lot of money, please spare me. At this moment, both the waiters and customers were confused. It turns out this young man is not crazy. But really have this capital. The background is so powerful that even Fang Zhao, the chairman of Zhongyou, has to be in awe. Yi Yang's eyes were calm. You are harassing my woman, kowtow to her to apologize. Yes. Li Chaoyang turned around repeatedly and kowtowed to Lin Shuer. It was my fault. Please forgive me for being a bitch who looks down on others. Slap your mouth for me. I will hear the sound every time. Fang Zhao kept urging on the phone this. Li Chaoyang hesitated. Hurry up. Fang Zhao roared angrily. Snapped. Li Chaoyang slapped him directly on the face, and bright red slap marks appeared. Not loud enough. Fang Zhao urged, keep beating. Beat me until Boss Yi is satisfied. Snapped. Not loud enough. Snapped. Continue. Snapped. After being slapped for more than a dozen times, Li Chaoyang left his nose bruised, his face swollen, and the corners of his mouth bleeding. With the big pig head on his head, his eyes were blurred. Okay, get lost. Yi Yang waved his hand casually. If he hit it a few more times, he would see a lot of blood and it would disturb his interest in drinking coffee. Thank you, Boss Yi. Thank you, Goddess. After Li Chaoyang kowtowed to the two of them several times, he really rolled out of the coffee shop. On the way, he even hit his head on a table leg, causing him to scream in pain. After seeing the other party completely leave the coffee shop, Yi Yang withdrew his gaze. Gulu. When Yang glanced at the person who just made a mockery, they quickly lowered their heads and felt the burning pain on their faces. They also wanted to check out and leave quickly, but the pressure brought by Yang was so great that they were so frightened that their legs and stomachs trembled, and they really didn't dare to get up and leave for a while. The women present looked at Yang shyly. This is the man he should admire. Young, rich, and so domineering. So perfect. Brother Yi. Lin Shuer looked at Yang with admiration. Yang smiled, casually, it's just a trivial matter, let's continue drinking coffee? Lin Shuer nodded obediently and skillfully ordered the pastries in the store. It seemed that the little girl had made a lot of careful preparations to welcome her arrival. Just like that, in the eyes of either awe or envy. In the leisurely sunshine of the afternoon, Yang and Lin Shuer had a wonderful afternoon tea. As for the little episode just now, Yang obviously didn't take it to heart at all. With his current status, a small role like Li Chaoyang is obviously not worthy of his attention. Okay, the payment has been completed. Lin Shuer came back from the payment counter, let's go? Yang pinched her little cheek and said with a smile, follow me. What are you doing? Lin Shuer was a little confused. You'll know when you get here. Yang brought Lin Shuer to Koenigsegg 11. Huh? Did you buy a new car? As a girl, I am not very sensitive to luxury cars, but I can still feel how extraordinary this car is. This kind of sports car must cost at least several million, right? Yang smiled and said, I won't drive a broken car that costs millions. After that, he opened the car door and looked at Lin Shuer, who leaned halfway in to look inside, curiously. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, this car is not expensive, only more than 100 million. Puff. When Lin Shuer heard this, her waist almost trembled. She turned around and said in surprise, isn't this expensive? You can even buy a villa. Haha, it's okay. Yang patted her little head and got in the car, let's go, take you shopping. Ah? Why do you suddenly want to go shopping? Is there something missing at home? Lin Shuer asked. No. I want to buy you something. Yang turned his head and looked at Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer was about to speak. Yang stretched out a finger and sealed her soft lips. I know what you want to say. And what you are thinking. You have to take this gift today, whether you want it or not. Woo woo. Lin Shuer blushed and was embarrassed by Yang's sudden dominance. Boom. Koenigsegg started. Yang knew that Lin Shuer didn't want him to think that she liked him for his money. She has always been a good girl. But, judging from what happened today, if he didn't buy Shuer something worthy of her status, wouldn't anyone dare to approach his woman in the future? I want everyone in the world to feel so inferior when they see you that they dare not come up to talk to you. Yang smiled and stroked Lin Shuer's hair. I want my woman to be the most dazzling and unattainable princess in the world. Brother Yi is so bad. Lin Shuer's face turned even redder. Obviously, the feeling of being valued by her lover made her feel excited. Haha. Yang laughed loudly, stepped on the accelerator, and Koenigsegg 11 rushed towards the nearest luxury goods area like a dragon that had broken free from its reins. This time, Yang did not choose Devil Number 6 Luxury Street. Most of the luxury stores over there know him, especially Gong Shaoqing from Vacheron Constantin. If he steps into a Vacheron Constantin store to buy a watch, he was afraid that the other party would not let him spend a penny. How can this be done without letting him spend money? He also wants to get rich by spending money. Luxurious rainbow. Yi Yang looked at the introduction in the navigation. This block is specially prepared for girls and specializes in selling women's luxury goods. Let's buy a watch first. Yi Yang turned his head and looked around, and happened to see the Patek Philippe direct sales store. As an internationally renowned super watch industry along with Vacheron Constantin, its influence and popularity are needless to say. Sir, do you want to choose a watch for your girlfriend? Patek Philippe's staff were obviously more professional and sensitive to luxury goods. After careful inspection, they also noticed Yi Yang's extraordinary outfit, and then saw the Vacheron Constantin pavilion craftsman in his hand that was worth at least tens of millions. Naturally, they all welcomed him with great enthusiasm. Well, take me directly to see the most expensive one in the store, Yi Yang said directly. Last time he was in the Vacheron Constantin store, he had some experience. I thought the inner room was the most advanced watch. As a result, they also have a core room and a secret room. If his identity hadn't been discovered, he wouldn't have even been able to see this pavilion. Craftsman 000 are worth hundreds of millions. Therefore, this time he learned a lesson and asked for the most expensive watch directly. Several salesmen obviously felt the meaning of Yi Yang's words, but they were not sure. Sir, the most expensive one in our store is the Patek Philippe 5002 star and moon tourbillon. We will take you to take a look. Yi Yang waved his hand. Tell me how much it costs first. If it's too cheap, I won't read it. Sir, this Patek Philippe 5002 star and moon tourbillon is exquisitely crafted by craftsmen, and the price is also very high. The price is around 8.8 million. It is very gorgeous and expensive, and it is the best choice for the upper class in Shanghai. Several store clerks were a little confused when they first heard the saying, "Don't buy it if it's too cheap," so they had to introduce it mechanically. Are you kidding me? Yi Yang frowned, turned around and left. The branches of this kind of world-class watches in Shanghai are all of the highest level. Watches worth millions are fine for ordinary rich people, but they are definitely not the most expensive level in these watch stores. Sir. Several shop assistants were panicked. Apparently he dislikes that 8 million is too cheap. If such a super important customer is let go, it will be completely impossible to make up for it. Sir, the level you require is too high. We are not qualified to make decisions at all. Give us some time and let us find our manager. Yes, we are just ordinary salesmen, and the top-notch watches in the core room are not within the scope of our contact. Yi Yang stopped and understood. After a while, a mature and beautiful manager also ran out in small steps. Sir, I apologize to you for the clerk's neglect just now. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Now can you take me to see the most expensive watch here? Sir, the headquarters stipulates that for mutual safety and credit, asset certification is required to enter the core exhibition hall of the Magic City branch. Only top users with assets of more than 10 billion are eligible. Please understand. Gao Yuanyuan smiled and looked at Yi Yang. How could such a young man have tens of billions of assets on his own? It is useless if only the parents have money. As an aristocratic watch industry, they only provide services to real aristocrats. You must at least have tens of billions of assets in your name to be accepted. Proof of assets? Yi Yang smiled and threw the Centurion Black card directly to Gao. Yuan, just check the balance. This? Gao Yuan looked at the Centurion Black card in her hand, her body trembled. And she respectfully returned the card to Yi Yang, having the Centurion Black card is enough. I am short-sighted. Please. Don't blame me, sir. Yi Yang nodded slightly. After Gao Yuan brought Yi Yang and Lin Shuer into the core exhibition area, the salespeople nearby started talking enthusiastically. Oh my God! After so many years of selling in the Magic City luxury store, this is the first time I see Centurion Black Gold K. The king of cards, only. The top bosses in the world are qualified to hold it. When he said that the 8 million Patek Philippe 5002 star and moon tourbillon was cheap, I thought he was bragging. I didn't expect it to be so awesome. Sigh. I'm so envious of her girlfriend. It takes me so many lifetimes to be the lover of such a man. Yes. Yi Yang didn't pay attention to the employees' exclamations. Core table room. This is our most advanced showroom at Patek Philippe. Only watches worth tens of millions of dollars are required to be eligible to be included here. As for the more expensive ones, the headquarters does not allocate them to our store, at least they are sold at auctions. Gao Yuan smiled. Well, let's just look at the one with the highest price. Yi Yang didn't talk. Nonsense, and added, by the way, I picked it for her. Good. Gao Yuan walked to the most central watch. Displayed in the crystal cabinet, the most expensive treasure of our store is this Patek Philippe Ref.1527. This watch is made of pure gold and inlaid with 24 diamonds. It is the epitome of craftsmanship and beauty. It is the second queen of women's watches in the international watch industry in terms of price, craftsmanship, etc. Gao Yuan looked at this golden and dazzling watch. Although she is the general manager, this watch is still her dream. The price of this watch is now 5,000 W Chinese currency. I wonder if you are sure you want to buy this one? Gao Yuan looked at Yi Yang and asked uncertainly. If Yi Yang bought this one, she would become rich this month. Of course, just swipe the card. Yi Yang said. Brother Yi, this is too expensive. Lin Shuer waved her hands repeatedly. 50 million. A watch. This is too crazy. Gao Yuan looked at Lin Shuer with envy. Having such a rich boyfriend who is willing to spend money on her. Alas, fairy tales are always about other people. That's right. Yi Yang's words instantly made Gao Yuan feel a little hopeful. You just said that this watch is only ranked second in the overall ranking? What is the first? Gao Yuan felt a little disappointed, but she immediately sorted out her mood and smiled. The first place is Shou 210 carats, which is made of diamonds and gems. It is gorgeous and unparalleled, the best in the world, and is known as the Queen of Watches. Oh? It seems that I have to find time to get it. With Yi Yang's personality, of course he wants the best. I'm afraid this is impossible. Gao Yuan smiled bitterly. How is it impossible? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Only 2 of this watch were sold. One was bought by a mysterious buyer, and the other was in the hands of the Queen of England. Sir, no matter how powerful you are, you would not want to take away the Queen of England's beloved watch. Bar? Gao Yuan explained with a smile. Queen of England? Yi Yang nodded. There will always be times when we have to deal with each other. Gao Yuanyuan was stunned and looked at Yi Yang carefully, but when he thought of buying a watch for his girlfriend, he casually took out 50 million, plus the Centurion black gold card in his hand. I feel relieved. With such achievements at such a young age, it does not seem to be a surprise that he can deal with the Queen of England in the future. Even if he had already dealt with the Queen of England, it would not be a bizarre thing. The formalities have been completed. This Patek Philippe Ref.1527 belongs to Ms. Lin Shuer. From now on, Gao Yuanyuan is envious of everyone. Yi Yang casually put the Patek Philippe Ref.1527 on Lin Shuer's wrist, played with it, and put it on for her. It's okay, it looks good. Gao Yuanyuan was petrified. On the spot. Lin Shuer laughed out loud. Look at how you make people embarrassed. How can there be such a thing, a 50 million watch, and after buying it, I will give a good evaluation. Ha ha. Yi Yang waved his hand indifferently. Let's go, there are still many shops to visit. Good. Lin Shuer also nodded obediently, her heart filled with happiness. Oh, it's great. I wonder when I will have such an arrogant boyfriend. Gao Yuanyuan covered her forehead, feeling half sad and half envious. However, the remaining 90 points are just joy. With 50 million watches sold, she has made a lot of money this month. Just this one item can equal her sales for a month or more. After walking out of Patek Philippe, Yi Yang took Lin Shuer into the women's clothing building. Here, there are various women's clothing and bags, and various luxury brands are available. Afterwards, Yi Yang started a shopping spree. Chanel? Get 2 sets each for spring, summer, autumn and winter. Louis Vuitton? Same, as long as it's top quality, money is no problem. Buy. Prada? Hermes? Dior? Burberry? Buy them all. Okay, brother Yi. You really don't want to buy any more. If you buy any more, my house will be so full that I won't even be able to leave room for my feet. Thinking of the limited capacity wardrobe at home, Lin Shuer kept saying. She was really dumbfounded by Yi Yang's generosity in taking luxury cabbage and making 10 or 8 sets of it at every turn. After this trip, I must have spent at least several million on clothes. Of course, compared with the astronomical price list of 50 million just now, these are just a fraction. Well, now that I've finished shopping for clothes, I'll show you my bag. Don't girls like bags the most? Yi Yang scratched his head and said. Before Lin Shuer could respond, the sound of a quarrel not far away caught the attention of Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. Just now it was all about clothes. To buy a bag, of course, you have to go to a specialized bag store. The place where the quarrel came from was a Chanel bag store. Shou. Lou, this bag is too expensive. I really can't afford it. The boy begged. No matter. People have said that if a man earns 100 yuan, he should spend 101 yuan on a woman. I want this bag. Xing Xiaolu said loudly. That's right, as a man, you shouldn't be too stingy. Why do you make money? Isn't it just to spend money on women? On the side, there was a female anchor with an internet celebrity wearing heavy makeup and sneered, why do women want a boyfriend? It's just because he can raise you. Otherwise, what's the difference between raising a dog? When Xing Xiaolu heard this, she became even more angry and scolded her. Boyfriend, did you see that? If you don't buy me a bag, you are worse than a dog. The noise also caused many people to gather around. Why is this person like this? Lin Shuer angrily said, as an insider. In the anchor industry, she can naturally see that the internet-famous female anchor is relying on inciting other people's emotions to stir up topics, and at the same time, bring goods for the luxury bags behind her. This kind of person is simply a snake-hearted person. What he said also tasted like poisonous chicken soup. A girl with upright views like her felt nauseated when she heard it. You. The accused boy glared at the snake-faced host. What? It seems that you don't love your girlfriend at all. I kindly advised you to prove your sincerity, but you actually look at me like this. Haha, this kind of man is really unreliable, that's right. This sister should break up with him immediately. Such a stupid man is not worth spending your best youth to accompany him. Every kind of master has his own kind of slave. The poisonous chicken soup host's live broadcast room is naturally full of pastoral women's rights. Shou. It's not like you don't know that the outfit you bought just now has used up all my credit cards and the salary I saved in the past 2 months. I really have no money. The man begged. Seeing that her boyfriend was still complaining, Xing Xiaolu was furious. Okay, Li Hua, you can buy it for me. If you don't want to, I'll give you a chance to make up for it. You said. Li Hua kept saying. Kneel down. Xing Xiaolu shouted angrily. Plop. Li Hua subconsciously softened his knees and knelt on the ground. Wow. This young man is so skilled in his movements. Ha ha ha. You're like this every day, right? You're such a loser, you deserve to have a girlfriend like this. Oh, this woman is really awesome, huh? The onlookers-on the side shook their heads and sighed when they saw this scene. After reacting, Li Hua raised his head and looked at Xing Xiaolu in disbelief. Shame on you. Seeing that she was being laughed at, Xing Xiaolu didn't feel it was her fault at all, but continued to blame her boyfriend. Didn't you agree not to say that outside? Li Hua's face turned red. He clenched his fists and stood up, suppressing his voice. He was obviously angry too. The edge. What? I haven't scolded you yet, but you're feeling aggrieved. Xing Xiaolu crossed his arms, looking aloof. Well. Hello. Li Hua threw all the women's clothes he had just bought in his hands to the ground. You bitch. Get the hell out of here as far as you want. Go to hell, you stinking idiot. After saying that, he turned around and left. Seeing that her only source of income actually dared to shake her head and walk away, Xing Xiaolu was completely stunned, and then she became endlessly angry. You leave. If you leave, don't come back. Sprayed for a long time. She was completely panicked when she realized that Li Hua was really angry this time. She is at the bottom of society with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Without this programmer boyfriend, she can only eat dirt for a month. Cash machine. Oh, no, Li Hua, don't run away. Wait for me. I was wrong. Not yet. Yi Yang sighed. What a man cares about most is dignity and face, that's all at home. If he behaves like this outside, he really deserves it. However, this was considered a standard ending for a dog licker. And he felt no sympathy at all. Let's go? He smiled and took Lin Shuer to find the next store. Having such a stupid and vicious female anchor here made him lose interest in spending money. Yi Yang shook his head. Poisonous chicken soup girls have a market, all relying on the support of these stupid licking dogs and losers. When this phenomenon occurs, we cannot just blame the poisonous chicken soup. He himself despises licking. Dogs. Dogs are dogs after all. If you want to be someone's boyfriend, you have to learn to be a person first. If all men can regard these poisonous chicken soup girls as garbage and ignore them, this trend will naturally fall apart. Huh? Just breaking up a couple, the anchor Su Hong is also full of sense of accomplishment. Hey, I saved another little sister. Do you think I did it right? Sister Hong is simply a living bodhisattva. It's a pity that the sister just didn't see clearly and went to find the scumbag who was unwilling to spend money on her. The comment area was full of praises, and sales increased a lot. This made Su Hong laugh so hard that her mouth split unconsciously. In the eyes of the normal onlookers around her, her appearance was as ugly as it could be. Huh? New target. Just breaking up a couple, making her live broadcast room popular. Su Hong, who had tasted the sweetness, was also looking for the next target. Just happened to see Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. What a handsome man and beautiful woman. They are simply a model couple. If this couple can be separated, the live broadcast room will definitely be a big hit. Ha ha ha. She was ecstatic and came up again. And again, sir, are you free to participate in the interview? Yi Yang glanced at her and sneered in his heart. It was obvious that this guy was targeting the two of them and was ready to set a trap. However, if he wanted to set a trap for him, this anchor was still too naive. Okay. As soon as Yi Yang appeared on the screen, the girls in the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Damn. So handsome. So classy. This is my ideal man. Yeah. I just feel a little familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere. Sister Hong. Send me the coordinates. I want to fly there. Looking at the hot scene in the live broadcast room, Sister Hong raised her lips and asked confidently, Hey, little brother, do you love your girlfriend? Are you willing to max out your credit card for your girlfriend? Maximize your credit card? No. Yi Yang shrugged and said directly. Su Hong was stunned. What the hell is this? I'm live streaming. So many people are watching. You don't even pretend. Just say you don't want to. But it's better if you don't want to. Such a straightforward scumbag broke them up in just a few words. TSK. I thought this guy was a good guy, but he turned out to be a scumbag who doesn't even want to max out his girlfriend's credit card. That's right. Trash, good looks are useless. This kind of scumbag is the most dangerous. The live broadcast room was full of noise. The onlookers' eyes lit up, and many boys who had been bullied by their girlfriends were crazy about giving Yi Yang a thumbs up. Fuck. A role model for our generation. Well done. Ahem. The first step of the routine failed, and the next step of the serial trap of letting Yi Yang max out his credit card to buy a bag couldn't go on. But it was just right. As a skilled routine internet celebrity, she was naturally ruthless and prepared several sets of combos. If one set didn't work, she would change another set. Then you don't love your girlfriend enough? Alas. You can't even max out your credit card, and you don't want to spend 10,000 yuan on your girl. Men nowadays are really heartless. She began to use the reverse provocation method. Maximize your credit card? Yi Yang raised his lips and sneered, I'd like to see which bag in the world dares to sell. For 10 billion? 10 billion. Fuck, shit. The crowd burst out. I was originally here to see a straight man tear apart a female anchor who was a toxic chicken soup and green tea, I didn't expect that this straight man was actually a super boss. Credit card limit of 10 billion. Do you know what you are talking about? Su Hong, who had a snake face, was almost paralyzed by Yi Yang's words and shouted in complete disbelief. This wave of criticism is so professional. Ha ha ha, so awesome. So refreshing. This is how you should criticize this toxic chicken soup brainwashing thing. The people on the side were all praising him. After they could translate, they thought Yi Yang was joking. What bank card can have a limit of 10 billion? Just think about it and you know he's joking. Yi Yang's answer was completely beyond her expectations, and Su Hong was completely speechless. This guy is too powerful. Lin Shuer also smiled at Su Hong. Brother Yi is really powerful. He said a few words to make this woman speechless. Hee hee, this guy is really good at joking. If you can't afford it, just say you can't afford it. It's better to go home and lie on the bed to dream. Su Hong rolled her eyes and fought back again. Do you think I'm kidding you? Yi Yang smiled. Well, let me ask you, how much is your outfit worth? I guess a super rich man with a credit card limit of tens of billions. His outfit wouldn't be so shabby, right? Su Hong sneered and fought back. How much? This is really not much. Yi Yang spread his hands. Let me tell you. Sir, I suggest you daydream or it's just over 100 million. Just as Su Hong was about to retort, she was so frightened by Yi Yang's next words that she bit her tongue. Hiss, what did you say? Hundreds of millions. Are you wearing a Golden Saint Seiya suit? Who? Can't brag? That's right, it must be pretentious. Sister Hong, don't give him any advice. Beat this scumbag. The women in the live broadcast room were once again frantically playing the keyboard to set the rhythm. Hee hee. Sister Hong also gained confidence. You said 100 million is 100 million? Can you tell us what they are and open our eyes? Do not believe? Yi Yang sneered, my outfit is all about Zegna's low-key luxury built-in customized models, which cost about 7 or 800,000, and the shoes are custom-made by Seville Row craftsmen, which cost more than 500,000. As for watches, Vacheron Constantin Pavilion Craftsman 000R, I don't know how much it costs, but the minimum is 100 million. He said casually. As Yi Yang explained, every sentence was like a depth bomb, causing the onlookers and the live broadcast room to explode with wave after wave of climax. Damn it, I didn't look carefully just now. This is indeed Jessia's personal low-luxury customized version. The chairman of my dad's company wears this. No, it can't be. I thought the clothes he was joking about are real. Doesn't it mean that the shoes and watch are also real? The onlookers all stuttered. What kind of super boss is this? One outfit can cost hundreds of millions. Everyone's worldview has collapsed. Damn. It's really Pavilion Craftsman 000R. It's the same model as the Russian Lisboa Emperor. I'll give you 100 million for even 100 billion. It's impossible to get it even if you don't have connections and status. The cousins present exclaimed like pilgrims. If you don't believe me, can this Centurion black gold card be fake? Yi Yang casually took out the Centurion black gold card from his pocket and shook it in front of Su Hong. When the black card came out, Su Hong was completely depressed. Damn it. Centurion black card. This is the real world-class top god. Fuck, I remember. Isn't that girl also a streamer named Shou on vibrato? Ah, yes, 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 the carnival battle in her live broadcast room 2 days ago made my heart surge. That boy, couldn't he be the famous Ji Shenhuan? Vibrato, that night. Fuck, the real god is right in front of me, I was blind. I'm sorry. Is it really him? I followed him on vibrato, I didn't expect to see him in real life, he's really handsome. In the live broadcast room, a group of poisonous chicken soup girls forgot that they had just mocked him. After seeing the Centurion card and the outfit worth hundreds of millions, they all sent messages frantically, asking Su Hong for Yi Yang's contact information, trying their best to date him and have children. Sisters, I remember. Isn't this the piano male god in the Ziguang Pavilion video that day? Why does he look so familiar? These days I have been dreaming about him as a Prince Charming, I just mocked my male god, woo-woo. I regret it. But at this time, Su Hong was so embarrassed that her face was burning and painful. How could she still stand in front of Yi Yang? She had already quietly run away. This matter came to an end. Yi Yang also continued his happy shopping trip with Lin Shuer. After buying a few top luxury bags, Yi Yang took Lin Shuer, who was full of luxury goods, out of the luxurious Rainbow Street district. After spending so much, these luxury goods were naturally delivered to the home by the store. The consumption along the way naturally also received rewards. But most of them were deposit rewards. Today, I spent tens of millions, and the deposit reward was about 18 billion. However, now Yi Yang has more than 100 billion in his bank card, assets of over 1 trillion, and 18 billion in deposits, which can no longer surprise him. After sending Lin Shuer back to Fuhua and walking on the road for a while, Lin Shuer reluctantly went upstairs. Until Yi Yang sat back in Koenigsegg 11. The system prompt sound came. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending more than 55 today, triggering the hidden reward of the day, sports all round. Obtaining sports all round, you will be proficient in all known sports on the earth, and the proficiency benchmark is Olympic champion, human ceiling level. Oh? Yi Yang smiled, the system has a lot of tricks, and it triggered the hidden reward inexplicably. Now he has triggered the hidden special reward 3 times, once for martial arts proficiency, once for musical instrument proficiency, and this time, it is sports proficiency again. How can there be hundreds of sports in this world? What does it mean that each one reaches the level of an Olympic champion? It's simply too strong. Today, Yi Yang is not as moved by tens of billions as by this special reward. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Yi Yang is also very satisfied with this reward. He looked at the sky and it was almost time for dinner. It's time to go back. He stepped on the accelerator, and the Koenigsegg 11 started up and flew directly towards the Jiangjing Villa like an angry dragon. Jiangjing Villa District. A top-level Range Rover stopped at the entrance of the community. This Range Rover, with a landing price of 3 or 4 million, would definitely be treated as a luxury car owner in an ordinary place. But in Jiangjing Villa, it seems a bit cheap. A small Land Rover? Whose nanny is back from buying groceries? This license plate is not on the registration form. Several security guards walked out of the security booth in confusion. Hello, we are here to visit Mr. Yi of Yending. First Villa. Fong Han leaned out of the car window and smiled faintly. Hentang Villa? The security guard looked up and down at the Land Rover and smiled. Are you sure you are the king of Hentang Villas? The no. One villa in Hentang, the current market price has been hyped up to more than 2 billion. What kind of status? A person driving a Range Rover is worthy of meeting him. Ahem. Seeing the security guard's half-smile, Ivy said unhappily, what? Do you look down on us? Oh? Foreign friends? That's not the case. The main reason is that the owner of this number 1 villa is really of a high status. If you want to visit, we dare not let you in easily, right? Let's call Sister Momo to confirm first. The security guard laughed. Huh. Really pretentious. The arrogant Ivy immediately had a bad impression of the entire Hentang Mountain Villa district, and was angry. As a super lawyer, he was surrounded by a bunch of bosses everywhere and greeted cautiously. He was actually stopped by the gatekeeper here. The key point is not that they blocked him intentionally, but because they really looked too low-end in this Jiangjing Villa area. After a few minutes, after finally confirming that these people were Yi Yang's guests, several security guards immediately turned back to a respectful smile, and opened the gate to let Fong Han and others in. Damn, this is really big. Are they trying to show us their power? After passing the gate, Ivy said indignantly. Say a few words. Have you forgotten my instructions? Fong Han chuckled. Maybe this is also the new boss trying to beat them. The Range Rover travels through the vast Jiangjing villas, surrounded by lakes on both sides, and the mountains are lush and beautiful. In Shanghai, a city where steel buildings weigh people down, it's suffocating. This kind of villa area is simply a paradise. The top rich people really enjoy themselves. Ivy was already holding back his anger, but now he said even more sourly. Saichi looked at this beautiful scenery like a paradise with clear eyes. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the dusk clouds were red. The red clouds are half falling, and the sky is clear. There are 3,000 pavilions of green water and green mountains. Hey, how big is this villa area? I haven't arrived yet after driving for a long time. Ivy sighed. After driving for a while, they just reached Jiangjing Mountain. Yumomo was waiting at the door with a few maids. Wow. Even people like Fong Han and Ai Wei, who have seen the world, couldn't help but exclaim when they saw these top-notch beauties wearing maid outfits. Hello, distinguished guests, I am Yumomo, the housekeeper of Hentang No. 1 Villa. The master has not come back yet. Please come to the villa to have a cup of tea and wait a moment. You. Mo smiled politely. I understand. A big shot like boss, you must be busy with work every day. And have to deal with many things. He must be working on some big project, right? Fong Han added with a smile. Yumomo smiled on his face, but rolled his eyes in his heart. Is he busy? That's weird. Right? Seeing so many beautiful beauties, Ivy's anger dissipated a lot. He went directly into the living room with Fong Han and Saichi and waited. Why not yet? Ivy frowned and finished a cup of tea, although this tea was obviously top-quality Longjing tea. But it still couldn't stop his anxious heart. As a star lawyer who was like a favorite of heaven, it was his first time to have to wait for half a day to pay him a visit. Looking at the anxious Ivy, Fong Han shook his head. Ivy, a star lawyer, is good at everything, but he is too proud. I can't wait any longer. Ivy put the teacup back on the table, stood up and walked out. Just when Fong Han was about to scold him and tell him to sit back. Buzz. A low roar of a supercar came from far away. The master has returned. Umo smiled and said. Ivy got up, just in time to see the extremely handsome sports car outside. Koenigsegg 11. In an instant, half of his arrogance was wiped out. Although he boasts that he has seen many big bosses and big shots. But this is the first time I've seen a guy who can afford to drive such a terrifying sports car. Emperor Fong Han and Saichi also stood up and saw the Koenigsegg 11. Hiss. Boss, Yi is quite courageous. Fong Han smiled bitterly. Although he is very rich, he cannot afford to spend 100 million to buy a car, otherwise he would not just drive in a Range Rover. Owner. As soon as Yi Yang entered the room, Umo and a group of maids had already stood side by side and bowed to salute. This card. Although Ivy was disdainful on the surface, he was extremely envious in his heart. It seems I came back a little late. Yi Yang smiled and shook hands with Fong Han. Sit down. Yi Yang said casually. Fong Han and the other two people also sat down. Saichi looked at Yi Yang carefully, while Aiwei looked sideways and said nothing because he was so angry just now. Boss. Yi, you have acquired our law firm. Do you have any direct needs for us? Fong Han asked tentatively. There is nothing I need. I just want to buy my own law firm first, just in case of emergencies. You can help me handle the legal issues and contracts related to the assets in my name on weekdays. Yi Yang said. Fong Han broke into a sweat and just spent a lot of money to buy their famous super law firm in the magical city, just in case of emergency. The thinking of this rich man is indeed different. Then our company's future plans and personnel changes. Fong Han asked his biggest doubt again. After all, he was the one who led the Jincheng office. If Yi Yang really wanted to seize power, it would be a huge blow to him. And if the firm was acquired just for investment, then everything would be fine. It's just that the proportion of the money earned in his hands may be less than before. I don't have any opinions on these. For now. Yi Yang spread his hands. He doesn't have time to play court tricks with these people. Normal people have to think hard if they want to make money and seek benefits. But he just needs to keep spending money. While he has this time to fight for power, wouldn't it be nice for him to spend more money? No. Fong Han felt relieved. Yi Yang's words also made his attitude clear and dispelled his biggest doubt. After all, doubts are cleared. The atmosphere became noticeably more relaxed. I wonder if the companies under your name have any contracts that need to be drawn up, so we can get in touch with them. Fong Han asked again and again. There are two in the world, one is Chateau Lafite and the other is Vacheron Constantin. Yi Yang thought for a while. As for domestic, the property rights of the Empire Financial Building are mine, and the tenant contracts for the 10 school district houses in the university town need to be drawn up, and the competition agreement for the development of the Ziguang Pavilion restaurant also needs to be drawn up. Fong Han felt his heart tremble after hearing this. This one by one. From abroad to China, these seemingly completely unrelated industries are actually owned by the same person. Even Ivy, who has always been proud, was shocked. The Yida Group also belongs to me. I need to focus on taking care of this. But there is already a dedicated legal team there, so don't Worry too much. Yi Yang thought for a while and then said, there are probably some more. I can't remember them right now. I will tell you when I remember them later. He gets a new company at every turn. This is also to explain the reason why he will have an extra property in the future when he has nothing to do. What? Yida Group. You mean that Yida Group? The three of them were stunned. This is China's famous top group. The founder's famous saying that 100 million is a small goal has become popular all over the internet, and no one knows it. Yes, I just collected it 2 days ago. Yi Yang said casually. Fang Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and kept shouting in his heart, Big brother, if he had known Yi Yang earlier, he might have saved 20 years of hard work. At this moment, he directly eliminated all bad and negative thoughts from his mind. This super boss is simply too scary. As long as he can establish any relationship with him, his career will skyrocket in the future. It seems too stupid to think about fighting for power now. He couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Okay, we've almost finished talking. It's time for us to have dinner. Yi Yang smiled. Let's have a normal small country banquet. A small state banquet is a meal during the 9-5-year plan. 9 dishes and 5 soups were the standard meal rules for small gatherings of ancient emperors. State banquet? Fang Han's heart moved. Is there a group of state banquet chefs hiding in your villa? Domestic chefs are divided into 3 levels, high school, low, and above, the special level. The highest honor is that of state banquet chef. Basically represents the highest achievement of Chinese cuisine. What is a rich person? This is. Several people expressed this sigh at the same time. After dinner, a conversation with Yi Yang also completely conquered Fang Han and Saichi. Only Ai Wei has been depressed, but because of Fang Han's warning, he never dared to say anything. Why doesn't this old man say anything? But why is he dissatisfied with me? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Boss Yi is approachable and can convince people with money. Naturally, I have no objections. However, Ivy, have always respected nobles and not tycoons. No matter how rich boss Yi is, he still can't convince me. Ivy shook his head, ignoring the obstruction of bunting pinching his thigh, and said all the words he had been holding in his heart for a long time. Presumptuous. Why are you talking to boss Yi? I told you to forget all those words. Fang Han's heart trembled, and he stood up and reprimanded angrily. He had just confirmed that boss Yi was a real big shot who couldn't afford to offend and could only try his best to make friends with him. This Ivy will cause trouble for him. If the bright future of Jiangjing law firm is ruined, the loss will be too unacceptable. At this time, Fang Han was also very anxious and angry. Oh? Yi Yang smiled and understood that some foreigners do have deep-rooted aristocratic ideas in their minds, depending on their history. It is similar to the princes and generals of China, Xiongning, but completely different. Then tell me, how can you convince me? Ivy is the ace lawyer of Jiangjing law firm, and it is also very important for him to be convinced of him. Seeing Yi Yang launched a challenge, Ivy did not show any weakness at all. Nobles, of course there are nobility rules. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Ivy. After Fang Han scolded him, he also smiled at Yi Yang and said, Boss Yi, this is the nature of Ivy. Please forgive me for any offense. It doesn't matter. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. To be honest, I'm still a little curious. Oh, a cowardly person can no longer be called a noble. Ivy pouted. The rules of the nobility? Yi Yang became interested and raised his eyebrows. Can you tell me about it? Explain it. I have been involved in noble sports since I was a child, and my best skills are horse racing and golf. If you can prove that you are also accomplished in this area, and that you have the cultivation and connotation that a noble should have, I will obey you. Ivy is eager to try. Boss, Yi is so young. Even if he has practiced since childhood, he has practiced for an unknown amount of time less than you. You are too ignorant. Fang Han scolded him on the surface, but he was relieved in his heart. It was just a sports competition, so it wouldn't hurt people's feelings at all. Humph, an expert will know when he makes a move. I won't bully him. I will naturally let him go during the competition. Ivy said repeatedly. Ha ha ha, interesting, let's compare. Yi Yang was eager to give it a try. He had just achieved all-around sports and wanted to use this opportunity to test it out. Boss, Yi. Fang Han looked at Yi Yang's confident smile, and it didn't seem like he was angry or trying to show off. Could it be possible that Boss Yi really happens to have research in this area? At such a young age, he is already a powerful figure in his career. Also versatile. Is this a monster? Saichi also looked at Yi Yang with great energy, feeling admiration in her heart. Just trying to be brave. Seeing Yi Yang's confident look, Ai Wei felt a little guilty, but thinking about his superb skills, he became confident again. If you are so confident now, if you lose too badly later, you will know the gap. Yi Yang looked at Ivy with a smile. In fact, Ivy was talking nonsense about nobility and sports. He was simply dissatisfied with himself and wanted to defame himself in what he was best at and retaliate for his anger just now. What he is best at is sports and law. It is naturally unrealistic to compare yourself with the law. So he picked sports. Since you don't accept it, I'll beat you until you do. Yi Yang clapped his hands. Okay, my backyard is a golf course, it's just right, let's go have some fun? My backyard is a golf course. I thought this was just a meme on the internet. What a great experience today. Fang Han smiled bitterly and shook his head. Following such a super tycoon, he, a guy who usually calls himself a social elite, could not help but feel his poverty all the time. Master, you. Momo came up and asked Yi Yang in a worried voice. Yi Yang smiled and scratched her nose, and chuckled in her ear. Just bring the cheerleaders to cheer me up and see how I torture this foreigner. You Momo's face turned red, he nodded repeatedly, and then raised his fist in a cheering gesture. Hoo-hoo. The summer wind in the magical city seemed very strong in this evening. Ivy was a little embarrassed. When playing golf, you are afraid of environmental variables. When the strong wind blows, you will be slapped. Only top players can ignore the environment and weather and hit a superb hole in every shot. Ahem, it seems that the weather today is not suitable for golf. Ivy scratched his head. In this case, he might not be able to score a goal. I originally wanted to humiliate Yi Yang, so don't dig a hole and bury yourself in the end. This beautiful weather and the cool evening breeze are perfect for playing golf, right? Yi Yang feels that the weather tonight is very comfortable. Oh, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Ivy rolled his eyes in his heart. As long as he had learned golf for 2 days, he would not be able to say such a layman's words. Unless you are a super expert, but you are in your early 20s and can play golf to a world-class level. That's ridiculous. Could it be that this kid was sure that we wouldn't be able to enter the cave in this weather, and the result would be a draw at most, to cover up his embarrassment? Since it's a private discussion, we don't follow the rules of the 18-hole competition. Jiangjing smiled and said, I'll make a rule. If you take 10 shots, you'll have to compare with whoever has more holes. How about that? If I don't score twice as many times as you, I'll lose. This was originally the line I was going to say. Wei roared inwardly, but since Jiangjing now had the words, he also sneered, talk big, don't get slapped in the face for a while. Start your show, shall we? Jiangjing smiled and sat under the umbrella, spreading his hands. Just start. Ivy picked up the golf club and prayed in his heart, no matter what, Jesus will bless me to score a goal. Adjust your posture and breathing. Ivy took a direct swing. Call out. The golf ball was tumbling in the sky, and within 10 meters of flying, it was blown askew by the wind. Finally landing, I didn't know that I was dozens of meters away from the hole, hundreds of meters away. Ahem. Mistake, this is definitely a mistake. Ivy blushed and continued to swing the ball. Unfortunately, on such a windy day, the trajectory of the shot was messy, and I missed one of my 9 shots in a row. Foo, CK. Ivy was so angry that his native dialect came out. The last shot. God bless. He kissed the golf ball and took a sharp swing. He closed his eyes. This shot was purely random. His mentality had already collapsed. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the maid in charge of scoring in the distance raising the flag in her hand. Fuck, it's in. It's in. Yes. Oh my God. Avril almost jumped up. In his opinion, scoring even one goal in this environment was a miracle. He didn't believe that Jiangjing could score more than 2. Ha ha ha. Ivy, who was showing off his power, raised his head and walked under the umbrella. It's your turn. Jiangjing shrugged, stood up casually, held the golf club in his hand, and his whole body automatically entered a perfect state. The muscles of the whole body, waist, hips, arms, and wrists are linked together, and they are transmitted step by step. Everything seems to be natural. His movements were as graceful as if he were an immortal on earth. The cheerleaders watching on the side forgot to wave their signs and cheer. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on Jiangjing's confident and energetic face. Both Yumomo and Saichi were stunned. What's the use of being cool? How could this ball be so crooked? Fuck. 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 Ivy stood up directly from the chair. When Jiangjing swung the ball, the trajectory of the golf ball was crooked. But no one expected that its arc would actually draw an arc in the sky. With the help of the wind, it would return to the right track and land on the small hole hundreds of meters away. Is this magic? Ivy watched the scoring maid in the distance raise the flag in her hand again, stars popping up in her eyes. No, my blood pressure seems a bit high. Today, this must be a lie, I'm dazzled. Or maybe he's just lucky. He's fooled. Yes, he fooled you. You won't be so lucky on the next shot. Before he could finish speaking, Jiangjing swung his second shot confidently link. Ivy was stunned. Even for the world's top players, it takes more than 10 minutes to adjust. Each stroke, right? Yi Yang had no intention of taking a rest and just took the second shot. This is too crazy. Arrogance will not lead to good results. You will definitely not be able to enter this. Definitely. He kept staring at the trajectory of the golf ball and muttered, "God bless. I will definitely not make it." However, in China, God seems to be out of action. The ball flew directly into the sky, using its own rotational stress to resist the wind. After landing, it jumped like a ball, as if it had been calculated. After taking off for the third time, it entered the hole in a fancy way. Yeah. The owner is amazing. Too handsome. When the maid group and Yumomo saw this, they all cheered. Once as luck, twice as strength. Especially the fancy goal on the second shot, it's so cool. Even if they don't understand the rules, they can still see that this shot is simply awesome. Gulu. Ivy was immediately petrified on the spot. Fong Han also shook his head and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He didn't expect that Boss Yi really kept his secrets secret and was also a world-class player in golf. This way, not only would they not hurt each other's face, it can even kill Ivy's spirit. Kill two birds with one stone. But, handsome is indeed handsome. If I were a woman, I would want to sleep with him, right? Fong Han thought wickedly. Next, Yi Yang swung the club casually, put the ball on the ball and hit it directly without making any adjustments. Casually, as if sweeping the floor. However, just by sweeping the ball so casually, he scored 9 out of 9 shots. The way to score each shot is completely different. Change your tricks to get into the hole. No way. Cheating. He has a remote control in his ball. Ivy screamed, "This is ridiculous." But the fact happened before his eyes. No matter how much he didn't believe it, this was the reality. Yi Yang looked at Ai jumping in the distance and shook his head in a funny way. It seems too much to bully him like this. Let's save him some face. We agreed to let him do it. After that, he swung the club suddenly. Ah. The swing was crooked and didn't touch the ball. This is too much of an own goal. Haha. He threw the pole casually to the maid next to him, returned to the umbrella, and patted Ivy on the shoulder, who was looking at him with wide eyes and his mouth wide open. It seems that I am still too bad. I scored 9 out of 10 shots, there is nothing I can do. After all, it is my first time to play this today. Ivy cried. Is that what you called a handicap at the end? That is naked humiliation. The acting is so bad. The first 9 shots were amazing, and the last shot was completely empty. What a fool. Looking at Yi Yang's sincere eyes, Ivy understood his subtext. That's right. I'm just lying to a fool at this time. The scoring maid in the distance also trotted back with the golf ball. I just heard you say that you suspected that there was a remote control in my ball? Yi Yang threw the golf ball to Ivy. How about you cut it open and take a look? Boss Yi, I was just joking, don't pay attention. Ivy was completely convinced. As soon as he got this golf ball, based on his experience, he could directly tell whether it was tampered with or not based on the light and heavy touch. Are you satisfied now? Yi Yang asked with a half-smile. I'm done with it. Ivy has lived for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen a true hero like you, Boss Yi. Ivy felt ashamed and panicked, and apologized. Again and again. How about a horse racing competition? There happens to be a horse farm in my backyard? Yi Yang joked. No, no, no. Boss Yi, please stop humiliating me. Ivy knows I was wrong, you will be the person I admire most from now on. Ivy will definitely obey your words from now on. If there is any lawsuit, I will do my best to help you handle it. Good. Ivy repeatedly gave in. A golf ball was enough to make his face swollen. If he was crushed again in a while, he might really have to find a crack in the ground to get out of the Yandingshan villa area. Ha ha ha. Fong Han, Saichi, Yumomo, and others laughed when they saw Aiwei's embarrassed look. Yi Yang also nodded slightly. Ivy is just proud, but if he can conquer this pride, he will gain the purest respect. I didn't expect Boss Yi to have such profound attainments in sports. It's really admirable. Saichi looked at Yi Yang with a strange look in his eyes. It's just SOSO. If I said that this is actually my first time playing golf, would you believe it? Yi Yang said truthfully. Boss Yi, didn't we agree not to humiliate me? Ivy said dumbfounded, at your level, you are more than enough to compete for the World Golf King. How could this be your first time playing? Yi Yang rolled his eyes. In this world, no one believes it, to be honest. This is really my first time playing golf. After joking for a while, Yi Yang sent Fong Han and others away. After this meeting tonight, these three people are all in my pocket, and they will definitely work for me wholeheartedly in the future. It is still a great sense of pride to be impressed by such a top elite in society. Standing on the attic of the villa, watching the Range Rover slowly drive out of the villa area, Yi Yang held a glass of Lafite in his hand, and a satisfied arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that the master's golf skills are so good. No wonder you win so easily every time you play golf with me. Yumomo walked behind her without knowing when, put his arms around her, and smiled affectionately. Yi Yang pinched Yumomo's pretty face. When a woman drives a car, the speed is not slower than that of a man. Then tonight, let you see what is easy. Yi Yang smiled, next to the open-air swimming pool on the roof. The next morning, Yi Yang washed up feeling refreshed. Although Yumomo has reached maturity and has more energy than ordinary people, he is still too weak compared to Yi Yang, who is proficient in Chinese martial arts and versatile in sports. Worked hard all night. He immediately put her to sleep and she hasn't gotten up yet. Yi Yang shook his head, picked up his phone and read the message. Boss Yi, this is Fong Han. We have already taken care of the school district housing matter for you. If you see the message, please call us to discuss it in detail. Yo? Is it very efficient? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It seems that the other party went back and helped him find a relationship overnight. He is indeed a smart man, being so reliable and trusting the other party with the legal issues of his assets provides some psychological protection. Yi Yang smiled and dialed Fong Han's number. Hey, Boss Yi. After just one ring, the phone was picked up. It was obvious that Fong Han had been waiting for Yi Yang's reply after sending the message. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. What do you say about renting a house? We contacted the IKEA agency, which has sent a gold medal sales house Xijin to hand over to me. The IKEA agency will also provide the contract. We have reviewed and revised the contract overnight. It is definitely the best contract. Fong Han was confident about the drafting of the contract, I'll send you Fong Xijin's phone number. Just ask her to take the client directly to the door of your Linjiang community and wait for you. Good. Yi Yang also feels at ease when dealing with Feng Han. After hanging up the other party's phone, he also started to contact the so-called gold medal salesman Fong Xijin. Hey, boss Yi. Obviously, Feng Han had already told Fong Xijin about Yi Yang's information. When he saw Yi Yang calling, he was calling one boss at a time. Well, I'm going to rent a house today. Just call the tenants to wait for me at the gate of Linjiang community. Yi Yang smiled. Boss Yi, excuse me, I have many clients, and the demand for housing in the school district is even greater. I wonder how many houses you want to rent out. Fong Xijin considered his words and asked cautiously. Bring as much as you have. Yi Yang said casually. Boss Yi, are you serious? I currently have at least a dozen clients who are in need of housing in the school district. Take them all with you. On the other side of the phone, Fong Xijin was completely confused. As soon as she heard Sister Shou explain the task to her, she realized that this boss Yi was extraordinary. But he didn't expect that the other party actually had at least a dozen school district houses in Linjiang community. That's Linjiang community. A short way to the east is the university city of Shanghai, and a short distance to the west is where the #1 public high school and private aristocratic high schools in Shanghai are concentrated. The community is close to the Moda River, and the nearest row is called a Riverview Room. The most expensive ones on the market are priced at 25,000 or even 35,000 square meters per square meter, with an average of 120 square meters per unit. 10 sets of houses in the Jiangjing Community School District, if rounded up, would be 300 million. Gulu. This is a super big customer, we must catch it. Fong Xijin shouted in his heart. That's it. Only 10? Unexpectedly, there was such a response from Yi Yang. Fong Xijin almost dropped his phone in shock. First, sir, what do you mean? She asked in fear, could it be that the other party had more than 10 properties? Okay, I didn't plan to rent it out all at once. Just take someone to wait for me at the gate of the community. Yi Yang said casually. All 10 school district houses in Linjiang community belong to him. There are 7 foyers in the building. One foyer is about 18 stories high, and there are 2 suites on the first floor. That works out to at least 2,000 houses, not including the large flat floors above each building. The total value of these 10 school district houses is tens of billions. 2,000 units. It's not easy to rent the whole place to full occupancy. Yi Yang shook his head and smiled. However, this is only a matter of time. Every year, some freshmen at the university want to rent a house, and many of the middle class and aristocrats in Magic City also rent houses in Linjiang community so that their children can go to middle school. As long as the school season starts in August and September, these houses are almost fully rented. Counting it, it's pretty quick. Yi Yang turned around and looked at Yumomo, who was sleeping. He was the one who caused her to be so tired, and he was embarrassed to wake her up. It seems that I have to do this by myself today. Yi Yang hummed a tune. Considering the principle of keeping a low profile, it is better to drive a low-key car in such crowded situations. After choosing for a long time, I chose the cheaper one in the garage, a Ferrari *Laffa worth 30 million. Well, this should be low-key enough. Yi Yang nodded. Most of the cars in his garage cost more than 50 million. This Ferrari *Laffa is indeed low-key. Buzz. Like a red hunting shadow, the Ferrari suddenly drove out of the Jiangjing Villa area. Jiangjing Villa is not far from Linjiang Villa. It didn't take long to arrive. But Fang Xijin obviously arrived earlier. These tenants who are in need of housing in the school district seem to be very anxious. Wow. Ferrari. Among the waiting tenants, there are obviously people who know the goods. They exclaimed when Yi Yang's Ferrari drove up. It's indeed a Ferrari. And it's a Ferrari *Laffa. A top-notch luxury car that seems to sell for 20 to 30 million. I'm jealous. Pedestrians passing by looked at the luxury car parked at the entrance of the community with envy clatter. After getting out of the car, Yi Yang noticed the fiery eyes around him and felt a little helpless. He obviously wanted to keep a low profile. Mr. Yi. Fang Xijin came up one after another and said respectfully. Fang Xijin? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the crowd behind her with some surprise. There were at least 20 people, didn't you say a dozen? There are so many people here. Is it too much? Fang Xijin's first reaction was this: don't worry, Mr. Yi. Some people come with their children to choose housing in the school district. In fact, there are only 13 rental requests. A trace of disappointment flashed through Yi Yang's heart, but then he waved his hand. That's okay. Mr. Yi, are you sure your property is enough? Fang Xijin came closer and asked in a low voice. Ha ha. Yi Yang didn't bother to explain. He just looked at the renters and said, tell me the details. Some of them are rented to children in middle school. Most of these people want 3 or 6 year lease terms. Fang Xijin's professional ability is still very strong. There are also some wealthy people from other places or locals who want to rent a house here for years while their daughters study in college. Only one pair is special. Fang Xijin hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw one of the young men with gold-rimmed glasses and a hooked nose walking over. His face was filled with the unique confidence of the rich second generation. He looked at Yi Yang and said, are you the owner we want to meet? Is something wrong? Yi Yang looked at this young man who was wearing luxury brands and was obviously from a good family. We, Luo, are coming here to attend Jiaotong University in Shanghai. I want you to sell me your house. You can negotiate the price. I know you may not be short of money, but I can pay a premium, and I can even give you a supercar that's better than your car. The man with gold-rimmed glasses said with great confidence. Baffling. Yi Yang sneered, a broken sports car wants to exchange for my real estate? The rich second generation was at a loss for words. No matter how expensive the housing in this school district is, 20 million for a house is enough, right? I'll give you a 40 million car, twice the premium. Who told you I only have a house? Yi Yang glanced at the rich second generation coldly, and then turned his head, leaving him alone and stunned. Peng Feiyu was completely confused. He came from a good family and had been chasing the goddess in his class since middle school. Now the goddess Dai Luo has finally graduated. In order to show his sincerity and strength, he planned to buy her a house in the school district. However, the school district housing next to the university town is such a precious resource. As soon as the property came out, it was immediately sold out. It's impossible to buy it. Can only be rented. So he also had the idea to buy the house directly from the owner today at a premium. Do you think some of the people standing here today can't afford a house? Yi Yang smiled and looked at the group of tenants brought by Fang Xijin. Except for Peng Feiyu, all these tenants are women. Some are young women and some are college students. That's right. Young man, what you are doing is so unethical. Fortunately, I thought you were a gentleman just now. The rich women were obviously not happy. School district housing is a precious resource, and they won't rent it if they can buy it. Being ridiculed by everyone, Peng Feiyu, the second-generation rich man, couldn't help but shouted angrily, I will buy you a house at 10 times the premium. Do you want to sell it or not? Hiss, 10 times the premium? Is this kid crazy? Haha, what a liquor. There were several female college students from rich families who were watching with cold eyes. They were all goddesses in school. Naturally, they knew what Dai Luoluo was feeling at this time, which was nothing but pride and contempt. In my heart, I will only have the pleasure of the rich second generation spending a lot of money on themselves and serving them like dogs, without any admiration. Do you think I'm short of money? Yi Yang shrugged. Don't say 10 times, if you increase the price 1,000 times, I won't sell it if I'm in a bad mood, you. Peng Feiyu smiled, 1,000 times? Haha, do you really think you are the richest man in China? You don't want it even if you don't want it if you don't want it. There's something wrong with bragging, okay? It's just that the spectrum is quite high. Do you think you are the only owner of Linjiang community? If you don't want to sell, there are many people who are willing to sell. Dai Luoluo stood up at this time and agreed with a sneer. Yi Yang glanced at her, and his heart trembled at the sight of her. This look was sharp and domineering, and it was simply terrifying. However, no matter how rich Yi Yang is, he is just an owner of a few houses. Peng Feiyu is a real rich second generation. The family has tens of billions of assets. She still had to fish hard, she could still tell the difference between what was light and what was heavy. Is it? Yi Yang smiled, then I'm going to say this today, you really can't rent a house here. Hiss. Fang Xijin and other tenants were shocked. This little brother is young, but he speaks quite domineeringly, haha, I like it. When I was a teenager, I was obsessed with such a domineering, rich and handsome little brother. These young women were all teasing. Only Fang Xijin had an incredible guess in his heart. Is it possible that this Linjiang community? No. That's too ridiculous, it's impossible. Fang Xijin shook his head repeatedly and kicked out the horrible thought in his mind, maybe Mr. Yi has a better relationship with other owners. Oh. I'm so crazy for you. I really don't know how much I weigh. It's just a few shabby houses. Dai Luoluo sneered. Yi Yang directly ignored these claims. The entire community belonged to him and he was the sole owner. He would ask the security guards to beat these two idiots out and that would be it. Let's follow. Fang Xijin repeatedly organized tenants to follow Yi Yang into the community. Community access control. Several security guards also saluted Yi Yang. Ferrari * Rafa stopped there. Yi Yang was certainly not someone they could offend, so he was naturally respectful. Sir, your license plate is not registered. Please prove that you are a resident of the community. First, this is also a rule. Look. Several security guards smiled apologetically. Well, how to prove it? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. All our residents' information is included in the security system. As long as you report the corresponding address and match your identity information, you can enter the community. This kind of verification is only required for the first time. Once entered into the system, facial recognition will automatically enter the system in the future. Several security guards explained. In succession. Huh. Not even facial information has been included in the system. Are you kidding us because you don't have a house here? Peng Feiyu said sarcastically. When other tenants were told this, they also became suspicious. Since face collection is only required when entering the community for the first time, as the owner, how could Yi Yang not be included in the collection system? I just bought the house 2 days ago, and today is my first time here. Yi Yang spread his hands and said helplessly, then just enter a room number first. Sir, what did you say? Several security guards suspected that their ears were broken and asked repeatedly. I said, enter anything, all the houses here are mine. Yi Yang frowned, but thought that his words were indeed a bit shocking, so he patiently explained. Ha 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 ha. Peng Feiyu covered his stomach. Did you hear what he said? The entire Linjiang community is his. Did you run away from a mental hospital? Do you know how much it costs to buy the entire Linjiang community? At least 50 billion. Originally, these rich wives had no idea about this, and they were all surprised when they heard Peng Feiyu say this. They boasted that their families had some assets, at least a few 100 million. But, hundreds of billions, that's a completely different concept. This also made them suspicious. Such a young-looking guy really has hundreds of billions of real estate. This is indeed a bit unbelievable, or absurd. Could it be that this guy is really fooling them? Only Fang Xijin was sweating profusely. She still remembered the tone and expression of Sister Shou when she entrusted her with Yi Yang. If Sister Shou could react like that, maybe Yi Yang, just as she was thinking wildly. After logging into the system and typing in the word Yi Yang, several security guards screamed, fuck. This is impossible. Is the system broken? After searching for Yi Yang, the following list of house owners' information is all his. How many are there? The security guard kept scrolling the mouse, but he couldn't get to the bottom after scrolling for a long time. From Building A, Unit 1, 101, one after another, rolling to the last Building G, Unit 7, 18th floor, the owner information is all the same, all Yi Yang. Refreshed several times, it was the same. Thinking of what Yi Yang said just now. Enter any room number, all the houses here are mine. Several security guards looked at Yi Yang in shock, their brains blank. What did you find out? Yi Yang frowned, looking at the stupid looks of several security guards, and asked them to tell him whether they found out or not. Of course. Several security guards were looking at Yi Yang enthusiastically at this time, saluted directly, and said respectfully, after investigation, you are indeed the only owner of the community. Peng Feiyu, who was still threatening, was stunned in an instant. My ears are broken. Am I crazy? Or is this world abnormal? At least 30 to 50 billion yuan of the community's output value belongs to this boy who looks like himself and is only in his 20s. This boy is richer than his father. Dai Luolua's eyes suddenly became hot. She forgot that she was just mocking Yi Yang. No matter how powerful Peng Feiyu is, he is still a second-generation rich man. He has to beg his family for money when he can finally get some money. But Yi Yang is different. He drives a luxury car and has hundreds of billions of real estate under his name. Who knows if he has other assets? He is definitely a super rich first generation. If we estimate the value, I don't know how many times better than Peng Feiyu. Actually, it's true. Fang Xijin covered her mouth and looked at the young man in front of her with infinite confidence in his smile. The other party seems to be younger than her. The entire Linjiang community is already his big customer. Super big customer. Doesn't that mean at least 2,000 houses in his hands? What is this concept? If all these houses are rented out, then the commission she can get. Just thinking about it makes her tremble all over. Wow, I didn't expect this guy to be an invisible super rich man. The rich wives originally thought Yi Yang was very pleasing to the eye. At this time, the eyes looking at him became complicated. There were even two rich ladies who clapped their daughters' hands, eager to try meaningfully. Since there is no problem, then go in. Yi Yang casually pointed at Peng Feiyu and Dai Luoluo. Remember, this community does not welcome these two people. If you see them in the future, just drive them away. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Several security guards said repeatedly. Hey, 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 brother Yi, don't leave. Dai Luoluo immediately put on a smile and wanted to chase after him. But Yi Yang didn't even turn his head. He has seen too many beauties. Although Dai Luoluo is pretty, she is not even a rank in his maid group. Her behavior is still so bad, and her values are not correct. This kind of woman is not worthy of being in his eyes. Madam, please respect yourself. Several security guards frowned and pushed Dai Luoluo away. Dai Luoluo was anxious for a moment, her high heels twisted, and she fell on the bluestone road, grimacing in pain. How dare you? Peng Feiyu was furious when he saw this scene. And he went up to fight. But the two security guards were aggressive and their sneers were like a basin of cold water poured on his head, making him lose his arrogance. He bent down again and again, trying to support Dai Luoluo, and said with great distress, Luoluo, are you okay? Pa. Unexpectedly, Dai Luoluo slapped him in the face. It's all your fault. You stinky liquor. If it weren't for you, would I have missed such a perfect rich man? If you hadn't been leading the rhythm and mocking him today, would my image in his heart have fallen so much? With my image? How can a man not be moved? Ah. Furious and resentful of being pushed to the ground, Dai Luoluo was desperate and tore her face, saying the most real thoughts in her heart. Pa. After slapping Peng Feiyu twice again, Dai Luoluo struggled to get up by herself, limping away angrily. Peng Feiyu was stunned by a few slaps. He never thought that he was such a thing in the goddess heart. These slaps made him lose the most fragile fantasy in his heart. It made him extremely painful, and he cried in grievance on the street. The miserable appearance of this pair of dogs and bitches. In the eyes of many rich women who had just entered the community, no one sympathized with them. On the contrary, they were quite happy. Many of them regarded Yi Yang as their future son-in-law. Since they were all family members, they would protect Yi Yang. The next step was to choose a house. In the entire Linjiang community, 10 buildings with more than 2 000 houses were all his. There were only about 20 people looking at the house. Of course, they picked randomly. Everyone could choose the best floor with good lighting. However, in a high-end community like Linjiang community, which is specially built for successful people, every household is actually very comfortable to live in. The difference is not that big at all. Every home here is well decorated and you can move in with just your luggage. Therefore, it was very efficient and everything was settled in just over an hour. Fang Xijin was also extremely happy. She has been busy running around for a month, but she may not be able to get as much commission as she did in this hour. You know, these people are renting for at least 3 or 4 years in such a high-end community. Rent is completely different from an ordinary community. There are more than a dozen apartments, and each apartment is rented for an average of 5 years. If it is settled at one time, the total is close to 20 million. Oh, it's so nice to be rich. You don't have to do anything, just lie in bed and receive huge sums of money every month. Fang Xijin made a little calculation. If the apartments are rented for an average of 5 years, all the more than 2,000 apartments in Linjiang community will be rented out by September. Yi Yang can earn billions directly. She couldn't help but feel her heart tremble when she thought of this number. But correspondingly, the IKEA intermediary can also get a lot of commission from it, and he might be able to get at least 1 million from it. Make millions a month. Looking at China, it is the dream of most people. I have to take good care of this big benefactor. At this time, everyone in the group had their eye on the house. It was fun and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Huh? Xiaoya, do you have a girlfriend? Chatting and chatting. A group of young women started gossiping. You are so young and promising, it would be a pity if you don't have a girlfriend. What do you think of my baby girl? She doesn't have a boyfriend either. Yi Yang was slightly stunned. Is it possible that these rich women also work part-time as matchmakers? My daughter is not bad either. And my family, although she is only in high school, she will definitely not suffer if you wait. My family is in good condition and can provide a dowry of 50 million. My family has 80 million. Oh, my family will give us shares in the company. The originally joyful atmosphere suddenly changed. Yi Yang felt dizzy and smiled bitterly. When other people marry their daughters, they want more gifts. These rich women have completely different thinking. When I got here, I was thinking about how to give more dowry. There's nothing I can do about it. He's so handsome that he's so invincible. Oh, Mom, I'm still here. The girls present also blushed with embarrassment and looked at Yi Yang with a desire to refuse. Such a handsome and perfect God is something you can only meet but cannot ask for. How many people are better than Yi Yang in this world? Yi Yang smiled lightly. Those who can get into Shanghai University City have good grades, plus they are all girls from rich families and have good temperaments. However, compared with his vision, it was still too ordinary. Now around him, even the maids are 7-star, gold medal housekeeping talents, and all of them are top students from the Ivy League or the top universities in China. The temperament and beauty are naturally not comparable to these girls. But it would be rude to refuse in public. While joking, he was forced to send the tenants away after being added to WeChat by some girls. Signing a contract and making payment must follow formal procedures. If we negotiate today, it will take at least 1 or 2 days before we can move In. Oh, it's really a big headache. Yi Yang scratched his hair. It felt so terrifying that a group of beautiful young women were pestering you to give you a daughter, and even offered a sky-high dowry. Haha, Boss Yi can be elected as the most sought-after son-in-law in China. Fong Xijin was in a good mood today and joked with a smile. I can't help it, who made me so handsome? Yi Yang shook his head and said seriously. If anyone else had said this, they would have been laughed at, but Yi Yang was indeed telling the truth. Fong Xijin felt envious and jealous. By the way, Boss Yi, do you need anything else? I'm very free today. And can help you. Fong Xijin said with great discernment. The tenants had all left, but Yi Yang stayed on. Obviously because he still had things to do. Well, there is indeed one more thing. Yi Yang nodded slightly and looked up and down at Fong Xijin's graceful and mature curves. Mr. Yi, you. Fong Xijin blushed, protected her chest with her hands, and stood back. Ha ha. Yi Yang waved his hand, follow me, and help me clean up my apartment. Ah? Ah. Fong Xijin's heart was pounding. She is a strong woman in the new era. She believes in fighting for the world on her own and must have a strong personality. Even if Yi Yang is a handsome young rich man, she cannot give up her pants too easily. Scared me. She patted her chest and hurried over. Building A is a large flat floor. Buildings A, B, and C are all riverside buildings. Building A is particularly in the best location. The large flat on the top floor can be said to be the best apartment in Linjiang community. Building A has a flat floor with a ceiling height of 8 meters, 2 indoor floors, and a dedicated elevator. From the balcony, you can see the magnificent Huangpu River in front of you, and on the opposite side is the bustling Magic City. If it comes at night and the lanterns come on, it will definitely be a wonderful sight, a visual feast. This scenery alone is worth hundreds of millions. Yi Yang said with a smile. The large flat floor of Building A, as the signature of Linjiang community, is priced at 880 million yuan. If you really want to buy it, the market value is estimated to be more than 1 billion yuan. More expensive than most villas. Building A has a large flat floor area of 500 square meters. There is a private swimming pool and private lawn on the roof. There is a private cinema on the second floor indoors. Fong Xijin introduced. Yi Yang was very satisfied. Linjiang Villa happened to be not far from the high school where his sister Yizi studied, and he also planned to choose a house for his sister to live in. It's better than living in a bunk bed for 6 people that my sister complained about for more than 2 years. It takes a lot of time to clean this house. Although Fong Xijin was talking, his hands were already busy. Before each house had an owner, it had a dedicated ant to clean it. Although this flat floor near the river is large, there is not much that can be packed away. Yi Yang looked at the capable back of the bed. In the bedroom, covered with sheets, and Fong Xijin's straight and round hips facing him, and his heart, which had no distracting thoughts at first, began to fluctuate slightly. In the entire Building A, he and Fong Xijin were the only 2 people in the 500 square meter double-story flat. And in such a sensitive place as the bedroom, it is impossible not to have special thoughts in mind. It seemed that he was aware of Yi Yang's gaze, and Fong Xijin's face was like a burning cloud. Her subconscious actions just now were out of self-cultivation, but along the way, she had already done a good job of mental construction. No matter what, if you can be perfect with such a Perfect man once, no matter what, you have earned it. After all, she has been busy working on her career for so many years and has rarely had fish/water sex. It's okay not to think about it, but once I think of that kind of thing, I feel the deep desire, deep in my bones. After tidying up the bed, she looked down at Yang shyly, showing a different side of her, besides being a strong woman. Mr. Yi, it's ready. She bit her lower lip and looked at Yang with undisguised eyes. Good. Yang smiled slightly. He never forces anyone, but he also won't refuse a happy experience that fulfills each other. If you can't live your life as you want, then it doesn't make sense to ask for so much money. This is Shenhao. Fang Xijin was also wearing a professional sales suit, a small suit top paired with black silk high heels. The stimulation of the uniform temptation in this spacious flat greatly increased his interest today. After some exercise, Yang smiled with satisfaction. Hua. La la. After cleaning afterwards, Fang Xijin no longer felt like a strong woman in front of Yang, but seemed quite shy. Okay, it's time for lunch. Yang stretched his muscles and bones, and his appetite increased. Do you know any good restaurants nearby? I'll treat you. Yang smiled. No, of course I'll treat you. Fang Xijin said repeatedly. How much opportunity did Yang bring her? Such a great nobleman, how could he treat himself to dinner? He had to treat himself. Haha. Just as the two were discussing where to eat, the doorbell rang. Huh? Yang frowned, walked into the living room, opened the door, and saw a tall and strong man in a suit. Huh? Who are you? Yang asked. Are you the new owner here? The man in the suit looked fierce, and when he smiled, he looked more like a robber in a costume drama. I'm from Linjiang Property Management, collecting property fees. Property fees? How much? Yang didn't explain. The property fees in high-end residential areas are naturally more expensive. It is estimated that the property fees for this large flat are at least 100,000 or 80,000 yuan a year. Hey, 1 million a year. The man in the suit smiled maliciously. Huh? Yang frowned. Are you kidding? Belongs to him. I have reason to suspect you are robbing someone. Yang frowned. He is naturally not short of money, but that doesn't mean he can satisfy a ruthless and unreasonable request for money. Hey, that's how the price is set. If you don't want to, please report it to the owners' committee. The sturdy man sneered and said like a rogue. Huh, owners' committee? Yang snorted coldly. He is the only owner in the entire Linjiang community. And he himself is the committee. You already live on a flat floor, so you're definitely not short of money. Why, you still feel bad for 1 million a year? The big man scratched his hair in boredom. Most of the original owners of Linjiang community are busy people, and most of them buy houses in school districts for investment. He rarely shows up, so he can't organize any committees. There are no complaints from owners about property fees. Of course, it's up to the property management company to decide. He has become more and more courageous in recent years. Originally, the maximum property fee for this large flat was 200,000 yuan per year. Now it has been directly raised to 1 million by him. Oh, do you believe that I will tell your property company to get out of here? Yang sneered. The other party probably doesn't know that the entire Linjiang community has been acquired by him. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to be so arrogant with myself. Oh, you go back first. Tomorrow, the property in Linjiang will no longer be yours. Yi Yang waved his hand casually. I'm so embarrassed. You're so cool. The big man in a suit stared in disbelief. What's wrong with you? Do you really think you are the only owner of the entire Linjiang community? Speaking of it, it's really true. Fang Xijin also rearranged her makeup and walked out casually. Are you? The impatient Han Jinjiang's eyes lit up when he saw the person. Hey. Sister Fang. Why are you here? Do you know each other? Yi Yang also asked Fang Xijin with interest. I know, of course I do. Sister Fang is a famous person, and there are not many gold medal salespersons in the real estate sales industry. In Shanghai, our property management company is not allowed to have good dealings with the elites in these circles? Jiang smiled repeatedly. There was a hint of disgust in Fang Xijin's eyes. Jiang is a person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He looks at people's orders and says he is a real estate agent, more like a gangster. He won the property qualification of Linjiang community by relying on both sides and deceiving the superiors and deceiving the inferiors. But this man was so sophisticated and tactful that even though everyone annoyed him, there was nothing they could do about him. Sister Fang, what do you mean by what you just said? Can he represent all owners? Jiang curled his lips. I think he's quite strange. He's only been here a few days, and he's already working as a steward of the owners' committee? So what, you can't get all the owners together, can you? If the owners don't make 50% of the joint complaints, they can't replace us. Jiang spread his hands indifferently, not paying attention at all. Is it? Fang Xijin chuckled, then you are really ignorant. I'm afraid you don't know yet that Mr. Yi in front of you is already the only owner of the entire Linjiang community, right? Sole owner. What are you crazy about? Jiang glared. Oh, I know. You stinky bitch teamed up with this brat to make fun of me. I respect you and call you house sister, otherwise you will be nothing in front of me. It has no use value to him, and he doesn't like it. Hurry up and pay the property fee. Otherwise. Jiang is a big man and full of momentum, taking a step forward. Yi Yang sneered and followed further. What? Or do you want to do something? His current physical fitness can be said to be extremely close to the limit of human beings. He can easily defeat the world's heavyweight boxing champion with one hand. Not to mention a property that looks flimsy. Gulu. Jiang himself has a character that bullies the weak and fears the strong. Seeing that Yi Yang is not afraid of being scared, he jumps back. I'm warning you. A society governed by law, integrity, friendliness, civilization, harmony. If you dare to do anything, I will let the law punish you. Yi Yang's face was covered with black lines. This old man, you obviously look like a robber. The taller man is tall and strong, but he takes bullying to the extreme and fears the strong. I have no interest in making fun of a little person like you. Yi Yang shook his head slightly. If you don't believe it, call the developer yourself. If you mess around here again, I will kick you off the flat floor. You dare? Jiang himself had already hid several meters away because of his strong talk. Looking at Yi Yang with vigilance and suspicion. Boring. Yi Yang has no desire to pay attention to this kind of guy who can act according to the circumstances. Spending time with this kind of person is simply a waste of expression. Have you thought about where to eat? Yi Yang turned around and asked. Let's go to the Peace Hotel. The food there is very tasteful. And tastes like the old Magic City. Fong Sijin smiled. Yeah. Let's go. Yi Yang closed the door casually. Jiang, who looked extremely stupid, was left there in a daze. It wasn't until Yi Yang and Fong Sijin took the elevator down for a long time. He gradually relaxed. The only owner of Linjiang community? He muttered, that bitch has no motive to lie to me. Could it be true? But this is ridiculous. It's impossible, you still lied. To me. Humph. He let out a breath and relaxed. Walking leisurely up the stairs, when I went outside and was blown by the wind, I woke up and felt a chill down my spine. No, I'd better call and ask for confirmation. When Jiangjing dialed the phone, the fiery red Ferrari Lafa had already carried Yi Yang and Fong Sijin to the Peace Hotel, not far away. After parking the car, just go in and head straight for the signature dishes. Peace Hotel is also a relatively famous hotel. Per capita consumption starts at 2,000 yuan. However, in the eyes of Yi Yang, who has recently been accustomed to luxurious restaurants and even state banquets, it is still a bit too simple. While eating the dishes, they talked and laughed, which was quite enjoyable. Chatting and eating with beautiful women is naturally an extremely wonderful experience. Just when we were chatting happily, however, a few pot-bellied middle-aged men in suits came in at the door. One of the guys, who was obviously Ponyboy, was talking to the front desk with his teeth and claws. The young lady at the front desk looked embarrassed. Ponyboy took out more than a dozen bundles of cash directly from his pocket, looking quite arrogant and confident. With Yi Yang's current hearing, he could naturally hear what Ma Zai was saying. What happened? Fong Sijin looked at the troubled look at the front desk and asked. Several small real estate projects have agreed to have a dinner party. The place is full, and we are discussing with the front desk to spend 10 times the money to make the table available to them. Yi Yang sneered. People who come here to eat are basically not short of money. A meal costs 10,000 yuan. Which is only 100,000 yuan 10 times. Who would want to be chased away in the middle of a meal because of this? Therefore, the lady at the front desk was also very embarrassed. Sir, our hotel really can't do this. We are a regular hotel. If you can reach a private agreement with the guests dining here, we will not stop you. The young lady at the front desk could only apologize. Bah. You're a guy who doesn't know how to do business. Ma Zai couldn't say anything when he saw the front desk, so he could only take the money and look around the hotel. Only Yi Yang has the best scenery and sunshine, so he walked towards this side aggressively with his wallet in hand. Brother, I say you are lucky today. Ma Zai looked at Yi Yang and said with a look of alms. Yi Yang glanced at Ma Zai and ignored him. After all, he already knew his intention. Seeing that Yi Yang ignored him and left him there like a fool, Ma Zai suddenly lost his temper. He said directly, our president Wang is happy today. If you can give this table to our President Wang, we will give you 10 times the meal money. You spend 10,000 for this meal, and we will give you 100,000. Spend money to buy happiness. Both sides are happy. Yi Yang sneered, happy? Do you think you are rich? At this time, President Wang and others also came over, and happened to hear Yi Yang's words, and their brows were all frowned. I say this. Young man, don't be too arrogant. It seems that you have just entered the society? You are so sharp, and you will be beaten by the society sooner or later. Yi Yang smiled, and complained in his heart, do you think this is a gangster TV series? Although he was also full of passion and wanted to say to him, if you are not so aggressive, how can you still be called a young man? But with a turn of his eyes, Yi Yang also thought of a more coquettish operation. Are you sure you want to pay for our table? Yi Yang raised a playful arc at the corner of his mouth. Yes, not only will I pay, but I will pay 10 times the amount. The man patted the wallet in his hand arrogantly. Seeing that Yi Yang finally had the intention to give in, Mr. Wang's face also eased a little. You are sensible. Okay. Yi Yang nodded slightly and waved to the waiter next to him. Hello, sir, what can I do? The waiter, Shou, approached. She also hated these guys who forced people to spend money to leave, and she felt very sympathetic, to Yi Yang. But seeing that Yi Yang actually compromised for a little money, she felt a little sad at this time. However, as a person who came out to work, she also understood. This society is dangerous, it is better to have less trouble than more. Alas. She sighed silently for Yi Yang in her heart. Come and count for me, how much is my table? Yi Yang casually ordered the dishes on the table, and glanced at Mr. Wang next to him with a smile. Okay. Although Xiaoya was a little confused, she still did it. 9-headed purple abalone, 5,000 per serving, 2 servings in total, a total of 10,000. Ma's heart trembled, just this one dish was about to exceed his budget. This steamed golden rice, 1 tael, for 1,000, a total of 8 taels, 8,000. Fringed fruit mousse, 18,888. Immortal 8 phases soup, 6,666. Fishing ginger fish platform, 13,000. As the counting sounded, Mr. Wang's face became darker and darker. The diners around also gathered their eyes. You don't know until you see it. Xiaoya counted it, and she was numb. This is all the signature dishes of the Peace Hotel. Generally, 1 dish of this kind on each table is a luxury. This gentleman actually ordered everything directly. Gradually, a smile appeared on her lips. She knew Yi Yang's intention. She looked at Mr. Wang and others beside her with a smile, and her face suddenly darkened. But she kept counting. When she ordered the last item, Xiaoya was surprised and a little absent-minded. But out of professionalism, she quickly calmed down and said with certainty, Silent Ship Snow White Champagne, 188 W per bottle, 2 bottles. 376 W. Silent Ship Snow White Champagne is the wine of the Peace Hotel. There are only 2,000 bottles in the world. I don't know how much it cost to buy 5 bottles from outside. Since the store opened for 100 years, only 1 bottle has been sold. This young-looking brother actually ordered 2 bottles at once. Fong Sijin covered her mouth with a look of shock in her eyes. It was Yi Yang who ordered the meal. Just now. She didn't know that the champagne she just drank was worth nearly 2 million. No wonder it tastes so good. If she had known that this bottle of wine was so expensive, she wouldn't dare to say anything. Just now she said shamelessly that she would treat Bossy to a meal. Thinking of this, Fong Sijin smiled bitterly. The $1 million commission she was so proud of was not even worth the bottle of champagne she was drinking. Now. Wow. This kid actually ordered the ship of silence. Fuck. Invisible super rich man. Are all rich people so low-key? He quietly ordered a meal worth millions. This. Isn't the owner of this restaurant coming out to lick his ass? The boss went abroad a few days ago, otherwise he would have been shocked out just now. I said. Ha ha ha, everyone look at that shitty Mr. Wang, his face is so scared. Do you dare to say that you will pay 10 times the money to get him out this time? If you pretend to be cool and meet a real rich man, you can save your face. Mr. Wang's arrogant behavior has long attracted the attention of people around him. But no one wanted to cause trouble just now, so no one dared to discuss anything. As soon as they heard the price of the dishes, they knew that this young man was not simple. The last 2 bottles of Silent Ship were like depth charges, which directly made the entire Peace Hotel noisy. Sir, the cost of your meal, minus the decimals, is a total of for 18.8868.88 yuan. Xiaoya was also shocked and said numbly, okay. Yi Yang looked at the 2 trembling young managers next to him, and said with a half-smile, how about it? I won't bully you, I am very generous, so I can wipe out the 80 cents for you, right? Money? Transfer or credit card? Mr. Wang's face turned red and purple at this time, purple and black and green. Constantly doubting life. He himself is an arrogant and face-saving person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done this. Unexpectedly, I met a more arrogant person today. More than 4 million for one meal. Whether their net profit from one project can reach 10 million is a question. More than 40 million. Mr. Wang was vomiting blood in his heart. Even if he sold several of them, he couldn't get the money. I was kind enough to wipe out the change for you, but why, no money? Yi Yang asked doubtfully. My God, do you still have a conscience? Even if you wipe out 88 cents, it's like you have wiped out 0. Mr. Wang felt miserable, but had nowhere to vent, so he could only tremble. At this time, Yi Yang's expression suddenly turned cold and he yelled angrily, since you have no money, why are you showing off? This sudden scolding made the several young managers, who were already feeling guilty, weak in the knees. If it weren't for the support of their followers, they would have almost knelt down on the spot. Damn. So domineering. Awesome. Why are you showing off, when you don't have money? This is Shenhao. The diners around were all excited, it was so satisfying to be slapped in the face. Fang Xijin also looked at Yi Yang with admiring eyes. Although she is a strong woman, she can only be a little fangirl next to Yi Yang at this time. Just when Mr. Wang was breathing heavily, as if he was about to have a heart attack, the door of the Peace Hotel was suddenly pushed open. A burly man in a suit rushed in and looked around. When he saw Yi Yang's table, his eyes lit up and he stumbled over. Boss Yi. Boss Yi. The panicked figure staggered in. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, looking at the staggering figure, and he looked familiar. Hey! Isn't this Jiangjing from before? Fang Xijin looked Jiangjing up and down, raised her eyebrows, and saw that he was embarrassed. She could tell that Jiangjing had obviously called the developer to confirm the information. At this time, she also joked with a smile. Huh? Third uncle. Mr. Wang, who was embarrassed next to him, scratched his head and rubbed his eyes, and finally confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed his third uncle. Jiangjing has always been good to him, and he was able to enter the real estate circle because of his third uncle's guidance. Even today's celebration of this contract was obtained because of his third uncle's connections. Although Jiangjing is annoying because he bullies the weak and fears the strong, his ability to get along with everyone and curry favor with people is outstanding. Huh? Why are you here? Jiangjing glanced at Wang Sihai in surprise, and turned his head and put him behind his mind. The most important purpose of coming here today is Yi Yang. Boss Yi. I just confirmed with the developer. You are indeed the only owner of Linjiang community now. I am blind and I was just asking for trouble by speaking disrespectfully to you. Jiangjing regrets it so much. Now, the main reason is that this matter is really too ridiculous. Anyone would think that Yi Yang is playing tricks on him. The entire school district housing community belongs to this young man in front of him. What is this concept? Others don't know. How can he, the property management, not know? Linjiang community, the market price is calculated, and it will cost at least 30 to 50 billion to buy it all. I don't know how. Many listed companies' market value is not enough to buy a fraction of this community. And to be qualified to buy a school district house, how much power does that have? Thinking about it carefully is terrifying. It's simply terrifying. Thinking that he had just tried to force such a super big shot to pay an excess property fee of 1 million. He trembled all over. Now, it was a small matter that his property was replaced. If Yi Yang held a grudge against him, he would not be able to survive in the real estate circle of Shanghai. In the future. Now he is over 40 years old. If he leaves his original circle, he will basically be a useless person. Really? Didn't you just say that you will see me when you look up? Yi Yang joked. Why are you acting like a grandson now? I was joking, just raise your hands and treat me like a fart. Jiangjing begged humbly. No, third uncle, who is this kid? You are a well-known figure in the real estate circle, is it necessary to treat him like this? Wang Sihai could not understand Jiangjing's current behavior at all. Shut up! Jiangjing shouted angrily. The young man in front of him could make him lose his biggest source of income with just one sentence, and even make him get out of the real estate circle of Shanghai. His nephew is young and energetic. If he offends Mr. Yi by speaking rudely, he will have no hope. Yi Yang smiled faintly, but speaking of it, is this your nephew? You have a good nephew. Jiangjing was just worried that his arrogant and perverse nephew had offended Boss Yi before, and this really happened. Boss Yi, this kid offended you. I will teach him a lesson today. He owes me 40 million now, and he wants to kick me out of this restaurant. How do we settle this account? Yi Yang sneered. What? Jiangjing's eyes almost popped out. Why are you always looking for trouble with me? Tell me. Why do you owe Mr. Yi 40 million? And you want to kick him out? Are you so bold? Wang Sihai's aggrieved face was twisted into a chrysanthemum. Uncle San, it's not what you think. Pa. Jiangjing slapped Wang Sihai in the face. How dare you quibble? It's really not. Papa. Jiangjing slapped Wang Sihai twice more. Do you know that Mr. Yi in front of you is the only owner of the entire Linjiang community? The real estate alone is worth hundreds of billions. He is several times more powerful than your chairman. Where the hell do you get the courage to provoke such a big Shot. You are blind. Originally, Wang Sihai felt very wronged, but after hearing what Jiangjing said, he was immediately scared. Out of his wits. The real estate alone is worth hundreds of billions. Then the total assets must be hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions of assets are definitely ranked high in China. He actually showed off his skills in front of such a terrifying big shot and stirred up trouble. Uncle San, I really don't know. I just got the project, I'm happy, I want to show off here, who knew I would meet such a super big shot. Wang Sihai is now aggrieved to the bottom of his heart. The diners around him were amazed. He is so young, and his real estate alone is worth hundreds of billions. No wonder he is so arrogant. 2. Awesome. I just thought he was a bit pretentious to spend more than 4 million on a meal, now it seems it's too low-key, right? Gurgle. The only owner of the entire Linjiang community. Everyone present was amazed by Yi Yang's identity. Jiangjing saw that he had almost finished slapping Wang Sihai, so he asked Wang Sihai to explain the whole process. After listening, he was speechless. You said you were showing off, without even looking at your opponent. At least look at the food on the table, before you speak harshly. Also, your subordinates are really rubbish. They have no sense at all. He didn't think Wang Sihai's behavior was wrong at all, but he was angry. That Wang Sihai had not learned the skill of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and he didn't even check whether he could afford to provoke the other party, but just boasted recklessly. But as he was scolding, his face suddenly froze. So, didn't he make a mistake just now? This is good, scolding people also brought himself into it. You little brat, why don't you apologize to Mr. Yi? Jiangjing slapped Wang Sihai's head. I was wrong. I was wrong. Mr. Yi. Wang Sihai bowed repeatedly, changing his previous arrogance. Don't just talk? Yi Yang waved his hand. Feng Xijin took out her portable card reader and smiled at Wang Sihai. Feng Xijin was originally very beautiful, and her smile was refreshing. But now her smile looked like a monster that wanted to eat people in Wang Sihai's eyes. Uncle San, even if I sell my house, I can't get 40 million. He almost cried. Ha ha ha. The diners around laughed. When he first came, he was so confident that I thought he was worth hundreds of millions. But he turned out to be a poor guy who couldn't even afford 10 meals with his house. Trash. He has the ability to cause trouble, but not the ability to settle things. Jiangjing sighed deeply, rolled his eyes, and took out his bank card. Boss Yi, the uncle, should pay off my nephew's debt. Yi Yang nodded slightly. It's not like he doesn't know what Jiangjing is thinking. I gave myself this money. Firstly, to resolve the previous unhappiness, and secondly, I wanted to spend money to avoid disasters, so that I would not change the property in Linjiang community. Forehead. Jiangjing's hands trembled, and his heart ached extremely. Linjiang community has never been full of people, and it has only been a year or two since the building was opened. After all the calculations, he collected about 100 million in property fees, excluding the money from the big boss behind the management and supply, plus the money already spent. I only have about 50 million in hand. 40 million was transferred at once. 2 years of hard work have finally made this kid cheap. He hates it in his heart. But as long as you keep the qualifications of this property and keep the flow of water, you will be able to earn more in the future. He was cruel and just swiped away the 40 million. Yi Yang also received the message and nodded with satisfaction. You can go. Ahem, boss Yi, that property matter? Jiangjing asked cautiously. What? I said will not change. Tomorrow, you will no longer be the property owner of Linjiang community. Yi Yang frowned. I didn't expel you from the real estate circle of the Magic City. This is already my kindness to you. This? Jiangjing's heart trembled and his eyes dimmed. He was just looking at what others were doing. It was not his fault to offend Yi Yang at all. He withdrew it in one sentence. It was reasonable and legal. And he had no way to take advantage of him. Comparing power and underhanded tactics. If the wealth is not in the same level, how can the power and black hands behind them be small? To be honest, he was completely scared. Just be able to keep yourself from being excluded from the circle. With his ability to get things right and left, he would never be out of luck. Boss Yi, please eat and drink well. I will leave first. Jiangjing accompanied the smiling face and kicked Wang Sihai on the butt. Get out of here now. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Sihai saw that his third uncle, who had been involved in the real estate industry in Shanghai for 20 years, could only give in. Naturally, he himself had no choice but to run away in confusion. The surrounding diners looked at the twists and turns and secretly said that today's meal was so worth it. The plots in the movie are not this exciting. Sure enough, art comes from reality. In reality, the arrogance and extravagance of these heroes are something that only the screenwriters can't imagine, and no one else can do it. Finally left. Yi Yang smiled and turned his head. Eat in peace, aha. Fang Xijin now completely admires Yi Yang, and naturally obeys his words. After eating, Yi Yang also swiped his card and transferred more than 4 million. Ding. It is detected that you spent 418,000 yuan on food and beverage consumption, and the world's #1 security company, Hurricane, will be rewarded with 51% equity. Yi Yang's heart moved. Hurricane Security. He had never heard of this company at all. However, to be rated as the best in the world by the system, I must still have 2 brushes. I was just threatened by Na Jinjiang, and I just wanted to find some security guards. Yi Yang thought. This reward is quite coincidental. Or, my previous judgment was not correct. The system does not give rewards based on the amount of money spent, but rewards based on recent random events and inner needs. The specific reward mechanism can only be studied slowly in the future. However, he was extremely satisfied with the security company that was rewarded today. Where is your home? I'll take you back, just in time. Yi Yang asked. Fang Xijin smiled and said, then there is Boss Lao Yi, the house I rented in Qingyuan community. A rented house? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. You are a gold medal salesperson, but you haven't earned enough money to buy an apartment? Fang Xijin smiled bitterly. It's difficult. You don't know that the housing prices in Magic City are already sky high. A house costs tens of millions. I have been a gold medal salesperson for 3 years, but I still haven't made enough. 1/3 of the house. The sales profession is unstable, and you may not be able to repay the mortgage one day if you pay the down payment for a house. Yi Yang was also slightly silent. He thought about himself before getting the system. At that time, I was just an ordinary software intern. After graduation, I was recruited into a company following the trend. I was busy working and didn't know where my future would be. Even after becoming a full-time employee, with A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. If you want to buy a house in Shanghai, you will have to go without food or drink for 100 years. By the time he saves enough money without eating or drinking, he will be over 120 years old. Thinking like this, Yi Yang actually felt a little emotional in his heart. But, fortunately, everything has changed. He patted Fang Xijin on the shoulder. In a few days, pack up and move to Linjiang community. The large flat floor in Building B is yours. Now Fang Xijin is his woman. The powerful woman goes out to rent a house. That's too ridiculous. He owns thousands of houses, so it is natural for him to give one to his woman. Moreover, she will have to rely on her to rent the remaining 2,000 houses in the future. The most important thing is, he found that collecting rent was really tiring. It took so long this morning, and he only visited dozens of houses. If he had to go door to door to collect rent, it would be a headache for him. It's just right for Fang Xijin to live in Linjiang community, so it will be convenient for her to collect rent and run errands in the future. Boss Yi, you. Fang Xijin covered her mouth and looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. Still calling me boss? Yi? Yi Yang smiled and patted Fang Xijin's little face. Brother Yang. Fang Xijin shouted repeatedly. Don't look at her. Capable and mature, like a queen, that's because she came out to work hard after graduating from high school. Her maturity and capability are all trained in the social circle and hard work. In fact, if you count her real age, she is still in her third year of college, 2 years younger than Yi Yang. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded. After packing, just ask the moving company to move over. I'll get the keys ready and send them to you later. Okay. Fang Xijin completely dropped all her defenses in front of Yi Yang, turning from a queen to a little lamb. Boom. Ferrari *LaFerrari sped through the prosperous twilight of the magic city, bringing the summer evening breeze and countless exclamations. After racing with Fang Xijin for a long time, Yi Yang sent her back to Qingyuan community. Remember to move over as soon as possible. I will. Fang Xijin nodded, watching the graceful figure walk upstairs. Yi Yang retracted his gaze and looked at the message on WeChat. Brother. We are free on Sunday. You promised me before. Go out with Xiaozi on Sunday. It turned out to be a message from his sister Yi Xiaozi. Yi Yang felt a little warm in his heart. Okay, then, I'll give you a big surprise / handsome. What big surprise / doubtful Yi Xiaozi was aroused. I told you in advance, how can you still call it a surprise / pig / rolling eyes humph. You stinky brother. Xiaozi has prepared a surprise for you too. Don't be scared when the time comes / Tsundere. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This little girl can actually prepare a surprise for me? He was also looking forward to it. What exactly is the surprise that his sister is talking about? Driving the sports car back to Yundingshan Villa, Yi Yang searched for the Hurricane Security Company, but found that there was almost no introduction to this company online. The only information is that this is an overseas security company jointly funded by multiple countries. The company is headquartered on an island in the high seas and is not subject to any legal control. Sounds awesome. Yi Yang also trembled in his heart, feeling how extraordinary this hurricane security company was. Do. The cell phone rings. Yi Yang looked at the overseas number above, and his heart moved. This should be the call from the hurricane. Hello. Yi Yang answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Yi, we have received the news. From today on, you are our real boss. Excuse me, do you have any orders? The foreign-style Chinese spoken over there almost made Yi Yang laugh out loud. Apparently it was a Chinese girl who had been abroad for too long and suddenly felt uncomfortable speaking Chinese. Are you ordering? Yi Yang thought for a while. Send me a copy of the company's detailed information, and then send 2 beautiful bodyguards from the nearest place, asking for the top quality. Okay. Boss, we understand. The girl over there said, correct. Yi Yang reminded me again, you all have taught me how to speak Chinese fluently. Don't speak to me in such a strange tone again. Yes. After confirming that Yi Yang did not have any other instructions, the girl hung up the phone. It seems that the bodyguards will be in place tomorrow. Yi Yang nodded slightly. As the #1 security company in the world by system evaluation, Hurricane Security Company should not be slow in its efficiency. Before going to bed, Hurricane Security Company also sent company information. You won't know if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. I'm going, is it so mysterious? Yi Yang glared. The entire Hurricane Security Company has a wide range of businesses and is not limited to one security business at all. Among them, security, mercenaries, reconnaissance. Almost all businesses related to violence are included. To provide security and bodyguards in a country governed by law, in a country in turmoil, there are countless forces and mercenaries of their own waiting to be dispatched. There's nothing they can't reach, only things that don't exist in this world. The heads of some medium-sized countries ask their people to take refuge. After reading some of the historical deeds of this security company again, Yi Yang was also completely relieved. Such a company is hidden in a corner of the world, but its energy radiates around the world. It's simply impossible to measure it in terms of money. If you are not a really big shot, you may not even have the qualifications to know the existence of the other company. Thinking about it, Yi Yang fell asleep directly. The morning of the second day, Yi Yang was awakened by the roar of the helicopter. He walked out of Jiangjing Villa and asked Yu Momo beside him, what's going on? A black helicopter has arrived. The details are unknown. It is now parked on the tarmac in the backyard of Jiangjing Villa. Yu Momo was also confused and had no idea what was going on. Yi Yang's heart moved and he understood something. It should be the hurricane's people have arrived. What hurricane? Yu Momo had never heard of this company at all. You'll find out soon. Yi Yang walked to the backyard. Then I saw a pair of sisters getting off the black helicopter. This pair of sisters, one wearing leather clothes, looks like an iceberg queen. A baby-faced, petite and cute girl who looks like a Cheongsam sword girl wearing a red robe. Are you Boss Yi? The sisters had obviously seen Yi Yang's photo in advance, and when they saw Yi Yang, they called the boss directly. Yeah. Are you the beautiful bodyguard sent by Hurricane? Yi Yang smiled slightly, not bad. You don't know our strength yet, so you just say it's not bad? The iceberg leather queen let out a cold chuckle. I said he looks good. Yi Yang smiled. You should already know my name, what about yours? Yi Yang asked. My name is Shou. The leather queen said coldly. My name is Shou Zhu. The girl wearing a little red robe said. Well, it seems they are really sisters. Yi Yang smiled. Yes, boss, I am my sister. Shou. Xiaozhu said proudly. You are my sister. Yi Yang blinked. When Xiaozhu looked at that baby face, some people believed him even if he said he was 18 years old. He was actually his sister. Sister Xiaozhu is the best at disguise. Even though she is a baby face, she has poisoned and assassinated many top figures, countless of them. Xiao Qingshuan's words made Yi Yang couldn't help but tremble, and had to look at Xiaozhu again. Hey, you are our boss. We must be 100% loyal to you. Xiaozhu waved his fist, looking harmless, too. Both humans and animals. From now on, Sister Xiaozhu and I can protect you 100%, both openly and secretly, with both civil and military skills. Xiao Qingxian said coldly. Yi Yang was a little confused. Aren't you security guards? Why? Do you still have one? Is such that security is also divided into civil and military lines. The military line is naturally purely about using one's own force. The literary line is about using your brain, such as poisoning, assassination, and so on. Xiao Qingxian said these terrifying words calmly, as if these things were commonplace. Yi Yang waited for a long time before he smiled. Just now you said that Xiaozhu is an assassination method, then you are a martial arts method? Xiao Qingxian looked at Yi Yang and said, Boss, if you think I can't fight, you can find 20 strong men to fight with me. Can you beat 20 strong men? Yi Yang marveled. The martial arts masters on TV are just like this. Within 3 minutes, I promise to make these 20 people breathless again. Xiao Qingxian said calmly. Yi Yang smiled bitterly. Ahem, is this the confidence of the world's top beautiful bodyguard? Xiao Qingxian sighed, knowing that Yi Yang must think she was bragging. He casually picked up the golf club on the side and twisted it into a twist, without any effort. Yi Yang had a look of pain on his face. A golf club was not cheap. Although he was not short of money, he didn't want to waste it for no reason. However, golf clubs are made of excellent material and can be twisted into twists. At least in terms of strength, it is far more than 10 times that of ordinary people. He is now also proficient in Chinese martial arts, but he has not yet tried whether he can twist a golf club. Although he really wanted to know who was stronger between himself and Xiao Qingxian, he still restrained his thoughts when he saw that the other party wanted someone's life even if they disagreed. I guess this girl was under too much pressure from previous tasks, and we have to slowly adapt to the rhythm of daily life in modern society. Yi Yang also understands. The field of hurricanes can be said to be on the chaotic side of the world. For two sisters to reach the level of top bodyguards, everything they have experienced is naturally beyond their imagination. You don't have to be so tense all the time. I don't have anything that requires me to resort to violence for the time being. You two just need to adapt to the environment of the villa first. Yi Yang said with a smile. Good. Xiao Qingxian was already concise. After looking at each other, Xiaozhu separated and began to investigate. What are you doing? Yi Yang asked, scratching his head. Check out potential safety hazards, draw drawings, prepare to install security systems, and measure soon, eliminate all assassination angles, mark possible ambush locations for snipers around, and plan an emergency avoidance plan. Xiaozhu explained while searching. Anyway, there's a lot to do. Even if I tell you, you don't understand. Xiao Qingxian lightly touched the knife. Yi Yang spread his hands helplessly, but it was Okay to investigate and let them go. Once they become familiar with the domestic environment and social stability, they should be able to relax. During lunch, the beautiful bodyguard sisters finally completed all the survey and arrangements and came to the dining table together. Boss Yi, your villa is so defenseless. Your safety awareness is so poor. If I want to harm you, I can think of 10,000 ways to do it. Both sisters complained. Yi Yang had a dark look on his face. In fact, the villa originally had a security system, but in the eyes of such top professionals, it was no different from being undefended. But we have solved all your problems. Next, we will protect your safety 24 hours a day. Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu both had resolute expressions. I know, let's eat quickly. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Yang smiled and waved. One meal down. Yumomo and the maid group also got to know each other with these two beautiful sisters. I'm going to a class reunion tonight, so I won't come back to eat. Yi Yang casually told Yumomo. Class reunion? Where is it? Do we need to go to an EOD location in advance? The Shou sisters stood up immediately. The occupational sensitivity disease came up again. No need. Yi Yang waved his hands repeatedly. What kind of tasks did these two sisters perform before? Killing people, detonating explosives, and snipers at every turn. All right. When the sisters heard this, their interest dropped. Yi Yang rubbed their shoulders. You don't have to be so tense all the time. You should enjoy life appropriately. Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu were shocked in their eyes, looking at Yi Yang, these words. This is something they have never dared to hope for in so many years. Adopted by Hurricane when they were young, they were trained by cruel top security guards, and have been living in extremely high pressure and dangerous situations. This kind of thoughtfulness and tenderness are extremely precious to them. Then at least we have to be on guard and guard outside. Shou Qingxian paused for a moment and then said. Well, this is up to you. Yi Yang smiled and went to prepare for tonight's class reunion. The party was for dinner, but now the class was getting lively. Everyone, get ready. Han Siley and I have confirmed that she has ordered a meal at 6 o'clock in the evening. We can just meet in front of the Han Pavilion at 5:30. Monitor Yu Qinggong sent a message. Yeah. I can't wait, haha. Well, old squad leader. The group of people below were all responding. Today is Saturday, and most of us have time in the evening. Yi Yang's heart moved, and he sent a message to Jingxian. What time will you get off work tonight? I will pick you up. As a programmer, 996 is indispensable. You have to work on Saturdays and have one day off on Sundays. Boss Yi, how dare you come to pick me up / smile. Okay, don't be too polite to me. Yi Yang shrugged helplessly. I just know Boss Yi is good. I should be done by 4:30. So early? Yi Yang was a little surprised. Ahem, of course there is a special reason. Let's meet later and say, Boss Yi, I'll finish the work at hand first. Okay, after Yi Yang sent the message, he went to the garage to pick a car. Today we have to drag Xingxian and the bodyguard sisters together, so naturally we can no longer take a sports car with only 2 seats. Rolls-Royce Phantom, it's you. After searching for a while, Yi Yang chose what he thought was a mid-range car worth 60 million, so that it would not look too ostentatious or lose face. However, if his idea were to be known to those classmates, their eyes would probably pop out of shock. Less than half a year after graduation, except for those with rich families, few in the class have bought cars, let alone super luxury cars of this level. I'll be the driver. I'm very good at driving. Shou is naturally very familiar with all kinds of luxury cars. Is this the top-of-the-range Rolls-Royce Phantom? It's known as a small tank. If it can be modified and added with a few 50mm vehicle-mounted cannons, it will be perfect. Well, it would be better to have a self-testing anti-terrorist bomb system or something. Shou Qingxian added seriously. Yi Yang trembled when he heard this. He finally understood that as long as these two guys were around, he might be living in the illusion of violence and bomb threats at any time. Ahem, there's no need for machine guns or anything like that. Just drive your car with peace of mind, Yi Yang said, with a dark face. Oh. Shou pouted, but Shou still wants to complain. Boss, your safety awareness is so bad. Yi Yang nodded dumbfounded. You are right, as long as I don't install any machine cannons on my car. It's up to you. The sisters sat in the front row. Yi Yang was like a big boss, lying on his back in the large seat behind. He was not worried about Jingxian's character. But if he is judged as a dangerous person by Shou Qingxian after he gets on the bus, he will inevitably be searched and captured. In order not to scare this best friend, let him sit in the same row as him. Didi. The Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the entrance of the Empire State Building, and its sparkling golden statuette made everyone around it look envious. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Let's say at least 20 to 30 million per unit. I really don't know which chairman's precious car it is. Sigh. I can't envy you. If you didn't bring this thing when you were born, you won't have to think about it for the rest of your life. Yes. At this time, Jingxian also followed several colleagues out of the building. While chatting with his colleagues, he looked for the license plate number that Yi Yang mentioned. Holy crap. Little golden man. Still a phantom. Several colleagues saw this super luxury car as soon as they went out and couldn't help but marvel. After Jingxian compared it several times, he finally confirmed that this car was indeed Boss Ye's. Hey, Jingxian. Why are you going? Do you want to take pictures with the luxury car? The owner of the car seems to be still inside. This is too rude, although we also want to go. Jingxian waved his hands and said casually, my friend is waiting for me in the car. What? All. The colleagues looked confused, and then they all seemed to remember something and suddenly realized, could it be him? That legendary intern. Shut up, you don't know how to speak, don't speak, that's the owner of the entire Empire Financial Building. Several colleagues looked at Jingxian sitting in the Rolls-Royce with great envy. If nothing else happens, they will never be able to experience such luxury cars in their lifetime, and they will never have the opportunity to have them. Thinking of this, they all sighed inwardly. It's great to have an awesome old classmate. It seems that the rumors that day were true. When that big shot came, all the chairmen of the financial building came out to greet him in surprise. People on other floors had obviously heard about Yi Yang's deeds that day, but because it was so ridiculous, they always thought it was someone from the software company bragging. Such an awesome person will work as an intern in your software company. It wasn't until today that they saw Jingxian getting into such a luxury car that they really believed it. Jingxian has risen through the ranks because of his old classmate. I'm really envious. As soon as he got in the car, Jingxian's eyes widened. Hey! Mr. Yi. Is so awesome. Picking up two girls at once. Jingxian is just an ordinary person. Where has he seen such beautiful sisters in real life who are infinitely more beautiful than those packaged movie stars? Shou Qingxian turned her head, her eyes cold and sharp. It's just that the eyes are a bit fierce. Jingxian was immediately frightened. He is an ordinary person, but his knees feel weak in front of the iceberg temperament of such top bodyguards. Haha, this is my old classmate, best friend, don't be so guarded. Yi Yang waved his hand and said repeatedly. Shou Qingxian turned around and said, we have seen many people who can successfully poison people who think they are very close to them. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. According to the brain circuits of these two sisters, there is probably no good money in the world. This. Jingxian was trembling. Why did he suddenly talk about such a terrifying issue? This is the bodyguard I hired. His brain circuit is a little different from that of normal people. Just get used to it. Yi Yang explained with a wry smile. Bodyguard? Jingxian was even more shocked and blurted out, can this guy with thin arms and legs be a bodyguard? You want to try? Shou Qingshuan's eyes showed a dangerous luster. Xiao Xiaozhu covered his mouth and chuckled, knowing that this boy was probably going to be unlucky. Hey, this is a ruthless person who can twist a golf club into knots. You'd better apologize quickly. Yi Yang advised kindly. Holy crap. I'm disrespectful, heroine. After Jingxian heard this, his little face turned pale with fright, and he bowed and apologized repeatedly. You know what's going on. Shou Qingxian took back her evil spirit and sat back. Okay, let's drive. Yi Yang smiled and waved. Boom. As a car for successful people, Rolls-Royce has always been known for its stability and grandeur. Although it is not as powerful as a sports car when it is started, it is enough to make everyone feel the pressure of a $60 million luxury car. How have you been lately? Yi Yang asked. Thank you, Boss Tui. I have been directly promoted to a regular position in the past few days. This month's salary is the salary of a regular employee, which is 12,000 after tax. Hee, I finally have money in my hand, alas. Jingxian sighed, if it weren't for you, Boss Yi, it would have taken at least 2 months for us to become a full-time employee. It is said that the superiors are considering promoting me to deputy leader of the project team after completing this project. Well, I guess Zhang Wanmin can do things. Yi Yang nodded slightly. He knows Jingxian's abilities well, and he is more than enough to be a project team leader or something like that. However, companies usually will limit your work experience. No matter how good you are, you can only be an intern for 3 months. Get a meager salary and squeeze your labor force. Everyone could see why Jingxian was able to become a regular employee so quickly and even start to get promoted. But no one dared to discuss it. After all, his work ability is not bad and he is easygoing towards others. The most important thing is that Yi Yang's status is so high that they don't know how to talk if they want to. It even feels too reasonable. What's more, they feel that this is too unfair to Jingxian. With such connections and abilities, it is enough to directly mention the project manager. However, this is exactly how Zheng Wanmin knows how to do things. Not too ostentatious, not only taking into account the face of both parties, but also taking care of Jing Xian's reputation, so as not to be gossiped about behind his back. Boss Yi, you are so awesome. I'm sorry, I called you boss for more than 10 years, and you just showed that you are a super rich second generation. It's really not interesting. Jing Xian muttered, even though he said this, he was extremely proud in his heart. He has long regarded Yi Yang as his brother. His eldest brother is awesome, how can he not be proud of him? Actually, all this is to test you. Yi Yang patted Jing Xian on the shoulder matter-of-factly. Real or false? I can be trusted. Boss Yi, are there any property rights you want me to inherit? Jing Xian also pretended to be calm. Get out of here. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, but speaking of it, this guy was really interesting. It's hard to find a job now. At that time, if he could stand up and fight against Jin Bujing, he would risk losing his job and getting into trouble, not to mention the things that happened between the two of them when they were in school. Such good brothers are too rare in today's era, and you must cherish them when you encounter them. If I couldn't deal with Jin Bujing that day, will you regret standing up later? Yi Yang asked, casually. I regret it. I won't care if it happens again. Jing Xian scratched his head and said guiltily. Ha ha ha. You just can't change your habit of scratching your head when you lie. Yi Yang shook his head helplessly, also, don't say too much when you have a class reunion later. They are all old classmates who haven't seen each other for half a year. Just have a meal happily. There is no need to make any right or wrong. Oh. I know, Boss Yi, as long as they don't go too far, I won't say anything. Jing Xian muttered. Originally, he wanted to praise Yi Yang at the class reunion later and feel proud. After all, there were many male classmates in the class who were jealous of Yi Yang and wished he would die. If they are aggressive, it's not my fault. Jing Xian added silently in his heart. When the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along in front of the Han Pavilion, squad leader Yu Qinggong got out of the BMW. He is considered to be in good condition in the class. His family bought him a BMW 5 Series when he just started working. Wang Guan, you are doing really well. You can drive a Mercedes-Benz by following Peng Fei? Yu Qinggong was surprised. Haha, I drive the company's bus. It's all because of brother Shou. Although Wang Guan was modest, he felt superior in his heart. After all, the car he drove was better than the class monitor's. The class monitor's family conditions were better than his. He was much more popular than him in college, and now he could only admire him. I was paving the way for Brother Shou, and Brother Shou's car will arrive soon. You are not talking about this Rolls-Royce Phantom. Abused into scum Rolls-Royce. What Rolls-Royce? You don't even recognize luxury cars. At the end of the sentence, Wang Guan turned around and cracked on the spot. Because he saw that Rolls-Royce Phantom. Damn it. It's a big luxury car. Brother Shou and his father have never driven such an awesome car. Wang Guan muttered. Su Pengfei drives a low-end Porsche 911, which costs only 1 or 2 million at full price, which is probably not even worth the price of a Rolls-Royce wheel. Even Su Pengfei's father only drives a Mercedes-Benz Maybach worth 7 to 8 million yuan. Compared with the Rolls-Royce Phantom, it is worse by more than 1 or 2 points. Should the chairman of some company come here to discuss business? I'm really envious. Don't think about it, our salary of up to 18,000 yuan, even. If we save it together in a lifetime, it may not be enough to pay for someone else's car, haha. Hey, you kid, you can't pick up any of the pots. Are you not dreaming? All the students were sighing. And sighing. But when they saw the car driving towards them, my heart trembled. Why do I feel like this? Car is driving towards us. It's impossible, right? I haven't heard that any of the students in our class is a super rich second generation. Could it be that he won the lottery? Shit. He won the $5 million lottery 10 times in a row to be able to afford this car, right? With such luck, he has already gone to outer space, and he is still a classmate with us? Makes sense. While the students were discussing, the Rolls-Royce stopped steadily in front of everyone. Hiss, he really came to find us. Click. The door opened. Xingxian walked out of it. Holy crap. It's Xingxian. Is this kid rich? He sacrificed his looks to get married to a rich woman. I think it's possible, inside the car. Originally, Yi Yang planned to get off the car first. But the two bodyguard sisters had a dispute over who accompanied Yi Yang in. One light and one dark can provide complete protection. I should go. Personal protection has always been my specialty. Xiao Qingxian said. The situation is different this time. It's better for me to go. Xiao Xiaozhu discussed. Tell me, who is going? Xiao Qingxian turned around and looked at Yi Yang. Forehead. Yi Yang smiled bitterly. It's better for Xiaozhu to come with me. I'm afraid you'll go in soon and hang up all my old classmates and whip them. All right. Xiao Qingxian was like an eggplant, beaten by frost, wilting. Xiao Xiaozhu made a victory gesture, opened the door, and got out of the car. I saw Xiao Xiaozhu get off the car. All the students were amazed. Xingxian really married a rich woman. Fuck. This is so cute and beautiful. I'm going to die. How can you do this? Xingxian blushed, the beauty. And the luxury car belonged to Boss Yi, I'm just giving him a ride. Huh? Only then did all the students see Yi Yang walking out of the car slowly. It turns out that Yi Yang fell in love with the rich woman. Ha ha ha. After all, Brother Yi is so handsome, I can understand this. The students are relieved. Yi Yang had a dark look on his face. These old classmates are also weird. Why are they thinking about being with rich women? It can't be that they suddenly became successful and suddenly rich. You guys underestimate Boss Yi too much. This luxury car belongs to Boss Yi. The beauty. Humph. Xiao Xiaozhu glanced at Xingxian threateningly. Hello. Everyone, my name is Xiao Xiaozhu, I am Brother Ye's girlfriend. After Xiao Xiaozhu stopped Xingxian, he smiled sweetly and took Yi Yang's arm. What? Even Yi Yang was stunned. What kind of script is this? You can better perform protection tasks by disguising yourself as your girlfriend. They say I am a bodyguard, so gangsters will definitely notice me. Boss, you are too amateurish. Xiao Xiaozhu lay next to Yi Yang's ear and whispered. Okay, everything you said is right. Yi Yang could only surrender. TCH. Isn't this still living with a rich woman? All the students were waving their hands and joking. However, their hearts are full of crazy acidity, envy, jealousy, and hatred. I hate That I don't have a handsome face to seduce such a beautiful, young, and cute little lowly. What are you waiting for? Come in? Someone suggested. Even the Rolls-Royce Phantom has arrived, and there are such cute and beautiful girls. Everyone has forgotten about welcoming Shou and Han Siley. Yes, let's go, hee hee. The students planned to crowd Yi Yang and Xiaoxiaozhu directly into the Han Pavilion. Forget it, the person inviting you to dinner hasn't come yet, so it's not good to just go in like this. Yi Yang smiled. While talking, a Porsche 911 started to drift and drifted into everyone's field of vision. Su Pengfei also led Kai Maomao out of it with dignity. The pride on his expression was beyond words. Why don't you look at my awesome car? Look at your former goddess, my current girlfriend. But he raised his head and screamed for a long time. I didn't see anyone exclaiming or being envious. The triumphant expression on his face solidified, making him even more embarrassed. Only Wang Guan went up happily. Welcome our master Su. However, the students who had just seen the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the super cute girl could hardly express any surprise from the bottom of their hearts. In this comparison, Su Pengfei was simply too low. Ahem. Listening to the sparse welcomes around him, Su Pengfei realized that something was wrong. He looked around carefully. The moment he saw Yi Yang, he was completely scared. He remembered everything in the Vacheron Constantin store clearly. He is now the general investor of Vacheron Constantin International and actually controls the company. He can be said to be the helmsman of Vacheron Constantin. Unparalleled in strength. Even his father is just an ordinary person in front of him. Another glance, and saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom next to him. Gurgle. Su Pengfei felt even more bitter. No wonder no one was amazed at his 911. It turned out that a super luxury car with tires worth 911 had already appeared. But what does it matter? At least I still have beautiful women. Fuck. Su Pengfei saw Xiaoxiaozhu next to him again and exploded on the spot. The car can't catch up with the other person's wheel. How come there is such a big difference in beauties? I hate it. Although Kai Maomao is considered a class flower in the class. But if you really put it in a big picture, she is not particularly outstanding. And Xiaoxiaozhu's sweet appearance is extremely dazzling, plus the temperament she has cultivated over the years. Comparing the two, the difference is beyond words. I was directly tortured into slag. Ahem, so embarrassing. Su Pengfei wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. There was no more arrogant and showy air when he just got off the car. Su Pengfei fell silent, and his arrogance just now disappeared. Kai Maomao looked at Yi Yang with a strange look in his eyes, and regretted it in his heart. Alas, if I hadn't been so short-sighted in college and had done everything to win Yi Yang's heart, how happy I would be now. Su Pengfei glanced at Kai Maomao's eyes and felt that he had a big grassland on his head mentally. Hee hee, Su Shou, you are young and promising. You are unparalleled in the class. Wang Guan didn't see it at all, and was still trying to help Su Pengfei to encourage him. Su Pengfei was so angry that he gave Wang Guan a brain-breaking blow. Enough. My eyes are not good, go get me a pair of glasses. After that, he didn't wait for others, blushing, and took Kai Maomao directly into the Han Pavilion. Han Siley had already told them in advance that they would be arranged in the Hanchi box later. Tisk, why are you so angry? It won't work. Wang Dalian curled his lips. Pfft. Seeing the glamorous Su Pengfei not even dare to pretend, and being killed by Yi Yang as soon as he got off the car, all the classmates couldn't help laughing. Ahem. Guan Ping realized the taste later and smiled awkwardly. Excuse me. Mr. Su, please wait for me. Several classmates in the group who said they wanted to ask Mr. Su to find a job also gave up on Mr. Su at this time, looking at Yi Yang with a bright look in their eyes. This is a towering tree. Although there is a suspicion of hanging out with a rich woman, after all, he drives a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and farting is more useful than Su Pengfei's talking. However, before they could speak, a beautiful Ferrari drove in. In the car, a beautiful figure wearing Bulgari high heels and luxury goods walked down slowly, as bright as a movie star. If Shou hadn't been here to keep the place in check, the other party would have become the brightest star in the audience. Who is this person? Why does she look familiar? Hiss. Several girls recognized Han Siley first. After all, they lived in the same dormitory. Even if she had a small presence when she was in college, and no matter how much she has changed now, it has only been half a year, she would not be unrecognizable. Han Siley. What? She is Han Siley. Who is Han Siley? When she was in college, Han Siley was rarely in school and didn't live in the same dormitory. She might not even know that there was such a classmate after graduation. Even if you have some impression of her, Han Siley's dress at this time is too different from your impression, and you really dare not confirm it in a blink of an eye. Wow, this dress, with jewels and gems, exudes a luxurious atmosphere. It must be at least hundreds of thousands, right? Where did Siley make a fortune after graduation? Several girls in the same dormitory couldn't help asking with some bitterness. Hundreds of thousands? Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. He recognized the Vacheron Constantine watch on the other party's hand. He thought it was too cheap and didn't take it at the time, but it seemed to be worth nearly 2 million. It seems that the other party has found a good boyfriend. But whether it is a boyfriend or an old friend, we will have to wait and see. Hello, everyone. Han Siley also smiled slightly, but there was a sense of distance in her smile. She never liked these classmates. Now she came back, just to feel proud and comfort herself that her choice was right. When others were studying hard and accumulating work experience, she invested in herself, and finally lived a better life than these busy guys. And it was millions of times better. I'm driving a Ferrari. Ah, this is what my boyfriend bought me. It's not expensive, only about 10 million yuan. He said he'd drive it for fun first and buy me a better one after we get married. Han Siley chuckled and pretended to be disgusted and said, "This car is indeed a bit low-end. My classmates must drive much better cars than mine, right?" Her move is called retreating to advance, showing off her financial strength in a low-key manner. But she didn't expect that with the presence of the star of misfortune Yi Yang, she was doomed to miscalculate today. Well, Siley, your car is indeed one of the best among your classmates. I envy you for finding such a powerful boyfriend, but compared with Yi Yang, it's still a few levels behind. Classmates have been in society for a few months, how can they not see that Han Siley wants to show off? As former roommates, the other party is doing so well, and they are still squeezing into the bus. With psychological imbalance, how can they make the other party so comfortable at this time? If there is no Yi Yang, they have nothing to say. But now the situation is completely different. Yi Yang? Hearing the first half of the sentence, Han Siley was very happy, but when she heard the second half, her face changed. Thinking, could it be that the pretty boy has become rich? She thought it was not good, and she glanced around casually, and saw the dazzling Rolls-Royce Phantom. Gulp. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Even if it was her boyfriend, he would drive this car. And her boyfriend's age is still. Damn it. Just when she wanted to use Ferrari to save face, she was blinded by the Rolls-Royce Golden Man. But how could he afford such a super luxury car worth tens of millions? Han Siley's heart was turbulent, and she was forced to stay calm on the surface, and smiled reluctantly. Then congratulations, you can actually afford a Rolls-Royce. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. There's nothing to congratulate about, it's not a good car. All the students in the audience were silent, and they all roared inwardly, so you are the real king. Yi Yang shrugged helplessly. He drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom to keep a low profile. In this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore. Hey, Siley, didn't you say your boyfriend was treating you to a treat? Why didn't he come? In order to ease the embarrassment, Monitor Yu Qinggong asked. Again and again. He's too busy. He'll come over after handling the company's affairs. It's okay. Let's eat first. He's not in a hurry. Han Siley explained, her eyes evasive. Oh, in that case, everyone is here, let's go to the Han Pavilion for dinner. Monitor Yu Qinggong said with a smile. Yeah, let's eat quickly. I'm hungry. Haha. I haven't seen you for half a year, but I am still the biggest eater. All the students were confused by the continuous sight of luxury cars and beautiful women. Only when they mentioned that they wanted to eat did they realize that they were going to have a dinner together today. Han Siley was a little nervous and asked a little about Yi Yang along the way. It turns out he's also living with a rich woman. Han Siley's heart slowly relaxed and she became happy. However, when she saw Xiao, the so-called rich woman in everyone's mouth, her mentality exploded. This is called a rich woman. This is obviously a little lowly. Han Siley's boyfriend has appeared before. You might as well guess the identity of her boyfriend, hee. Hello, have you reserved a private room? Several waiters came to greet me. Hanchi, private room. Han Siley and Yi Yang were the ones who shined the most today, and were naturally surrounded by a group of classmates. At this time, Han Siley also announced her box number proudly. Anyway, today is her boyfriend's treat after all. This is her home court. Yeah, okay, please come with us. When the waiter heard that it was a Han flag private room, his eyes became a little more respectful. Hanchi is one of the 4 boxes under the Black Dragon box. Without some status and strength, it's really impossible to do it. The only person who can book a Hanchi box is at least a distinguished chairman in Shanghai. Da. A group of people followed the waiter to the Han flag box. This person looks familiar. The young lady at the front desk looked at Yi Yang, who was being crowded upstairs by a crowd of people, and tapped her lower lip with her finger. Isn't this the Black Dragon card customer that managerly asked us to register that day? The people on the side slapped their heads. Managerly also asked us to remember this appearance. When someone comes to our place, we don't know it yet, so we are neglecting them. You know, there are only 2 Black Dragon card VIPs in Hang. One is the well-known Buffett, so it is naturally impossible for him to admit his mistake. The other one is Yi Yang. And these great heroes are often very low-key, and sometimes they are not willing to show their black dragon gold card when they come to dine. Therefore, Heng also asked the front desk to remember the appearance of Yi Yang, a super top VIP. Quick! Go report to Manager Li. The front desk lady who was the first to react said repeatedly. Yeah. Then take a look here first. Another front desk lady approached Manager Li and explained the situation. Hiss. Manager Li shuddered. I am not qualified to receive such a big shot. Please inform the boss quickly that Mr. Yi is here. I will invite Mr. Yi to the Black Dragon Golden Pavilion first. Good. The young lady nodded repeatedly. Just as the staff of Heng were shocked and busy at Yi Yang's arrival. Han Flag Box. I have to say that Heng is really the best Chinese restaurant in Shanghai. The decoration and taste are so worth it. A group of classmates acted like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden along the way, constantly exclaiming in amazement. As a contemporary college student, I boast that I have seen a lot of the world, and I have even eaten a meal worth hundreds of dollars per person. However, the environment of those restaurants is simply incomparable to that of Heng. Decorated with pure sandalwood, there are even some authentic calligraphy and paintings from the Republic of China decorating the corridor. The stair wood carvings are master-level works that have been carefully carved by masters. Walking here is like walking in a corridor of art and time and space. This environment alone is soul-stirring. It's so awesome. No wonder the per capita consumption of a meal is tens of thousands. The decoration alone is worth the price. That's right, Siley's boyfriend is so discerning. Great taste. Listening to the compliments around her, Han Siley couldn't help but feel how beautiful she was. At this time, the unhappiness of being crushed by Yi Yang in every aspect at the door also dissipated a lot. Yi Yang smiled slightly at this, without any fluctuation. He is still the only VIP guest of the Black Dragon. Stepping gold card. However, his original intention today is to meet some good old classmates, so he should try to keep a low profile. Well, being low-key is my personality. Didn't you realize that you only drove a car worth 60 million today? Hey, Su Pengfei? I said I saw you outside, but it turns out you came in first. Han Siley smiled lightly and looked at Su Pengfei, who had been sulking in the Hanchi box for a long time. She could tell at a glance what had just happened. Seeing that there are people who share the same problem with me, the unhappiness I felt just now lessened a little, and I immediately regained my confident owner's mentality. Su Pengfei's eyes widened when he saw Han Siley, and he secretly thought to himself, damn it. If I had known that Han Siley dressed up so beautifully, I would have stopped chasing Kai Mao Mao in college and started chasing Han Siley instead. But what he didn't know was that Han Siley's target was not the second generation of rich people, but the first generation of rich people, so it would be useless even if he targeted them. The goal is to make Han Siley his stepmother, which may be more reliable. Hey, our class beauty is getting more and more beautiful. She has also become boyfriend and girlfriend with Shou, so congratulations. Han Siley squinted her eyes. When Kai Mao Mao was named the class beauty, she was still fishing outside. It was a lie to say she didn't care. However, now and then, she wants to take back everything that should belong to her today. Haha, not as pretty as you, Sister Siley is really good at joking. Although Kai Mao Mao was unwilling to give in, she could only admit that Han Siley looked much prettier than her today. Ha ha ha, the class beauty is so polite. Han Siley replied with a smile. Just when everyone noticed the sharp smell in it, the sound of borrowing money also came from a distance. The students all looked over in confusion. Ahem, hello everyone, I'm Manager Lee from Hang. Manager Lee bowed slightly and smiled politely. Oh, hello manager, what's the matter? Yu Qinggong asked doubtfully. It must be my boyfriend who specially asked Hang to make some arrangements, right? Hey, he just likes to have a little romance. Han Siley couldn't help but start thinking about it. I'm so envious of Siley. She has such a caring, romantic and rich husband. That's right. They are all human beings. My poor boyfriend didn't even buy me a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars. The gap is really huge. All the girls were extremely envious. Han Siley waved her hands. Oh, it's too early to call me husband. It's not up to me to decide whether to get married or not. Manager Lee looked at Han Siley as if she were a fool, wondering what this girl was doing here. However, out of professionalism, he still smiled and said, Hang has prepared other boxes for everyone, please move over. After that, he looked at Yi Yang and felt relieved after seeing that the other party had no objections. It seemed that Mr. Yi was satisfied with this arrangement. Don't think that I don't know. Han Chi is the best box in Han Pavilion. You won't want to use it as a shoddy one. Han Siley frowned and became unhappy. The Black Dragon Steps. On the Golden Pavilion is a supreme box. No one can enter it, and it is impossible to allow people like them to enter it. It is just a decoration for ordinary people, and it is directly excluded from her consideration. Ahem. Manager Lee shook his head. Don't get me wrong, we want to invite you to our Black Dragon Golden Pavilion for a meal. We have carefully prepared a feast of the highest standard for you to enjoy. Black Dragon stepping on the Golden Pavilion. The classmates who knew the details of Black Dragon Pavilion were all deeply shocked. At this moment, even Han Siley was confused. He knew that her husband liked to prepare small surprises for people. But this surprise seemed a bit too big. Please follow me. Manager Lee smiled lightly and took Yi Yang and his classmates out of the Hanchi box and went to the Black Dragon Tajin Pavilion. As a manager, if he does something wrong in front of Mr. Yi, he will be fired directly. Therefore, if he is smart, he will not look for trouble on his own. These misunderstandings will naturally be resolved when the boss of Hang arrives in person. Inside this is the Black Dragon's Golden Pavilion. Manager Lee said with a smile. Ouch. All the students looked at the door in front of them, feeling a sense of awe in their hearts. The gate is more than 3 meters high and is carved from a single piece of heavy black marble, reflecting a respectable luster. On each side of the gate, there is a winding black dragon carving, winding at will, with a strong visual impact. Da-da. The door slowly opened. A dining room beyond everyone's imagination is revealed to everyone. I'll go. Is this a fairyland? The students walked into the Black Dragon stepping Golden Pavilion and were all amazed. There is a loop inside, with rockeries and running water, and you can even see fish and shrimp. The huge round table made of rosewood is displayed here, which makes people feel the fairy spirit and love of this room. The Black Dragon stepping Golden Pavilion is the boss's favorite place. Just building this supreme private room cost more than 100 million. Manager Lee bowed to Yi Yang again. I wish you all a pleasant meal. I will leave now. The boss will come to visit you later. Did you hear that? This is a supreme private room, costing more than 100 million yuan. Oh my god, how could I be so virtuous and capable that I can actually eat at such an awesome place? These students were restless. After all, if I break something here, I'm afraid I won't be able to work again for the rest of my life. This is so honorable. Siley, what on earth does your husband do? How rich do you have to be to get such treatment? Originally, it was Han Siley's boyfriend who invited her to dinner, but now that the private room was changed, everyone naturally subconsciously thought that this was the surprise prepared by Han Siley's boyfriend. I heard that the boss of Hang will come to see him soon. It's really awesome. All the classmates were either jealous or envious, and they all surrounded Han Siley. Yi Yang, on the other hand, was chatting and spanking with the brothers he had the best time with in college. This box is obviously for Boss Yi. Xing Xian pursed his lips. He could see that Boss Li was always talking to Yi Yang, and Han Siley was standing next to him, so everyone misunderstood him. Haha, why do you care about this? I'm expecting his boyfriend to come in and get lost soon. Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth and smiled evilly. Serving the first course, Kowloon sees the pearl. Second, Wei, the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Third, 7 starlights. One after another, the delicacies of the world were brought up, and each one made the students yell and open their eyes. It turns out that food can be made this way. The presentation is so fairy-like, it's like a work of art. I'm embarrassed to even use my chopsticks. This scent is amazing. One after another, beautiful dishes with full color, flavor are served. The bragging, complaining among the students was temporarily suspended. Gulu gulu. The beautiful and elegant waiter personally poured the wine for everyone, and introduced by the way, this is 20-year-old daughter's red wine and Shaoxing yellow wine, absolutely fine wine. 20-year-old daughter's red? A small altar sells for 200,000, right? Su Pengfei, who always ate at luxury restaurants, smacked his tongue. He was so shocked by Yi Yang that he didn't want to speak, but he couldn't help but exclaimed. He usually just orders a few thousand yuan worth of red wine to show off. I have never dared to touch this kind of daughter's red that costs 200,000 yuan for a small jar. TSK, this taste is amazing. He took a sip and said with an intoxicated expression. Your husband is really generous and bold. The classmates all praised me. Oh, that's what this person is like. He has no merits, just a little money. Everything he does is so extravagant and wasteful. Han Siley was just about to show off her pussy again. The door opens again. A slightly stout middle-aged man in tang suit walked in elegantly. Seeing this middle-aged man, Su Pengfei stood up directly. As he often hangs out in high-end restaurants, he naturally knows that this is the boss of Hang, Mr. Tang Rugua. Being able to make a restaurant the best in Shanghai and gain international reputation. It has even been valued at several billion. It's simply something amazing. This is much more difficult than starting a business and building a company worth tens of billions. Because Hang has no investors and is not listed on the market, its pure value has reached several billion. Many bosses with a market value of tens of billions or more admire this Tang Rugua. Su Pengfei speculated that the background behind it should be quite large. Regarding this point, Yi Yang also had some guesses. State banquet chefs and national cellar fingio are not something you can get only with money. He is the boss of Hang? Han Siley proudly raised her chin and stepped forward, ready to accept his handshake. Unexpectedly, Tang Rugwa just smiled. Kindly in front of her, "Miss, please give way." At this time everyone was confused. The boss of Hang didn't come to see Han Siley. That. At this moment, everyone reacted and looked at Yi Yang in horror. Could it be looking for Yi Yang? This black dragon stepping on the golden pavilion was also arranged by Yi Yang. This, isn't he just a freeloader? Impossible. Only Su Pengfei, who knew the tip of the iceberg of Yi Yang's strength, smiled bitterly in his heart and whispered, "That's really the case. Mr. Yi, I have heard about Tang for a long time and today I finally met him. I am honored to meet you." Tang Rugwa took the initiative to hold Yi Yang's hand and said with a smile, "It really is. Oh my God." With a status like the boss of Hang, he actually came here specifically to see Yi Yang. This. What's going on? Didn't you say you came to see Han Siley's boyfriend? You are stupid. Is the nerve reflex arc so long? It seems that he is here to find Yi Yang. I can see it. Wang Daling stared at the female classmate next to him who couldn't react. You damn straight man. The female classmate beside her blushed instantly. Only Han Siley stood there blankly, with complicated emotions, her face burned like charcoal, a mixture of shame, confusion, and shock, which made her completely at a loss what to say. Boss Tang. Yi Yang also smiled and returned the gift. The other party came specifically to see him, so he couldn't ignore them. You are one of the only holders of the Black Dragon Gold VIP card in our restaurant. When you come to dine in our restaurant, I should have come out to greet you. I am neglecting you. I am neglecting you. Tang Rugwa took out a jade bottle from his sleeve. This immortal brew was handed down from my ancestors. I treat it as an apology. Haha, Mr. Yi. Please don't turn it down. Black Dragon Stepping Gold VIP card owner. Everyone present was shocked by this term, including Han Siley. Everyone turned around with wide eyes and looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. How can it be? Since Mr. Yi has an appointment today, I won't bother you anymore. If there is a chance in the future, I will talk to Mr. Yi in private. Tang Rugwa said with a smile. Okay. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The other party was indeed a person who made people feel like spring breeze. He was worthy of being a big shot who could make a restaurant worth billions. Tang Rugwa was also very considerate. After sending the fairy wine and expressing his goodwill, he turned and left. Is he really a Black Dragon card VIP? Isn't it because of the rich woman next to him? He is a Black Dragon card VIP himself. Oh my God. How is this possible? What the Black Dragon card VIP means has been spread just now. Now only Buffett has the Black Dragon Gold card of Han Pavilion. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yang's status can rival Buffett? Yes, otherwise do you think I'm bragging? Xing Xian finally found a chance to be proud. Now that the truth is out, he naturally doesn't plan to keep a low profile. Yi Yang doesn't want his classmates to feel unfamiliar, but he can't stand seeing Boss Yi being seen as a gigolo who hangs out with rich women. At this moment, he also sneered. Boss Yi's identity, you can't even think of it. You can't even think of it. Is it possible that he has assets of hundreds of billions? He is actually a big shot who is feared by the Magic City. Impossible. Hee hee, hundreds of billions? You underestimate boss Yi too much. Jing Xian was very indignant. The entire Magic City financial building belongs to boss Yi. This alone is worth hundreds of billions. What? The Magic City financial building is all his. This. The classmates were all stunned by the bombshell thrown by Jing Xian. The Empire Financial Building is famous throughout the Magic City and is about to become a landmark building in the Magic City. This thing that only exists in news and rumors is actually Yi Yang's. So you are not only the actual controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantine. The entire Empire Financial Building is actually yours. Su Pengfei blurted out in surprise. Originally, Yi Yang being the general controlling shareholder of Vacheron Constantine had already made him lose his mind for several days. Now, after being bombarded with this news, he was directly stunned. Hiss. If Jing Xian is Yi Yang's little follower and is suspected of helping Yi Yang to hold the scene, then the meaning of Su Pengfei's words in everyone's mind is completely different. Old Su, what were you talking about just now? He has a Vacheron Constantine company under him. Wang Guan. Su Pengfei's #1 lackey was so scared that he collapsed on the chair. This kind of person who is far away from the horizon, just now he actually mocked the other party in the group for being a rich woman. Fuck, it's over. This is too outrageous. The classmates' brains were a little confused at this time. They all knew that Su Pengfei and Yi Yang were old enemies. If they were not shocked to the extreme, Su Pengfei would not have helped others and destroyed his own prestige. They had long guessed that Su Pengfei knew some of Yi Yang's background. Now, this guess has been directly confirmed. Yi Yang is really a super boss. At least he owns 2 major industries, Vacheron Constantine and Magic Empire Financial Building. Assets of hundreds of billions. No. This is impossible. You are just a little white face hanging out with a rich woman. Han Siley was completely excited. She was hit hard today, because Yi Yang also relied on others to balance her heart a little. Now Yi Yang has been constantly taking away the glory and admiration that should have belonged to her, and it has even been confirmed that he is actually a real first-generation rich. Assets of hundreds of billions. More money than finding that old man. Endless regret and jealousy surged in her heart, causing her mentality to collapse directly. Are you talking about me? Xiao Xiaozhu smiled faintly and walked to Yi Yang. You have been acting weird since the beginning. Actually, I am just my boyfriend's driver. Although I am also a small rich woman, I can't compare with my boyfriend at all. As a top bodyguard, the bounties, bonuses, and commissions completed over the years add up to billions. It's true that she is a small rich woman. But, compared with Yi Yang, who has trillions of assets and hundreds of billions of cash flow, she is nothing. Puff. Some classmates covered their chests on the spot, saying that they couldn't bear such a big blow. It's a complete reversal of the 2 poles. Yi Yang suddenly changed from a little white face who relied on rich women to a super rich generation that beautiful little rich women fell in love with. Seeing that she had silenced these guys who had just mocked the boss with just 1 sentence, doubting life, Xiao Xiaozhu proudly bared her little tiger teeth. Yi Yang looked at Xiao Xiaozhu's smug expression, smiled helplessly, and rubbed her little head. All the classmates opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say. Many people almost cried about the injustice of fate on the spot. Han Siley sneered at Yi Yang. I know, you actually rented the car. Your girlfriend is also an actress. All this is fake. Fake. The classmates blinked their eyes. Could it be that Han Siley was jealous and crazy? Hee, my boyfriend is from the Empire State Building, he can expose you right away. Han Siley looked around, everyone wait and see who is the real liar. We guarantee to update 6,000 words every day. If the advertising fee or reward meets my expectations, I will increase it to 10,000 words. The update time is not special, it should be in the afternoon to evening. Time, guarantee 2,000 words for 3 updates, or 1,500 words for 4 updates. Which one do you think is better? You can also leave a message. The classmates were confused. Han Siley's boyfriend is in the Empire State Building, and his status must be high. If you are not sure, how dare you call Yi Yang a liar? But if he is not a real boss, how could a person like Tang Rugua come to visit in person, and be so polite? He even said that he is a Black Dragon card user. If he is not a real boss, how could Shou Pengfei, a pretentious person who loves to show off, be so obedient and low-key in front of Yi Yang? If he is not a real boss, how dare Jingxian insist that he is the owner of the Empire State Building? After all, Jingxian also works in the Empire State Building. When a classmate does not know who to believe, only Shou Pengfei sneered and shook his head. He still remembers the expression of Gong Shaoqing after seeing Yi Yang's message. Even if Yi Yang is not the owner of the Empire State Building, the identity of the general controller of Vacheron Constantine alone can suppress all the chairmen in the Empire State Building. Even Fang Xiao is not qualified to compete with Yi Yang. Jingxian was even more certain. On that day, he almost thought that he and Boss Yi had beaten Jin Bujing, and neither of them could walk out of the Empire State Building. He could still vividly remember the dozens of chairmen who came together and treated Yi Yang rudely and respectfully. At the end, pathetic woman. Xiao Xiaozhu looked at Han Siley with pity, feeling quite bored. Just an actor. Why are you so arrogant? Han Siley's proudest body was pierced at this time, revealing her inferiority and fragile heart. She looked at Yi Yang with a face full of pretended confidence and pride. Yi Yang smiled bitterly. This woman was too inexplicable. He was not here to show off his wealth. I think you should calm down, or you will be angry to death. Yi Yang wanted to comfort Han Siley. However, his words were too straight, and they had already changed their meaning when they fell into Han Siley's ears. Don't be so proud. You won't be proud anymore soon. My boyfriend will be here soon. Han Siley was so angry at Yi Yang's kind advice that she was mad at him. Da-da. The door of the Black Dragon Pavilion opened again. The man stood outside the door, feeling a little uneasy. He had just gone to the Hanchi box, but didn't find his lover's classmate gathering. After asking around, he found out that his girlfriend and classmates were invited to the Black Dragon Pavilion. He knew what the Black Dragon Pavilion meant in the Magic City. Gulu, I'm afraid there might be some super big shot hidden among his classmates. With Siley's personality, don't offend him. He admitted that he still liked this lover. She was sensible and considerate, and the key was that she had great skills, and he felt very comfortable every night when she served him. Even if he knew that the other person only pretended to be so perfect in front of him. But, would it be different if he changed someone else? It would be better to find someone who pretended to be better. That's why he was willing to spend money for the other person. However, he could see clearly what kind of person the other person was. He was also worried at this time, fearing that Han Siley would offend the super boss among his classmates. Da-da. The door opened. When he saw Han Siley and Yi Yang, who became the focus of the whole audience, he was stunned on the spot. Yi Yang was also slightly stunned when he saw the person coming. Jing Xian, who was standing aside, looked at the person and opened his mouth so wide that a peach could be stuffed in. "It's you?" Jing Xian and Yi Yang couldn't help but ask in unison. "Oh, husband, you are finally here." Han Siley rushed over directly, holding the man's arm as if showing off a rare treasure, and the pride on her face was beyond words. Wan Min, this guy boasted that he was the owner of the Empire Financial Building. "I just exposed him, hee, I'm awesome." "What did you say?" The man was so scared that he pushed Han Siley aside and looked at Yi Yang repeatedly. Ahem. "Boss Yi, what a coincidence, we meet again." TSK. Yi Yang looked at the man with interest. The man was none other than his former chairman, Zhang Wanmin, the founder of Wanmin Software Company. I didn't expect it. Look at you with thick eyebrows and big eyes, you are playing a lot in secret?" Han Siley was kept in the dark, but he knew that Zhang Wanmin had been married for a long time, and his children were in their 20s. In this way, the truth of the matter was very clear. Han Siley was just a lover that Zhang Wanmin kept outside. She still called her husband and fantasized that he would marry her home in the future. Thinking about it, it's really sad and hateful. "Oh my God, Han Siley, your husband is a bit old," Wang Daoling blurted out. Zhang Wanmin looked at least 40 or 50 years old. "Stop talking. You're talking about something else." Several classmates on the side stopped Wang Daoling to prevent him from getting angry again. "Stop me, huh? I was just thinking about her face. I was going to say that this old man is more than enough to be her father." Puff. Several girls in the class, who were originally jealous, laughed out loud at this time. "Husband, you pushed me." Han Siley's heart trembled, knowing that something was wrong. "Push you? Did you disrespect Boss Yi just now? I want to beat you to death now." Zhang Wanmin was so angry that his veins popped out, but he felt extremely wronged. How could he have offended this evil spirit and ended up in trouble with himself? Hiss. This guy actually treated Han Siley like this, because of Yi Yang. Doesn't that mean everything Yi Yang said is true? The classmates all opened their mouths wide, and it was hard for them to accept it. In less than a minute, Yi Yang's image has changed dramatically. From a gigolo who only knows how to eat gigolo, he has become a rich first-generation man who is so awesome that he is a big shot. From Tang Rugua's visit, to Su Pengfei and Jing Xian's testimony, to Han Siley's boyfriend's personal confirmation now. This is basically ironclad evidence. And the facts are beyond doubt. I'm a little confused. Oh my God, our class actually produced such a big shot. I actually lived in a dormitory with the owner of the Magic Empire Financial Building, the general controller of Vacheron Constantine. This is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. Several buddies who have a good relationship with Yi Yang all had their eyes shining and were amazed. For them, their buddies are awesome, which is something to be proud of, and they even feel proud of it. But those who are jealous have a grudge against Yi Yang, and have plotted against him. They are all trembling, angry, and jealous. I plotted against him in the past. I am screwed. Such a terrifying big shot can make me disappear completely in the Huangpu River with just one word. No, I have to find a chance to kowtow to Brother Yi and confess my guilt after the party is over. Damn it. How can this kid be so lucky? God is so unfair. Crunch. Some boys are so jealous that their teeth are itching, but they dare not show it on their faces. As for the girls in the class, they all changed their previous attitudes and looked at Yi Yang with great enthusiasm. Super, perfect rich man. College classmate, young, handsome and rich. There will never be a more perfect future husband than Yi Yang in the world. I was really blind at the beginning. I didn't realize that Yi Yang is a super potential stock. I did see it, but he didn't like me at all. I scolded him for being arrogant and not having the ability to pretend. I didn't expect to know it today. I am a toad. Wanting to eat swan meat. Woo 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 woo. If it weren't for the wrong atmosphere, these girls would have wanted to kneel down and lick Yi Yang right now. Yi Yang looked at the reactions of these classmates and sighed secretly. He knew that after his identity was exposed, he really couldn't talk properly. University is not like middle school. They are classmates in the same class, but the relationship is just like that. After graduation, the identities are separated, and they immediately look at you as a stranger, or they are afraid of you, or they hate you to the bone. In a materialistic society, girls as pure as Shou are indeed rare. Yi Yang shook his head and thought of Lin Shou for no reason. Chairman, your girlfriend has humiliated my brother Yi. Shou watched the fun and didn't think it was a big deal, and kept adding fuel to the fire. What? You? Zhang Wanmin's eyes were a little dark. The board of directors of the building has learned about Yi Yang's background in the past few days and found out the assets behind him. As time goes by, this information will be made public on the internet, and it is not difficult to find. The more they checked, the more the directors felt that the decision to collectively welcome Yi Yang that day was extremely wise. The various assets under his name are famous in China and even the world. Added together, it has long exceeded 1 trillion. If you have to count Yi Yang's wealth is now the real richest man in China. As soon as the Forbes China rankings come out this year, this matter must be made public, offending the richest man. When Zhang Wanmin thought of this, his hands began to tremble with fear. You prodigal! Don't come to me again. I have nothing to do with you anymore. You don't want me for such a pretty boy. Han Xili knew Yi Yang's true identity very well, but the huge shock made her unwilling to accept the reality, and she just cried unreasonably. Bah! Zhang Wanmin sneered, and his eyes turned cold when he looked at Han Xili. He has more than one lover. Although this one makes him linger, people who can do big things naturally know the importance of things. 1,000 or 10,000 Han Xili are not as important as one Yi Yang. Boss Yi. Although I have nothing to do with her anymore, you can do whatever you want with her. Zhang Wanmin rolled his eyes and laughed. I will transfer 500 million rent to your account later as an apology. I am really sorry for these 2 times. The previous time was naturally the time when General Manager Gao and Jean Boujing. The 2 times in a row also made him completely scared. If Boss Yi really targeted him, he would have no chance to open a small software company. Yeah. Yi Yang hummed casually. Originally, this matter had little to do with Zhang Wanmin, but since the other party wanted to give him money, he would naturally not refuse. Although 500 million is not much, but it is money after all. He is a frugal person. Then boss Yi, please eat and drink well. I will go to the front desk to settle the bill for you first, and I will not stay here to bother you. Zhang Wanmin bowed and prepared to go out without even looking at Han Siley. Stop. Zhang Wanmin. Didn't you say you loved me? Are you lying to me? You don't plan to marry me at all. Han Siley looked at the heartless Zhang Wanmin and shouted hysterically. Marry you? We are all adults, can you be more mature? You can tell by my age that my children are in their 20s, and you are just my mistress. Zhang Wanmin couldn't believe his ears. I always thought you were such a smart person, but in fact you already knew the relationship between us. So you are such a stupid mother? You. Han Siley was stunned. She looked at Zhang Wanmin in disbelief, and her mind went blank. I'm worth billions, I'm in my 40s, or 50s, I'm just playing with you. You really expect to marry me and share my billions? Am I an idiot? Or are you an idiot? Are you crazy? Women like you are really too naive. Zhang Wanmin shook his head. He thought Han Siley was smart, but he didn't expect her to be such an ambitious woman with such naive ideas. Okay, I was a little reluctant to leave, but a brainless woman like you should stay away from me. You'll cause trouble for me. After that, he left without looking back. The entire Black Dragon treading gold pavilion was silent. Everyone opened their mouths. They had just entered society. How could they have seen such a scene? Is this the thinking of rich people? Yi Yang also smiled slightly. Women like Han Siley are not worthy of sympathy. They are in their 20s, and their minds are terribly naive. Do they think that the first generation of rich people are all fools? The reason why rich people are so rich is that none of them are fools. Expecting to marry an old rich man and wait for him to die and inherit his property. It's simply ridiculous and unrealistic fantasy. But there are many such women now. Han Siley is just a microcosm of them. Zhang Wanmin. I'm going to kill you. Ah. Han Siley was too ashamed to stay here at this moment. The feeling of shame and humiliation made her completely lose her mind. She thought she was extremely mature and always looked down on people who were working hard. She thought that as long as she got close to a rich man, she could change her fate and become rich. But now she found that it turned out that she was the most childish and ridiculous. Looking at Han Siley running away, the classmates were a little speechless. You are obviously a gold digger. Why do you resent others now? Ahem, everyone doesn't have to ruin the atmosphere for one person. Class. Monitor Yu Qinggong smiled and adjusted the atmosphere. We can enter such a good box today and eat such good dishes, all thanks to Yi Yang. We should all toast Yi Yang. Yes, yes, yes. The classmates all reacted. Han Siley's presence was not high in the first place, and now she finally managed to make a presence but ended up in a situation that no one wanted to recall. The spotlight naturally returned to Yi Yang, the real rich man. Yi Yang. Oh no, now I have to call you Mr. Yi. I just mocked you as a gigolo. I was blind, I apologize to you. I will punish you with 3 cups, you can do whatever you want. Yes, yes, I will punish you with 3 cups. The male students who knew how to adapt came forward to punish him. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. Just now, these people were so dirty, and they started to act like licking dogs in the blink of an eye. This money is really a good thing. Yi Yang, long time no see, you are so awesome now. Hey, brother Yi, if you are bored at night, you can call me. Go away, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. He is tall, rich and handsome, how can he be bored? A toad wants to eat swan meat. Bah. Don't you have the same idea? The female classmates surrounded him like bees seeing honey, showing off their charm with all their might, trying to attract Yi Yang's attention. However, even Kai Mao Mao, who was named the class flower at the beginning, and Han Sili, who was radiant today, could not catch Yi Yang's eyes. These people are at most of average appearance, so naturally they can't make Yi Yang moved. They all smiled perfunctorily and didn't pay much attention. Xiao puffed up her little face in a bit of anger. These women are really shameless. At least my temporary girlfriend is still here. You are poaching in front of me. Hee. Xiao's eyes narrowed with a dangerous arc. If people who know her see her smile at this time, they will look at Yi Yang and other female classmates with sympathy, because they will definitely be unlucky tonight. Okay, Lao Zheng, did you know from the beginning that Mr. Yi is a super potential stock? So you followed him? That's right, no wonder you became a regular employee so quickly and are about to become a deputy team leader. It turns out that there is a towering tree behind you, Mr. Yi. Brother Zheng, don't get me wrong, I mean I will follow you in the future and be the younger brother of Mr. Yi. Yi Yang was crowded with people. Some people couldn't squeeze in, so they had to settle for the next best thing and began to curry favor with Xingxian, the younger brother of Mr. Ye's younger brother. Isn't that Mr. Ye's younger brother? Xingxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did this title make people feel evil? However, Xingxian was Yi Yang's little follower before, and not many people continued to contact him after graduation. Now, so many people came together, it made him feel like he was surrounded by stars. With his intelligence, he naturally understands the reason for these pursuits, but it does not prevent him from enjoying this feeling. Being praised is a fundamental need in the human heart. In this way, the class dinner after the internship came to an end amidst laughter and laughter. Yi Yang raised a glass of wine at the end, which was considered as repayment for the toasts given by these classmates, which caused a round of cheers. Gone. Yi Yang greeted Xingxian. Ahem, boss Yi. It's not convenient for me to follow you, right? Xingxian scratched his head and said with a smile. Huh? What's the inconvenience? Yi Yang was stunned. Ahem, this is enough wine and food, accompanied by beautiful women. Xingxian looked at Yi Yang with a wicked smile, showing a smile that every man would understand. TSK, you kid, you look like a gentleman, but you secretly look very slutty. Yi Yang understood immediately and laughed, then I'll call you a car. Okay. Xingxian nodded without any objection. Xiao's face turned red. She and the sisters Shou Qingxian were already involved in the mission, so what didn't they understand? Although they understood what it meant, they were still intact after all, and their moods were a little messy at this time. Door. After calling a car for Zheng Xian to leave, Yi Yang looked at Xiao with a smirk. Hey, boss, you don't want it? Xiao pursed his lips and looked at Yi Yang like a wary kitten. What, you don't want to? Yi Yang joked. Xiao gritted his teeth, feeling a little tangled in his heart, and finally shook his head stubbornly. It has to be said that Yi Yang is the most unique, perfect, and most attractive person of the opposite sex she has seen in so many years. She even admits that she likes Yi Yang a little now. But this does not mean that she is a casual girl. If she does that kind of thing just because of this, then your status as temporary girlfriend is up to now? Yi Yang flicked Shou Xiaozhu's smooth little forehead. You, boss, you are so evil. Only then did Shou Xiaozhu realize that Yi Yang actually had no evil thoughts at all and was just teasing her. Ha ha. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. Just when he was proud of his success in teasing the beautiful girl, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. You are actually living a happy life. This voice was like a ghost from the Nine Netherworld, filled with resentment and air conditioning. What a monster. Yi Yang was startled and turned around repeatedly, only to see Shou Qingxian with a resentful look on his face. He breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out it's you. You two are so in love. Leave me outside to drink. The northwest wind, Shou Qingxian said angrily. It has to be said that the iceberg beauty's angry and charming look is even more charming. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Yi Yang was a little surprised. Nonsense. I am diligently watching outside. But strangely enough, there is no movement tonight, and there are no assassins or suspects. Shou Qingxian muttered. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. It's strange to be talented. This is China. Where do so many assassins come from? Let's go. I just don't have enough to eat either. I'll take you to a good place to eat. Delicious food, Yi Yang waved and said with a smile. Delicious. Shou Qingxuan's eyes lit up, and she almost exposed her hidden foodie attributes, but then she reacted and snorted coldly. Don't think that I will forgive you if you treat me to a supper. Whatever. Yi Yang spread his hands, looking indifferent. You. Shou Qingxian gritted her silver teeth. This boss was so annoying. We both drink, you drive. Yi Yang asked Shou Xiaozhu to throw the key to Shou Qingxian, and then got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Humph. Boss dog. Although Shou Qingxian cursed, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief in her heart. It was completely different from the more than 10 years of her career as a killer, a luxurious sense of relief. She was a little confused about this sense of relief. Because once she relaxes, she is afraid that her vigilance will drop. Such a good boss cannot let anything happen to him, otherwise she will blame herself. Wrong. He's clearly the dog boss. Dog boss? Ahem. Shou Xiaozhu tapped Shou Qingxuan's ribs. Shou Qingxian suppressed the beautiful thoughts in her heart and looked at Shou Xiaozhu. After seeing the serious expression on the other person's face, she also asked, What's wrong? Shou Xiaozhu looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom beside him and muttered. We are not an easy boss. Ah? Shou Qingxian blinked. He flicked my forehead just now, which should have triggered my early warning mechanism, but his speed prevented me from even having time to avoid it. And you suddenly appeared behind him just now. He obviously had a subconscious reaction before you appeared. Our boss is very powerful. Shou Xiaozhu squinted his eyes, savoring what Yi Yang just said. This is when Shou Qingxian reacted. The boss's reaction speed just now was definitely not something ordinary people could achieve. Hey, who cares? Wouldn't it be better if the boss knew martial arts? But, find some time to give him a try, I think it will be fun. Just like that, Shou Qingxian drove in front. Shou and Yi Yang sat in the back. Where are we going? Shou Qingxian asked. Yi Yang pretended to be mysterious and entered an address in the navigation. Just go here. You'll know when you get there. You're so mysterious. Shou Qingxian pouted. Although she rarely came to the Magic City to perform tasks, she searched for it in her spare time. Han Pavilion is the top Chinese restaurant in the Magic City, and Ziguang Pavilion is the top Western restaurant. In addition to these two pavilions, are there any top restaurants? Ding ding. Why is there a traffic jam suddenly? Yi Yang asked with some confusion. It seems that there is a traffic police in front, checking for drunk driving. Shou Qingxian pouted and confirmed. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. What a coincidence. If Shou Qingxian hadn't been left outside, he would have been deducted points tonight. After waiting in line for a while, it was Yi Yang's turn. Hiss. Seeing the little golden man on the front of the car, the traffic police knew it was a Rolls-Royce even if they didn't know it was a phantom. So they didn't dare to be too harsh. They knocked on the car door cautiously, and their service attitude was also very good. Hello, check for alcohol, driving. When they saw Shou Qingxian's face, even the traffic police who had seen all kinds of things in the world were slightly stunned. This appearance. This temperament. It's amazing. Ding ding. The results are out, but the traffic police are still trapped in Shou Qingxian's beauty. The results are out. It was Shou Xiaozhu who reminded the other party that the results were out, and the other party reacted. The traffic police sighed, and when he was struggling with whether to get a contact number, he glanced at Shou Xiaozhu and Yi Yang behind him. He almost vomited blood. An iceberg beauty, a girl next door. Both are excellent. This young man is so blessed. Hey, let him go, let him go. Knowing that he has no hope of competing, the traffic policeman had to let him go. I hate it so much. Damn, all the drunk driving found today will be severely punished. The driver behind? Buzz. The Rolls-Royce sped to the place marked by Yi Yang. This? Shou Qingxian rubbed her eyes, and couldn't believe it. Isn't this just a street of small stalls? It's so mysterious. Yi Yang smiled and said, this is not an ordinary street of small stalls, this is a street of food stalls. In the West District. What's the difference? Shou Qingxian said contemptuously. Actually, there is no difference. If there is any difference, my youth is here. Yi Yang's eyes showed a trace of reminiscence. Almost every university has a snack street. Yi Yang's university is also like this. At that time, he often climbed over the wall to visit the snack street, bought a bag of chicken ribs, ordered some barbecue, opened a few bottles of beer, and chatted with 3 or 5 brothers here. Today's university reunion also evoked his memories of this place. It's just right to come back and find youth again. Just now, I was surrounded by a bunch of people asking questions, and I didn't eat well. Haha, it's just right to have a midnight snack here. Yi Yang laughed. Shou Xiaozhu tied her black hair and said, I was busy taking care of the boss's safety just now, so I didn't eat well. That's just right. Yi Yang snapped his fingers. But, can this street stall be delicious? Shou Qingxian was suspicious. They were all carrying out top-level tasks and protecting big figures, so naturally, they had no experience of eating street stalls. You haven't eaten street stalls? Then you have missed the delicious food in the world. Yi Yang was a little surprised that someone had never eaten street stalls. So exaggerated. Shou Qingxian blinked, then I have to try it carefully. Yi Yang seemed to be back in college, walking through the crowd with two beautiful bodyguards, buying Northeast grilled cold noodles, hand-grabbed pancakes, mashed potatoes, fried chicken ribs, oden, fried skewers, grilled chicken legs. One by one. At first, Yi Yang was concerned about his living expenses, so he didn't dare to spend too much even when he came to the snack street. Tonight, he spent recklessly. It must be said that this sense of accomplishment of making up for the regrets of the past is much better than the 4 million yuan meal he had at noon. Oh my God, so handsome. Which university is he? The female college students in the snack street said with stars in their eyes. No, I'm going to have a nosebleed, these two beauties are too awesome. Evil rich people. The boys around. These girls didn't pay attention to Yi Yang at all. Rich people eat at street stalls? Humph, I think he is just a scumbag with sweet words. The boyfriends of the girls kept complaining bitterly, fearing that they would have a green grassland on their heads in the spiritual level. The appearance and temperament of Yi Yang and the other two were really outstanding. Walking among a group of college students, they naturally caused a lot of exclamations and praises. Well, it tastes pretty good. Shou Qingxian was very surprised. It was obviously very cheap, but she actually felt a completely different delicious feeling when eating it. I eat big meals every day, and occasionally come to the snack street to eat. It's really enjoyable. Yi Yang bit the fried skewers and sighed. I have eaten too many delicious foods recently. After eating so much, I actually think the snack street is more delicious, haha. Of course, this is the premise that Yi Yang is a little tired of big meals. Normal people will definitely still think that big meals are delicious. Aunt Zhang, give me 100 skewers and a dozen beers. Yi Yang greeted Aunt Zhang at the barbecue stall. Skillfully. I've been here for 4 years in college and we've become familiar with each other. Hee hee, update, and welcome to Ad Fans Jun Yang, 1054/117/329. Hey! Isn't this Xiaoya? Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Yang in surprise and said enthusiastically, didn't you graduate? Don't you miss your and Uncle Zhang's skills? Yi Yang chuckled. You boy, you still have such a sweet mouth. Aunt Zhang laughed. Okay, wait, I'll bake it for you right away. The 3 people following Yi Yang just now, including female classmates who wanted to see handsome guys, and male classmates who wanted to see beautiful women, swarmed to grab every seat at the barbecue stall. Ahem, boss, let's have some barbecue. Me too. Aunt Zhang was also confused. What's going on? Why is the business suddenly so good tonight? Uncle Zhang was busy on the side, smiling and saying nothing. Men naturally understand men best. After a while, barbecue and beer were served. Ah. I saw you, Xiaoya, just now. When did you have 2 such beautiful girls? As soon as Aunt Zhang spoke, all the boys sitting around pricked up their ears. Everyone wanted to learn how he managed to pick up such amazing beauties, and there were 2 of them. This ability simply makes them salivate. Huh? Yi Yang scratched his head and pretended to be confused for a while. Say it quickly. The boys on the side were scratching their heads anxiously. Maybe it's because I'm so handsome. Yi Yang chuckled. Cut. Day. Harmful. All the boys were instantly discouraged. They had to admit that Yi Yang was really handsome. They couldn't learn this kind of innate physical condition even if they wanted to. Pfft. You are still so naughty. Aunt Zhang covered her mouth and smiled. She had indeed not seen Yi Yang for a long time. At this time, she couldn't help but ask about his current situation. Shou, it's been half a year since you graduated. Is your job stable? Work? Yi Yang scratched his head. The eyes of the girls next to them all lit up. Naturally, the more perfect the male god is, the better. There is also something to dream about at night. Some of the boys who had just complained about the evils of capitalism also cheered up. You can get these two awesome girls just by being handsome. They even made an appointment at the same time. They don't believe it. 80%, no, 10% it's because of the money. I quit my job. Yi Yang said with a smile. Am I right? Who if you have money brings your girlfriend to eat at a food stall? Then you can't have Western food and go to a big hotel? The boys just now all sneered. At first glance, he looks like a smooth-talking scumbag. Then why did you take me to eat at the food stall? Are you a scumbag too? A poor scumbag with no money. The girlfriend on the side said angrily. I'm different, I haven't graduated yet. The boy scratched his head and mocked the other person for burying himself in the pit. Oh, sweet words. The girlfriend said angrily. TCH. No way. I don't even have a job. I can get along with two beauties with just a handsome face. Oh my God. Give me a knife. Singles expressed strong indignation. The single boys on the side were angry and sad in their hearts. I don't care about both, then can I do the third one? There were some pretty beauties present who were eager to give it a try. When Aunt Zhang heard this, she frowned. Shou, we young people can't aim too high. Only by having a job can we live a good life. Even if we are wronged, we can't give up halfway. Yeah, I understand, Aunt Zhang. Yi Yang knew that Aunt Zhang was also doing it for her own good. By the way, why did you quit your job? Aunt Zhang asked, still a little worried. Because I bought that company. Yi Yang replied, dumbfounded. Silence. All silence. Even Aunt Zhang was stunned. Really or not, Shou? Did you say that the company had a market value of several billion? Did you buy it? Yi Yang nodded. It's not right to say that I bought it. I think I became a major shareholder. How could Zhang Wanmin come up with 500 million in cash, so he would naturally use shares to pay off his debts. Now he is the largest shareholder of Wanmin Software Company, besides Zhang Wanmin. Therefore, it is not a lie to say that he bought it for the company. Ah. Sure enough. Capitalism is still evil. The boys next to him were dumbfounded. This is human talk. I resigned. Why? Because this company is mine now. My day. You are the super invincible pretender. The boyfriends present almost vomited blood. Look. The major shareholder of my company brought his girlfriend to the barbecue stall. You poor guys are still mocking me. Humph. If you had that kind of magnanimity, you would have been rich a long time ago. When the girlfriends compared their boyfriends with Yi Yang, they suddenly felt that they were at a disadvantage. Complained again and again. Ahem, what evil did I do in the first place? If I had known earlier, I should have taken my girlfriend and left as soon as possible. I actually risked my life and came to watch others show off. The boyfriends are extremely bitter in their hearts. Maybe he's bragging there. This is all they can do to comfort their girlfriend. Haha, my girls are not blind. With two such beautiful girls, how can I go out with him if I don't have money? Do you think everyone is as superficial and money-worshipping as you are? In anger, her boyfriend spoke out the truth that he had been holding in his heart. What did you say? Try saying it again. The girlfriend was exposed and became angry. Ahem, there's no need for us to have a conflict over a liar. Hey, calm down. I'll take you shopping for bags tomorrow. The boy apologized profusely. Yi Yang was afraid that Aunt Zhang wouldn't believe it, so he also took out the key to the Rolls-Royce. Aunt Zhang, if you still don't believe it, this is my new car. If you like this book, leave a 5-star review and reward me by the way. Thank you, Jiangjing. Hehe, if the results can improve, I will add more chapters next month. Now I have 4 chapters a day. I am considered a diligent author on Tomato. Already, P.S. If you like online games, you can read the author's old book, Online Games. I have countless evolution points. There is another chapter in the evening, let's go. To Jiangjing code words. Hiss. Aunt Zhang took a breath of cold air. Living in Shanghai, luxury cars are everywhere, and everyone knows more or less about the key information of luxury cars. What is this, old dead, right? Aunt Zhang thought for a while before she said uncertainly. Yi Yang couldn't help but smile and corrected, it's a Rolls-Royce. Oh, right. Rolls-Royce. Aunt Zhang patted her head and laughed. What else do you have to say now? The girlfriend next to him was very happy to hear that she was going to get a bag for free. But when she saw Yi Yang took out the car key of Rolls-Royce, she was instantly furious. Why is my boyfriend so rubbish? At most, he bought me a bag, but he took out a Rolls-Royce. Damn. The boyfriend's face was burning, as if he was slapped in the face again. He had to bite his teeth and said, it's just a lighter. I've seen the same model on Taobao. Fuck. Huh? Originally, Shou found it quite fun to watch this pair of gold-digging women and licking dogs fighting. But this time, she was a little angry. She asked Yi Yang for the Rolls-Royce car key and pressed it directly. Ding. In the distance, the heavy Rolls-Royce suddenly opened, and the dazzling lights shone. Even if it was hundreds of meters away, people could clearly feel what a top luxury car was. Hiss. At this moment, no one present dared to laugh anymore. Everyone was stunned. Some people who know cars even exclaimed, that's not an ordinary Rolls-Royce. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Rolls-Royce Phantom? Very valuable? Starting at 40 million. If it's the top configuration, it's probably going to sell for 50 or 60 million. Hiss. Fuck. Everyone present exclaimed. Ah. The girlfriend was furious, you rubbish man. You mocked me as a lighter. Haha, I think you look like a lighter. After saying that, she was so embarrassed that she picked up the bag her boyfriend bought for her and turned away angrily. Hey. Ting ting. Don't leave. The dog-licking boyfriend saw that his girlfriend was angry, and stumbled after her. Ah. I'm so envious. A Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions. So young, he must be a super rich second generation. I want to be a big boss in the future. You. I think you're more like a glutton, ha ha ha. TSK. Don't let me dream? No, no, rich and handsome, a man, want to marry him. Not to mention these two beauties. The handsome boys are starting to have ideas. Huh. So disgusting. The boys on the side said disdainfully. Don't you think so? The handsome boy said contemptuously. Cough cough cough. The companion who disdained the handsome boy blushed and buried his head in his food. It seems that Shou, you are really rich. I was thinking that you would come over and I would introduce you to a partner, alas. It seems that Aunt Zhang is no longer needed, she is not worthy. Aunt Zhang looked at Yi Yang with some regret and envy. If her son had 1/10 of Yi Yang's, no, 1/100th of his potential, they wouldn't have to work so hard at such an old age, setting up a stall outside in the cold winter and hot summer, day and night. Yi Yang nodded with a smile. You guys eat first. I'll go get busy first. Aunt Zhang just complained a little about her son and sorted out her mood and got busy again. Who let them be parents? No matter how bad the children are, they are still their own children. Yi Yang looked at Aunt Zhang's back and felt a little emotional. He thought of his parents. It's time to go back to see my parents in a few days. Now he has achieved ultimate financial freedom. There is endless money coming in even when he lies down, so of course he has to find a way to really change the conditions at home. What's wrong, boss? Shou Qingxian and Shou Xiaozhu have been orphans since childhood, relying on each other for life. They are not sensitive to fatherly and motherly love, so at this time, they don't understand what Yi Yang is thinking. Nothing, cheers. Yi Yang picked up the beer bottle, clinked glasses with the two girls, and drank the beer in the glass. The boys and girls around knew that such a rare talent was not worthy of them, so they ate quietly and occasionally glanced at Yi Yang and the other two to feast their eyes. Just when they were full of food and drink, a black Toyota Prado rushed into the snack street. The aisles in the snack street were originally narrow. It was crowded. This Prado car was as arrogant and domineering as its name. It drove in with the window open, stopped next to each stall, and stretched out its hand directly. The stall owner had to smile and hand over different amounts of money with both hands. If the amount was not satisfactory, the Prado would not drive away and stretched out his hand from the window again. Here we go again. Yi Yang frowned, not used to this kind of behavior. He had seen it many times when he was in college. However, the city management sweeps the streets in the name of cleaning up the city, and the vendors have to give them money so that they don't close their stalls. It's called city management tips. But in essence, in Yi Yang's eyes, what's the difference between this and the protection fees collected by the gangsters before? I guess someone will say it is unrealistic again. But this is what the author has seen with his own eyes. Novels are based on reality, but reality is often beyond novels. It's just that some things in reality are very subtle. Are the city management collecting security fees here? This car doesn't look like it? Someone muttered. Are you a freshman? The city management here was reported before, and now they hire relatives to collect the fees. If something goes wrong, someone will protect them, and if nothing goes wrong, they will also share the money. A student who was obviously used to it explained. Oh my God, can you play like this? 6. Obviously, everyone is used to this kind of thing. Although they are a little uncomfortable, they don't say much. Ding ding. The Toyota Prado quickly drove To the front of the barbecue stall, A big hand with a gold watch stretched out from it. Haha. Brother Shou. You are so hard to come out to collect money so late. Uncle Jiang smiled and handed over the tip he had prepared long ago. A doubtful voice came from the car, and he stretched out his hand again. Uncle Jiang was in a dilemma, but he still reluctantly took out a few red bills and stuffed them in. Brother Shou snorted and stretched out his hand again. Brother Shou. You. Uncle Jiang's face changed. Your place is full, you must make several thousand yuan a night, right? Just give a few hundred yuan and you want to leave it alone? Brother Shou frowned, obviously dissatisfied. I also want to make a profit. Uncle Jiang wanted to complain, but he dared not say anything, so he had to stuff a few more red bills in. Well, basically I worked for nothing for half the night. Well. Brother Shou nodded with satisfaction. That's about right, I wish. You a prosperous business? As he said that, the tyrant started again and prepared to go to the next stall. Yang looked at this scene and shook his head. This is the way of survival in the snack street. It has always been like this. Even if he doesn't like it and beats the other party, he even uses his connections to get rid of the people behind him. There will be another Brother Wang, Brother Bao, or something like that to collect the money. I don't come here often, so I can't always manage it. As soon as the Toyota Tyrant started, there was a burst of laughter in the car and it stopped. This. Uncle Jiang's heart trembled. Why didn't he leave? You're not satisfied with the money, are you? Hey. That pretty boy over there? Brother. Shou half leaned out of the car, raised his chin, and pointed at where Yang was. Huh? Shou Qingxian felt the other party's ill intentions, and a cold light instantly gathered in his eyes. Xiao Xiaozhu also subconsciously began to prepare poison. Huh? Yi Yang's heart moved, and he felt a little embarrassed. Would the underworld see that his beautiful bodyguard was too beautiful and want to rape her? This is too vulgar. But it's not impossible. After all, the three of them sitting in a group of students are indeed too conspicuous. Oh my. So these two girls are so beautiful. Originally, the two girls had their backs to him, and Brother Shou didn't pay much attention to them because he only saw their backs. But times have changed, and they don't dare to do such things as robbing women in the street. Otherwise, once it is exposed on the internet, they will have a hard time under the heat of public opinion. Fuck, I'm drooling over it. It was better in the past few years, when you could do whatever you wanted. Brother Shou cursed in his heart, but he smiled. That pretty boy, my sister likes. You, get in the car and go with me, you will have a share of the money tonight. Yi Yang was confused. It turned out that she was not looking for the two beautiful bodyguards around him, but for her. That's right, he suddenly remembered that Chinese law only protects girls, and boys are not legally responsible if they are raped. So, the underworld has now changed from robbing women to robbing decent women and men. Fuck. I suddenly feel a little dangerous. Fortunately, I hired two beautiful bodyguards. Yi Yang sneered in his heart. The students on the side were also confused. This script is a bit biased. Originally, they all planned to watch the gangsters robbing, and took out their mobile phones to take videos. In the end, they fell in love with that rich second generation. Oh my God. Sir, times have changed. Pfft. The college students next to him were all shocked by this scene. Your sister? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Where is your sister? As soon as the car door opened. A short, fat, black, red-haired little girl flirted with him with a charming smile. Pfft. Yi Yang had just taken a sip of wine, and the moment he saw the other party, he sprayed it directly. Just now I envied this guy for being rich and handsome, now I suddenly sympathize with him. This short and fat little girl and this old black. Fuck, it's really the best. The college students next to him covered their faces. No wonder this old girl was so hungry/thirsty that she had to rob a man on the street. It turns out that her own hardware conditions are so poor. What the hell do you mean? Brother Shou kicked the car door open. He was used to being fierce in the snack street, but tonight, someone dared to laugh at his sister. Although she looks a little ugly, she is not free. Haha, don't you see how ugly you look? How dare you covet my husband's body? Xiao continued to play the role of a temporary girlfriend. That's right. Xiao Qingxian hugged the short and fat girl again, giving the short and fat girl a double critical hit. Brother. They humiliated me. The short and fat girl started to cry. You are very brave. Zhou Yan's eyes also turned cold. 5 or 6 men in black got out of the domineering car. At this time, the surrounding college students could no longer laugh. Even if the other party doesn't dare to go too far due to the current public opinion environment, in essence, they are still a gangster after all. If you really want to make people angry, you may get into trouble. Ahem, Brother Shou, don't meet a kid. He obviously already has an appointment. Seeing that the situation was not right, Aunt Zhang came up to break up the fight. Even though Yi Yang is rich now, with so many gangsters here, a good man will not suffer the consequences. If you really get beaten up by these gangsters, it won't be worthwhile to have to make up for it afterwards. Roll. Brother Shou didn't even look at the money that Aunt Zhang put in. He pushed Aunt Zhang and fell into a chair beside him. Is my sister's dignity worth just this little money? Seeing Zhou Yan being so arrogant, Yi Yang's eyes also turned cold and stern. Aunt Zhang took good care of him when he was in college. I advise you to apologize to Aunt Zhang quickly. What? Apologize? Zhou Yan licked his ears, as if he heard some big joke. Are you teaching me how to do things? The college students on the side were a little scared as they watched the scene become more and more angry. He stood up and walked towards the distance, taking out his mobile phone and preparing to take a video. Put down your fucking phone. Anyone who dares to take pictures will be beaten together later. The 2 pony boys behind Zhou Yan were waving wooden sticks in their hands and screaming sharply. You're just a little brat who eats at a street stall, but you dare to show off to me? Seeing that he had frightened the college students next to him, Zhou Yan sneered and walked up to Yi Yang like a scoundrel. My sister is interested in you, a poor student, because she thinks highly of you. The money I collect in one night is more than what your parents have raised in half a lifetime. There are so many. What the hell, you dare to slap your nose on your face? Kneel down and kowtow to my sister right now, to apologize. Then get in the car and forget about it after tonight. Otherwise. He sneered and waved his hand. Several men in black behind him also approached with arrogant expressions. In Zhou Yan's opinion, most of the people eating at this food stall are poor students in the university. As long as they are scared, they will not be able to catch them, but they will be so scared that they will kneel down and beg for mercy. But he obviously underestimated Yang too much. Otherwise, what can you do? Beat people in the street? Yang smiled, calm and relaxed. The two golf clubs next to me were twisted into twists. If they fell on someone's head, even the Tianling cap would be blown away. He is not afraid of fighting. When it comes to relationships and lawsuits, no one in Shanghai can beat Jincheng law firm. Compare money. I'm sorry, I don't have superpowers, I only have money powers. So. The ending was already settled before everything started. Now he is just waiting for the other party to make the first move and add another level of guilt to the other party. Ha ha ha, you laughed me to death. Do you really think that now that you have a few broken mobile phones to take pictures, I won't dare to mess with you? Let me tell you. If I beat you to the point of death, the people behind me will also be beaten. You're seriously injured. The worst I can do is cover some of your medical expenses then. You think I don't dare to fuck? You little bastard, when I joined society, you weren't even born yet. Zhou Yan was driven crazy by Yi Yang's indifferent attitude. I think back then, he had already slashed him with a knife, but now he dared to look down on himself even to a poor college student. Is hey/Dao really lonely? So it turns out it's just some compensation for medical expenses? Yi Yang raised the corner of his mouth. If I had said this earlier, it would have been over. Huh? It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin, huh? Zhou Yan came closer and wanted to slap Yi Yang on the face. Ah. Many timid girls closed their eyes, not wanting to see their male idols being beaten. Some boys excitedly picked up their mobile phones to record, maybe they would be the next one to gain followers on a trending search. Call 110 quickly. Aunt Zhang was also anxious and took out her cell phone repeatedly to prepare to call the police. But when Zhou Yan waved his hand into the air, it was held by a huge force. Taking a closer look, he saw a pretty girl on the side, whom he thought was an iceberg beauty. Boss, what should I do? Xiao Qingxian has been waiting patiently for Yi Yang's order, otherwise with her temperament, Zhou Yan would have been lying on the ground and unable to get up. Just do what he said, beat him to a minor injury, kick his teeth into pieces, and teach him a lesson. Yi Yang waved his hand casually. Of course he can do it himself. With his current physical fitness, defeating 10 or 8 big men is a piece of cake. But dealing with a few gangsters personally is too much of a loss. Okay. Xiao Qingshuan's eyes flashed with excitement. With one turn of his wrist, Zhou Yan was directly twisted into a broken wrist. Snapped. With one kick, Zhou Yan was kicked more than 3 meters away. He lay on the ground with blood coming from the corner of his mouth. Damn it. What a little girl. This power. This moment. Aunt Zhang stopped pressing the number. The college students present were also frightened. They held up their mobile phones and forgot to click the screen recording button. This savage girlfriend. This kick is really hard. It seems like it hit that area. I guess this gangster leader will not be able to stand up for the rest of his life. Haha. After a few breaths, everyone slowly accepted the scene in front of them and started talking about it. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and shoot. The plot tonight is fucking more exciting than the movie. If it doesn't explode, it will be unforgivable. Someone shouted something, and everyone clicked the record button one after another, preparing to take pictures of the entire incident. Zhou Yan clutched his lower abdomen, his whole body twitching in pain, and his eyes were full of ferocity. What are you waiting for? Fuck these brats to death for me. The gangsters in black clothes next to them were obviously startled. At this time, they were shaken back by Zhou Yan's roar, and then they took the wooden stick in their hands and waved it towards Shou Qingxian. No need to bother, sister, I've been unhappy with these rubbish for a long time, let me vent my frustration. Shou Qingxian persuaded Xiao Xiaozhu. If I, my sister, didn't take action, the consequences would not be as simple as breaking a third leg. Die. The 5 gangsters took advantage of the crowd and rushed forward. Ah. Shou Qingxian shook her head. On an international mission, she had to protect her employer from hundreds of heavily armed mercenaries. These little minions were really not taken seriously by her. I don't know how high the sky is, and how high it is. Her body was light and she jumped up to half a person's height. She kicked one at a time and kicked the first 2 gangsters who were charging towards them with sticks in their faces. Puff. Broken teeth and blood instantly exploded in the mouths of the 2 gangsters and flew out. The body also flew out horizontally and passed out directly. The 3 people behind were frightened when they saw this. This is a moment of confusion. Shou Qingxian landed on the ground and swept his legs, knocking down the 2 people nearby. He stood up and stepped forward, stepping on the 2 people who were lying on the ground. Every time he stepped down, a thug's chest and ribs were crushed with great force. Gulu. Those are high heels. They will pierce your chest and ribs right now. The people on the side were trembling with fear. I was wrong. The last gangster simply threw the stick aside and turned around to run away. However, Shou Qingxian raised his foot and kicked him on the back, causing him to fall to the ground. My jaw was broken. Fuck. 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 A stunning beauty, she could kill 5 big men with sticks in just a few breaths. This visual impact is simply amazing and enjoyable. If I hadn't seen what happened before, I would have thought they were making a kung fu movie. Gulu. I didn't expect this beauty to be so terrifying. The flying feet are so cool. Awesome. I think my vibrato is going to explode. This video is extremely popular. The eyes of the college students were dazzled. The vendors nearby were waving and cheering. This Zhou Yan was usually domineering, basically robbing them of their money. Today I finally got what I deserved. Shou Qingxian casually walked up to Zhou Yan with endless fear in his eyes. Who are you? Let me tell you, there are so many cameras around. If you beat me to death, you won't survive. My second uncle is from the courtyard. Zhou Yan was also confused. He has been around for more than 20 years, and it is indeed rare for someone to be so fierce. The few times he encountered this kind of tough fight with 1 against 10, he was a super bodyguard beside a serious big boss. Hey! What are you still doing? Hurry up and shoot. Shoot. He watched Shou Qingxian approach step by step, roaring at the onlookers beside him. Huh? Didn't you just let us take pictures? Whoever is filming will be beaten together? That arrogance just now. A group of college students couldn't stand Zhou Yan's rogue behavior, so they all started mocking him. You. Zhou Yan almost spit out another mouthful of old blood. How could I have known that the other party was such an awesome and ruthless person just now? however, a college boy. Why? Before he could figure it out, Shou Qingxian chopped him in the face with her kick and crushed several of his teeth with her high heels. Hiss. Seeing the inexplicable excitement in Shou Qingshuan's eyes, Yi Yang felt cold all over. Please let my brother go. I will never dare to flirt with your wife again. We were wrong. The short winter melon girl knelt directly in front of Shou Qingxian, begging for mercy. Boss? Although Shou Qingxian hadn't had enough fun, she still looked at Yi Yang sensibly. Ahem, that's almost it. No matter how hard it is, it won't be easy for Feng Han to litigate. Yi Yang wiped his cold sweat. Although he had known that Shou Qingshuan was very good at martial arts, he did not expect that he would be so good. 5 big men died in the blink of an eye. And even with bare hands. Fine. Shou Qingxian shrugged and took off the high heels from Zhou Yan's face. You are lucky. If you dare not have eyes in the future and provoke others at will, I will stomp on your head. Zhou Yan's mouth was full of blood, and his eyes were full of happiness for surviving. He silently swore in his heart that he would never dare to run out and embarrass himself again. When his teeth were crushed, he could really feel that the beautiful thigh had the power to crush his head. It was a breath of death. It's so good to be alive. He gasped and coughed violently. Brother, are you okay? It's all my fault for not knowing better, woo woo woo. The little girl cried and helped Zhou Yan back to the Toyota Prado. As for the medical expenses, it depends on how capable your lawyer is. Yi Yang sneered and added, which was also the original words. Let's go. Now that they had almost finished eating, Yi Yang pressed the car key casually. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was like a sleeping beast, waking up with a bang. The moment Zhou Yan saw the beast in the dark, he was about to extort a high amount of medical expenses, but was instantly shocked away. It's actually a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhou Yan stared and opened his mouth. Being able to drive a super luxury car, costing tens of millions at such a young age, is probably beyond the reach of ordinary citizens like them who rely on some career conveniences. This kind of existence would really beat you up in the street. A lawsuit can drag you down, let alone compensation. And in turn, he blackmails others. Not to mention that what he was doing was wandering in a legal gray area, so it was too late to avoid lawsuits. Once what he did tonight is exposed by public opinion, he may lose all his money. Maybe he'll be charged with extortion. He shuddered, realizing just how much trouble he had gotten into. I originally thought about blackmailing others, but now I want to protect them from suing me. Otherwise, you will be completely ruined. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you trembling all the time? We must let our second uncle take care of that kid this time. We won't give up until he pays 1 million. The short winter melon little girl said angrily. Snapped. Zhou Yan slapped short winter melon on the face. Brother, you actually hit me. Zhou Yan was used to the arrogant and domineering little sister. He rarely even scolded her, let alone beat her. This left her frozen in place, completely confused. Woo-woo. His teeth were broken. Even if he wanted to scold his sister, Zhou Yan could not speak. He could only make a whining sound. Look as funny as you want. Aunt Zhang, this table and chairs were also damaged a lot. I will compensate you according to the price. Yi Yang looked at the mess around him and said with some embarrassment. No, no. No. I hope you're okay. I scared Aunt Zhang to death just now. Aunt Zhang patted her chest, still feeling a little scared. Haha, don't worry, Aunt Zhang. If they still come to trouble you, just ask them to call me directly and tell them that Yi Yang will stay with you until the end. You have my phone number, right? Yi Yang couldn't help but transfer 3,000 yuan to Aunt Zhang to compensate for the consumption of the damaged items here. Ding. It is detected that the host has made a special consumption, special critical hit reward, ownership of Magic City Disneyland. Yi Yang's hand that took back the phone trembled slightly. Special consumption. It should be that. This consumption is not normal consumption, it is rather strange. But this special critical hit reward is a bit outrageous. Disneyland ownership. You know, Disneyland, the magical city, is valued at nearly 200 billion. Without any explanation, it became my own directly. You know, I only spent 3,000. Critical hit, doubled 100 million times. Make money with blood. Cool. Yi Yang shouted happily in his heart. In a good mood, he said goodbye to Aunt Zhang, got into the Rolls-Royce, and left with his beautiful bodyguards and sisters. Hiss. The college students around him lingered on. For a long time in the future, the legend of Yi Yang will remain in the snack street. And it will be passed down by word of mouth and will not dissipate. Hurry up and post the video. Just now. Haha, let's get popular too. Someone urged again and again. As a college student, who doesn't want to shoot some hot videos? You guys are too slow. I've already posted it. Let me go, my vibrato is blown up. It's only been a minute, right? Thousands of views. I'll go, it's still rising. It's rising like crazy. The man exclaimed, after all, most people work hard to make a video and don't spend money to promote it. If the number of views reaches a few thousand in a few days, it would be good. This has received thousands of views just after it was released, so it is obviously going to become a hit. Quick, quick, why are you standing there? Take advantage of the heat and rush. Those who had just recorded what happened posted the video with shocking text. Shocking. A beautiful woman in the magical city beat up 6 gangsters with her bare hands. The scene was as exciting as a martial arts movie. It's absolutely real. The little girl robbed a handsome guy at the night market in the West District of the Shanghai University City, but she didn't know that the handsome guy turned out to be a super powerful man. She was slapped in the face by the powerful and beautiful personal bodyguard. I'm on my knees tonight. A large crowd actually encountered something stranger than the plot of a novel. Realistic magic. The passionate collision between Shinhao and the underworld. All kinds of weird titles quickly grabbed the traffic of Douyin at night with lightning speed. The number of views and likes has soared. In an instant, tonight, it directly topped the hot search list. Even super hot topics such as a big star who is new to Douyin and a young star who cut his skin while filming and still insists on filming cannot stop the momentum of this matter tonight. Strongly dominating the list. Press the heat for the second time, reaching an astonishing 6689.8 W. The comment area is also completely excited. Damn it. This is so awesome, isn't it? A good man who punishes evil and promotes good. This is a filming, right? A woman jumps more than 1 meter out of thin air? It looks fake. Chinese kung fu is all about fists and legs, and it is impossible to use it for fighting. Let Alone a woman defeats 6 big men. It's all fake. Although this Jiangjing Real has only one profile, I vaguely recognize that this is my long-lost father. Puff. Looking at the hot comments, Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's wrong, boss? Xiao leaned over and saw Shou Qingxuan's heroic figure ranking first on the hot list. He smiled narrowly and tapped the shoulder of Shou Qingxian, who was driving in front. Hey! You are famous. You are going to be a big star. Huh? After Shou Qingxian parked the car, she also opened Douyin. What opened on the screen was the video of me just now descending from heaven and striking 6. TCH, what a fuss. She shrugged. If she posts a video of dozens of mercenaries on the international battlefield, will she be made a god? In fact, she knew quite a few such people, some of whom were better than herself. It's just that when such people take action, they perform relatively high-level tasks and are rarely photographed by the public. Some people say this is a new type of hype, and they want to make you the next big star. Xiaozhu smiled eagerly. When you become a big star in the future, don't forget to be filial to your sister. Go away, you little rich woman. Who else needs filial piety? Shou Qingxian rolled her eyes. Every time she does a task, Xiaozhu takes the lion's share. In terms of assets, although she has more than 1 billion, she is still far behind Xiaozhu. TCH, cheapskate. Xiaozhu pouted. Yi Yang smiled as he watched the 2 women bickering. Suddenly the phone call came. Brother Yi, is that person in the video you? Although it's a bit blurry. It turned out to be Lin Shuer. She is the anchor of Douyin, so she naturally wants to check the trending list. Huh? Yes. Yi Yang also admitted generously. What's going on, are you okay? Lin Shuer was also quite worried about Yi Yang. After all, no matter how rich you are, you can't afford to be caught up in scoundrels. If you are targeted by trash, it will still be very troublesome. It's okay, it's all solved. Yi Yang smiled and said, if they are willing to litigate, I happen to have a law firm under me. Lin Shuer finally felt relieved and hung up the phone. Ding. As soon as he put down the phone, Fong Han sent him a message on WeChat. Originally, Yi Yang wanted to talk to the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party actually came to him first. Boss Yi, we already know about you. Fong Han also sent the Douyin video over. Well, what do you think about this matter? How much compensation will it cost? Yi Yang replied. Compensate? No. Just leave this matter to us. Not only can we make them pay compensation, but we can also send them to squat for a few years. Fong Han was full of confidence. So awesome? Yi Yang was a little surprised. After all, although the opponent was the one who made the first move tonight, Shou Qingxian beat him so hard that he couldn't even see his human form. Of course. Now there are 2 types, private and public. If you have selfish motives, we are sure to get a settlement fee of no less than 10 million, and we have to ask them to send it. Fong Han replied confidently. Are you sure it's 10 million? Yi Yang was a little confused. He originally thought that he would pay for the medical expenses, but it seemed that the other party had to pay for it himself. That's right. Because what they want to protect is the entire relationship network in the Magic City and the many people involved in this gray industry. Fong Han replied, the 10 million I said is just The worst case scenario. Ideally, we can get about 100 million. Yi Yang couldn't help but applaud Feng Han. What? Is an international lawyer? This is. Having an awesome law firm in your hands is a magic weapon. Then. I'll leave this matter to you. Yi Yang said with a smile. Is that public or? Feng Han was a little confused. You think I'm short of money? Yi Yang asked rhetorically. Clearly understand. Feng Han secretly cursed himself for being such a fool for not understanding Boss Ye's intention. By the way, the money spent on the lawsuit will come from me and you will be reimbursed to me. Yi Yang said with a smile. There is a system for getting rich by spending money, and if there is a place to spend money, of course he cannot let it go. Feel good. There was a class reunion and a late-night snack stall. It was a pleasant day. Yi Yang lay comfortably on the Becker sofa in the hall and casually glanced at the group of classmates, but he did not expect that the group became angry again. Is this Yi Yang? Although Yi Yang only has one side face, I can recognize the two beauties beside him who turned to ashes. My day, he actually brought out 2 girlfriends. How awesome. Boss Yi, are awesome, can't I? Jing Xian retorted dissatisfiedly. No, brother Jing. I'm just jealous. By the way, why are all the male students speaking tonight? What about the girls who like Shuichuan? Ouch, don't talk about it. I just got home tonight and had diarrhea, woo-woo. I'm still squatting in the toilet now, so it's not convenient for me to type. I suspect there is something wrong with the food and hang. Haha, your poor stomach can't enjoy such a high-end meal, right? We don't feel anything at all, we even feel refreshed. The male classmates all kept talking. Watch the discussions among the students. Yi Yang looked at Xiao Xiaozhu beside him with a dark look on his face. Xiao Xiaozhu stuck out her tongue mischievously and said proudly, who asked them to steal my temporary boyfriend in front of me? Hiss. Xiao Xiaozhu's drugging skills are really amazing, even Yi Yang didn't notice it at all. Yi Yang smiled bitterly and had to give Xiao Xiaozhu a thumbs up. Well done. You two's rooms have been found for you, Momo. Yi Yang also looked at you, Momo, with a smile. No. The two of us have to guard the boss all night long. Xiao Xiaozhu smiled narrowly. Xiao Qingxian also nodded seemingly seriously. Seriously. Yi Yang is a little excited. After all, they are beautiful sisters. It's exciting to think about it, right? Of course it's fake. Xiao Xiaozhu chuckled, fearing that Yi Yang would scold her, so she took Xiao Qingxian and ran away. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. After driving for so many years, he actually let 2 little girls do the opposite. How was your class reunion today? Did you have a good time? Momo took her sisters to the bedroom, prepared for them. When she came back, she rushed up to her, lying softly next to Yi Yang, and asked with a smile. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I'm number 1 on the hot list. Yi Yang rolled his eyes and joked to himself. Forehead. After you, Momo, heard about what happened at the night market, he couldn't even laugh or cry. It seems that I have to watch the master carefully. It's too dangerous outside. They are all female perverts, greedy for the master's body. Haha. Yi Yang shook his head, pinched Yumomo's cheek, and asked with a smirk, can you still hold on? Yumomo blushed and nodded. Then I won't be polite. Yi Yang chuckled and started his nightly routine. There won't be much exercise tonight. After all, I have to see my sister tomorrow. It would be troublesome if Momo is too tired to get out of bed tomorrow. On the second day, Yi Yang got up at 8 o'clock. Call. After washing up, he was ready to go to his sister's high school. Ahem. You didn't call us when you went out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Shou Xiaozhu and Shou Qingxian standing in front of the door, which shocked Yi Yang. You two walked like cats, silent. Yi Yang waved his hand. I plan to go out with my sister today. If you two want to go too, well, then let's drive a Bentley. The bulletproof version lengthens the Bentley and transforms the Shenhao model, known as first class on land. The car is nearly 8 meters long, and the interior is decorated like a luxury living room, with matching refrigerators and wine cabinets. Wine and food are all available. If you want, you can also sing K inside. It doesn't seem like a lot to accommodate 10 people at the same time. In the eyes of successful people, this is a sign of negotiation and status. But in Yi Yang's eyes, it can be said to be a must-have product for home travel. Well, although it only sells for 40 million, it feels worth more than a 100 million Koenigsegg. Yi Yang doesn't like racing, so he doesn't care about speed or horsepower at all. He prefers this land first-class cabin with many functions. Which one of you wants to drive? Yi Yang's car keys were hanging in the air, and he looked at the bodyguard. Sisters. As for Umo, he was left to sort out Disney's information. The system had just acquired Disney yesterday, so today she was asked to discuss the details of the handover contract with Jincheng law firm. I drove it when I came back yesterday, and my sister is driving it today. Without saying a word, Shou Qingxian sat directly in the back seat, opened a bottle of champagne, and started tasting it. Fine. Shou Xiaozhu shrugged and said, with a wicked smile, then I want the boss to sit in the passenger seat. What? Shou Qingxian, who had just taken a sip of champagne, stared. Why should I sit in the back? Hey, I still can't see clearly. Your little thoughts? Shou Xiaozhu smiled inwardly and looked at Yi Yang. Boss, you choose where to sit. Yi Yang's head is a bit big, and it's really annoying to be handsome. After a while of fighting for body, Yi Yang still chose to sit in the back for the sake of comfort. Because Yi Yang's family attaches great importance to education. Therefore, although the family was not wealthy, they still pooled money to send the younger sister to a private school in Shanghai. Yi Xiaozi has always been good at studying. Private schools with international backgrounds are more likely to get full scholarships from the Ivy League. This way, your employment prospects will be better when you return to your country. But this was all considered before. Today's Yi Yang's mentality is also different. Because he has achieved the ultimate goal of ordinary people learning, getting rich. When the stretched Bentley drives on the road, its luxurious body is more eye-catching than a sports car. After all, most people can't really tell the brand of a sports car. But this kind of super long luxury car is extremely valuable at first glance. Holy crap! The extended version of the Bentley Mulsanne. This should be a modified version, a special upgrade, otherwise it would not be so long. The landing price is at least 30 to 40 million. Is this another super boss going out to negotiate a contract? Oh, I'm so envious. The Bentley drove smoothly on the road. Modubali Private High School. Many famous families in the magical city are gathered here. It can be said that apart from ordinary children who study hard to fight for their future, they are all kinds of second generation. The second generation of officials and the second generation of rich people. If you smash them with bricks, you don't know how many will be killed. The family only has a few 100 million. In this kind of school, no one dares to breathe loudly, for fear of accidentally offending a certain second generation from a superboss's family. Sister Ruru, you will know soon, my brother is very handsome. Yi Xiaozi pulled a beautiful girl in sailor uniform and said happily while walking. I know, didn't you show me the photo? He is indeed handsome. Li Wanru said with a smile. She could guess a little bit about her best friend's little thoughts, but she had never had a crush on anyone since she was a child, so she was a little shy about what happened today. Hiss, two beauties appear together, it's the most beautiful scene in Bali High School. Many students along the road were stunned when they saw this scene. An aristocratic high school, like Bali, naturally has a school beauty list. Among them, Li Wanru is the first, and Yi Xiaozi can only be ranked second because she lacks aristocratic status, but many people secretly call her the goddess of the common people. Li Wanru, on the other hand, has excellent appearance, family background, and academic performance. Being rated number 1 is well deserved. Oh, if I could get one of them. I would be cool even if I were a ghost. Some boys said foolishly. Just you? You want to eat swan meat, don't you? The price of a pair of Li Wanru's shoes is enough for your family to earn in a year. The tall, rich and handsome man on the side struck at the bespectacled man in front of him and straightened his collar. Only a rich and handsome man like me can barely match these two goddesses. Hee hee. The man with glasses sneered, it's just a joke. At least on the road to chasing the goddess, you and I are standing at the same starting point. Pooh. Gao Fushui shrugged and was very disdainful of the glasses man's words. I think you two should stop arguing. You two haven't even succeeded in chasing young Master Wang for so long. Are you two just nothings in front of young Master Wang? Someone from behind said after finishing the attack. All of a sudden, the tall, rich, handsome and bespectacled man all withered. Gao Fushui's family only has a few 100 million in wealth. Compared with Wang Taihao, the leader of the 4 young masters of Bali, there is indeed a difference between a firefly and a bright moon. Bali has a school beauty list, and naturally, he also has a male idol list. Wang Taihao is the legendary figure of Bali who ranks first on the list of male gods, young masters, and scumbags. He comes from a ridiculously old family, is handsome, and knows how to play with girls' emotions. Although many boys ostensibly rate Wang Taihao as the number 1 scumbag in Bali, but secretly they all envied him, wishing he was Wang Taihao, manipulating everything to no avail. Back then, young Master Wang made bold statements and said that he would massacre the entire school beauties list. Now, 8 of the top 10 school beauties have been conquered by others. Only these 2 are still holding on, but I guess it will be a matter of time. How dare you think of Mr. Wang's prey? During the discussion, the tall, rich, handsome and bespectacled man sighed deeply. Yes. They could just talk about it, but they wouldn't dare to chase her. Hoo hoo hoo. The roar of a helicopter was heard. Several people looked to the sky in confusion. Holy shit. What the hell? Several helicopters. Helicopter. The roar attracted many students to watch. Sunday is the most leisurely day at Bali High School, and naturally there are many students watching. Hulala. On the helicopter, countless rose petals were scattered. It was like a rain of flowers, covering the entire main street of Bali High School. Huayu. Oh my God, it's so beautiful and romantic. Is this a rich young man who is confessing to you again? Is he confessing to me? Many girls have started to fantasize. Stop daydreaming there. Didn't you see who is in the center of the flower rain? The male classmate next to him poured cold water on him. Okay. The moment they saw Li Wanru and Yi Xiaozi, these girls knew that it couldn't be a confession to them. These two are the two most dazzling pearls of Bali High School. Could it be that Mr. Wang is finally launching a general attack? These girls are all stars. High school is in the blooming season, which is the age when girls are most likely to become nymphomaniacs. Even the little girl who is far away and has no relationship with her can call her husband and cry in obsession. Not to mention this kind of superstar rich second generation living next to them, knowing clearly what the other person is like. These girls also wish they could be on the school beauty list and be with Wang Taihao for 2 days. It's so bitter. It's such a blessing to be chosen by Mr. Wang. These two people still don't agree. If I had cleaned up and packed myself up, I would have delivered it to my door. Some girls were dissatisfied. That's right. The best friends around her naturally have similar values to her, and they nodded in agreement. In the rain of roses, a handsome and beautiful Bugatti Veyron swerved up. Also walking out of the car was a young man in sunglasses holding flowers in his hands. The young man was dressed in luxury goods and looked very cool. Thinking he was handsome, he flicked his hair and sent the flowers out with one hand. He looked at Yi Xiaozi and raised an evil smile like a tyrannical president at the corner of his mouth. Shou. Z, can you be my girlfriend? Wow. Ah. It's so romantic. If I were Yi Xiaozi, I would be moved to tears right now. I agreed directly. All the girls present screamed. Do you think the school beauty is as casual as you? The male classmate said contemptuously. In this highly anticipated moment, the arrival of a super luxury car directly diverted everyone's attention. In the car, Yi Yang watched the scene of the helicopter scattering flowers in front with interest. The scene is quite big. I don't know what kind of aircraft is it.